protect a thermometer. Thermoels. Plural of thermoel. Thermoxidation. Alternative form of thermooxidation. Thermoxidative. Alternative form of thermoxidative. Thermozyme. Any thermally stable enzyme typically expressed by thermophiles. Thermozymes. Plural of thermozyme. Thermozymacidin. Myosin. Therms. Plural of therm. Thernadite. And evaporite consisting of sodium sulfate. Thera. Alternative form of thurio. Thrombase. A particular cardiac glycoside. Throsphalia. Any eutheriotherapesid of the suborder Throsphalia. Throsphailians. Plural of Throsphailian. Therath. Obsolete spelling of thereof. Theroid. Bestial, resembling an animal. Thurological. Relating to thurology mammalogy. Thurology. Alternative form of thuriology. Thuromorph. Any member of the Thuromorpha. Thuromorphs. Plural of Thuromorph. Theron. Theron of Acragas died 473 BC, a tyrant of Acragas in Sicily. Thuret. The stage where a Thomite elongate swims away after being released from the cyst. Thurets. Plural of thuront. Thuraphi. Any plant which survives unfavorable seasons in the form of seeds only. Thuraphites. Plural of thuraphi. Thuraphetic. Of or relating to the Thuraphites. Theropod. Any bipedal carnivorous dinosaur of the suborder Theropoda from the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. Theropodon. Theropod. Theropodons. Plural of theropodon. Theropodus. Relating to or characteristic of a theropod. Theropods. Plural of theropod. Theru. A surname. They're psychotherapists. Verbs. Plural of ver. Theral. A surname. Therals. Plural of theral. Therials. A surname. Therials. Plural of therials. Thurian. A surname from French. Thurians. Plural of thurian. The obsolete form of theirs. Thersite. A versitical person. Thersition. Of or relating to Thersites, a Greek soldier during the Trojan War who was punished for his outspoken criticism of Agamemnon. Thersites. Plural of Thersite. Thersitical. Alternative form of thersitical. Thesaural. Of or pertaining to a thesaurus. Thesaur. A treasurer. Thesaurus. Plural of thesaura. Thesauri. Plural of thesaurus. Thesauri. Of or relating to a thesaurus or to synonyms. Thesaurismosis. The accumulation of a substance in a cell or organ in abnormally large amount. Thesaurismatic. Relating to thesaurismosis. Thesaurization. The process or the result of thesaurizing. Thesaurize. To hoard, typically treasure. Thesaurosis. A lung storage disease thought to be caused by inhalation of hairspray. Thesaurus, a publication that provides synonyms and sometimes antonyms and other semantic relations for the words of a given language. Thesauruses, plural of thesaurus. Thesaurusi, plural of thesaurus. Thesaurus-like, resembling or characteristic of a thesaurus. The Thescelosaur, any dinosaur of the subfamily Thescelosaurinae. The Thescelosaurid, any dinosaur in the family Thescelosauridae, believed to be a synonym of the Parksosauridae or the Hypsilophodontidae. The Thescelosaurids, plural of the Thescelosaurid. The Thescelosaurs, plural of the Thescelosaur. That, plural of this. These days, currently, at present. These islands, the archipelago in the North Atlantic comprising Great Britain, Ireland, and surrounding islands. These ones, plural of this one. These things happen. Synonym of it happens. They are. Contraction of these are. The contraction of these have. Thessian, or relating to Theseus. Thessaian. Synonym of Hephaestion, the temple of Hephaestus in Athens. Theanos, the quality or characteristic of being be something referred to. Theseus, plural of thesis. Thesaeum, alternative form of Thessaian. Thetis, a legendary ancient Greek hero most famous for defeating the Minotaur in the labyrinth of Crete. Thetis, dated form of Theseus. Thesikal, a little or subordinate thesis, a proposition. Thesicles, plural of the sickle. The Siger, a surname. Theithing, a surname. Theithings, plural of theising. The Siphon, alternative form of Tisiphone. Thesis, senses relating to logic, rhetoric, etc. Thesis defense, the final step in earning a doctorate, an oral examination in which the doctorand publicly defends his or her thesis to the examiners. Thesis defenses, plural of thesis defense. Thesis statement, a sentence in the introduction of an essay, thesis, or academic paper that clarifies the main point of the text. Thesis statements, plural of thesis statement. Thesis, misspelling of the C's. The Ceuci, a particular steroid glycoside. The Thesmophoria, an ancient Greek festival in honor of Demeter and Persephone, and involving the sacrifice of pigs. The Thesmophorian, of or relating to the Thesmophoria. Thesmophoric, of or relating to the Thesmophoria. Thesmothete, a junior archon in ancient Greece. Thesmothetes, plural of Thesmothete. Thesp, an actor. That, simple past and past participle of thest. Thespin, a person from the ancient Greek city of Thespi. Thespianic, synonym of thespian. Thespianism, thespian activity or behavior. Thespianisms, plural of thespianism. Thespians, plural of thespian. Thespically, in the manner of an actor. Thespid, any manes in the family Thespidae. Thespids, plural of thespid. Thesping, present participle and gerund of thes. Thesprotia, a regional unit of the administrative region of Epirus, Greece. The Sprotian, an inhabitant or a resident of the Sprotia in western Epirus, Greece. The Sprotians, plural of the Sprotian. Thesps, plural of Thest. Less, abbreviation of Thessaloniki. Less, abbreviation of Thessalonians. Thessalian, of or relating to Thessaly in Greece. Thessalians, plural of Thessalian. Thessalic, Thessalian. Thessalon, a river in Canada. Thessalonian, of, from, or pertaining to Thessaloniki. Thessalonians, books in the New Testament of the Bible, 1 Thessalonians and 2 Thessalonians, epistles to the Christians in ancient Thessaloniki. Thessalonica, alternative form of Thessaloniki, a port city, the capital of Central Macedonia, in northern Greece. Thessalonican, of or from. Thessalonica, Thessaloniki. Thessalonians, plural of Thessalonican. Thessaloniki, a port city, the capital of Central Macedonia in northern Greece. Thessaly, a historical region and administrative region in north-central Greece, one of its 13 peripheries. It contains the prefectures of Karditsa, Larissa, Magnesia, and Trikala. A river in Norfolk, England, which joins the Little Ouse at Thetford. Theta, a member of the Kappa Alpha Theta sorority. Theta Delta, alternative spelling of Theta Delta. Theta Deltas, plural of Theta Delta. Theta function, any of a group of special functions of several complex variables important in many areas, including the theories of abelian varieties and moduli spaces and of quadratic forms. Theta functions, plural of theta function. Theta graph, the union of three internally disjoint simple paths that have the same two distinct end vertices. Theta graphs, plural of theta graph. Theta join, a join between tables based on some relationship other than equality. Theta joins, plural of theta join. Theta meditation, a form of meditation and relaxation that is supposed to induce theta waves in the brain. Theta pinch, a pinch magnetic compression of an electrically conducting filament where the magnetic field runs down the axis of the cylinder while the electric field is in the azimuthal direction. Theta pinches, plural of theta pinch. Theta rhythm, a type of electrical activity in the brain, brain waves with a frequency of 4-8 Hz. Theta rhythms, plural of theta rhythm. Theta roll, abbreviation of thematic role. Theta rolls, plural of theta roll. Theta variant, the P.3 strain of the SARS-CoV-2 virus that causes COVID-19. Theta wave, a type of electrical activity in the brain. A brain wave with a frequency of 4-8 Hz. Theta waves, plural of theta wave. Theta delta, a symbol depicting the uppercase Greek letter theta interwoven with a delta. That represents the ryenthropy similar to the heptagram for other kinety. Theta deltas, plural of theta delta. A taform, in the shape of the Greek letter theta. The, a soul, spirit or being. Thetans, plural of thetan. The tanawart, the restriction theta m tau equals theta m tau 0 of a theta function theta m tau z with rational characteristic m to z equals 0. The tannoort, plural of the tannoort. The taprobe, an instrument that is used to measure the moisture content of soil. The taprobes, plural of the taprobe. Thedas, plural of theta. The tatron, synonym of theta pinch. The tatrons, plural of the tatron. The lowest social class of citizens in ancient Athens. Thether, a place in England. Pleather, obsolete form of thither. Thadic, of or pertaining to a thesis. Thetical, laid down, absolute or positive like a law. Thetically, in a thetic or thetical manner, as or like a thesis. Thitidin, or relating to thetis. Thine, any of a series of complex basic sulfur compounds analogous to the sulfines. The thines, plural of the tine. That is, one of the Nereids, the mother of Achilles. Theudebald, a male given name from the Germanic languages of historical usage, notably borne by the Frankish king Theudebald. Theudebert, a male given name from the Germanic languages of historical usage. Theura, a surname. Theras, plural of Theura. Theuet, one who works miracles or persuades a god or spirit to perform a supernatural work. Theurges, plural of Theuage. Theuagic, of or pertaining to Theuagy. Theurgical, of or pertaining to Theuagy. Theurgically, in a manner related to Theuagy. Theuages, plural of Theuagy. Theuages, one who claims or is alleged to perform magic with the aid of beneficent spirits. Theuages, plural of Theuages. Theuagy, a form of magic designed to allow for worship or conjuration of or communication with spirits or deities. Belvedo, a surname from French. A particular steroid glycoside. Thevenin's theorem, a theorem which states that any electric circuit between two terminals containing only resistors, voltage sources, and current sources can be equivalently replaced with a single voltage source and resistor. Moveni, a surname from French. Moveni, any of a group of poisonous cardiac glycosides obtained especially from the seeds of the Vecinarifolia. The vetins, plural of the vetin. The vetase, a particular steroid glycoside. The vaffeline, a particular steroid glycoside. A surname from Middle English. Thid, having thews or muscles. Thewin, present participle and gerund of thew. Theoles, lacking morals or virtue. Theolessness, the state, quality, or condition of being theoless. Therness, vigor, robustness. Theus, plural of thew. Theusar, theory, muscly, muscle-bound. Theui, muscular, brawny. Honorific alternative letter case form of a they, sometimes used when referring to gods or other important figures who are understood from context. They hate us cause they ain't us. The reason that certain people are disliked is that others are jealous of them. They hit the pentagon, used to indicate that an event or news of an event is cause for alarm. Essay, it is commonly said, people in general say, a common saying is, yet, they'd have, they would have, they would have, they woulda. Leda, contraction of they would have. Thel, obsolete form of they'll. A contraction of they will. They'll do it every time. One must be vigilant and cognizant of challenging and hazardous surroundings or situations, or the usual events will occur. They will have their contraction of they are. They're only after one thing. Men are only interested in sex. That contraction of the third person pronoun is theyans, alternative form of theyuns. They have theyuns, the third person plural subject pronoun. They/them, a non-binary person, one who uses gender-neutral pronouns. They/them, simple past and past participle of they/them. They/them, simple past and past participle of they/them. They/theming, present participle and gerund of they/them. They/thems, plural of they/them. Thebis, plural of thebi. Tebi, a baby that is raised in a gender-neutral manner. Theides, plural of theidi. Theides and gentlethum. Alternative form of theides and gentlethums. Theides and gentlethums, used to address an audience gender-neutrally. Theidon boys, a large residential village and civil parish in the Epping Forest district of the county of Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4599. Theidi, polite term of address for a non-binary person, especially a feminine one, or used as a general inclusive term. Theta, a non-binary person who is assigned female at birth, often one that does not change their physical appearance. Thefabs, plural of thefab. Thefren, a non-binary partner in an unmarried romantic relationship. Thefriends, plural of thefriend. Themar, a non-binary person who is assigned male at birth, often one that does not change their physical appearance. Themabs, plural of themab. Their, obsolete spelling of their. Their, misspelling of their. They self, themselves. They selves, themselves. Thayans, alternative form of theyuns. Thleyo, a Hindu ritual practiced mainly by people from castes in northern Kerala and some parts of Karnataka in India. Thaya, a small town and commune of Pyrénées-Orientales department, Occitania, France, historically part of northern Catalonia. Initialism of tetrahydrofuran. TASC. Initialism of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club. THSCW. Initialism of Tottenham Hotspur Football Club Women. THT. Abbreviation of tetrahydrostrinon. A surname from Vietnamese. Thai Sen. Alternative form of the Sen. Alternative form of thio. Used to form the names of chemical compounds containing sulfur, especially where a sulfur atom replaces an oxygen atom in an analogous compound. Thiabendazole, a synthetic compound with anthelmintic properties, derived from thiazole and used chiefly to treat infestation with intestinal nematodes. Thiabendazoles, plural of thiabendazole. Thiabarimamide, a compound formed by adding a sulfide group close to the imidazole ring of barimamide. Thiacalixarin, any of several analogues of calixarins in which benzene rings are connected by sulfur bridges. Thiacalixarins, plural of thiacalixarin. Thiacetazone, misspelling of thioacetazone. Thiacloprid, a particular neonicotinoid insecticide. Thiacyclic, describing any heterocycle having one or more sulfur atoms in the ring. Thiacyclopentadiene. Thiophene. Thiazepine. Any of several isomeric 7-membered, unsaturated heterocycles containing 4 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 3 double bonds. Thiazepines, plural of thiazepine. Thiazine, a 6-membered heterocycle having 3 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 2 double bonds. Thiazanes, plural of thiazine. Thiazole, a 5-membered unsaturated heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, 2 nitrogen atoms, and 1 double bond, any derivative of this compound. Thiazole, any of several isomeric 5-membered heterocycles having 2 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 2 double bonds. Thiazoles, plural of thiazole. Thiazolidinone, the bicyclic heterocycle 5,6,7,8 tetrahydro 1,3,4,thiazolo-3,4-pyridazine 3,1 that has antimicrobial activity. Thiazolidinones, plural of thiazolidinone. Thiazoline, any of several isomeric 5-membered heterocycles having 2 carbon atoms, 2 nitrogen atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 1 double bond. Thiazolines, plural of thiazoline. Thiazoles, plural of thiazole. Thiadophore, a particular fungicide. Thioliptocene, the isoquinolone derivative 5,11-dimethyl-1-benzathionone-2,3-G isoquinoline. Thiofentanil, the opioid analgesic methyl-4-N2-methoxyacetylaniline-1,2-thiophene, 2-alethylpyridine, 4-carboxylate. Thiohelicine, any heterohelicine containing at least 1 sulfur heteroatom. Thiohelicines, plural of thiohelicine. Thiol, a thioaldehyde. Thiolbarbital, a barbiturate derivative with sedative effects. Thialdine, a heterocyclic base 5,6-dihydro-2,4,6-trimethyl-4-H-1,3,5-dithiazine that occurs in the aroma of cooked meat. Thiolol, diethyl disulfide C2HS2. Thiols, plural of thiol. Thiolysine, a toxic analog of the amino acid lysine S-aminothiolylcysteine. Theo, a surname. Thiamazole, an imidazole derivative that interferes with the synthesis of thyroid hormone and is given orally in the treatment of hyperthyroidism. 1-methylimidazole 2-thiol C3H2NCHSH. Thiambutene, any of a family of opioid analgesic drugs. Thiambutenes, plural of thiambutene. Thiambutazine, antibiotic. Thiamethoxam, a particular neonicotinoid insecticide. Thiamine, alternative spelling of thiamine. Thiaminase, an enzyme that metabolizes or breaks down thiamine into 2 molecular parts. Thiaminases, plural of thiaminase. Thiamine, one of the constituents of vitamin B complex found in meat, yeast, and bran that is necessary for the metabolism of carbohydrates. Thiamines, plural of thiamine. Thiamines, plural of thiamine. Thiamphenicol, an antibiotic that is a methylsulfonyl analog of chloramphenicol. Thiamis, plural of thiam. Thiamyl, the thiobarbiturate analog of secabarbital, used as a short-acting sedative. Thionaphthene, alternative form of thionaphthene. Thion, a saturated six-membered heterocycle containing 5 carbon atoms and 1 sulfur atom. Thions, plural of thion. Thiantrin, the tricyclic heterocycle consisting of 2 benzene rings fused to that of a dithion ring. Thiantrens, plural of thiantren. Thioporphyrin, a porphyrin where one or more of the nitrogen atoms is replaced by a sulfur atom. Therid, any gastropod in the family Theridae. Therids, plural of therid. Thiosark, the leader of a thiosis. Thiosarches, plural of thiosark. Thiacy, plural of thiosis. Thiosine, synonym of ergothionine. Thiosoi, plural of thiosos. Thiosos, thiosus. Thiosote, a member of a thiosis in ancient Greece. Thiosotes, plural of thiosote. Thiospirine, any spiro compound that has a sulfur atom adjacent to the bridgehead atom. Thiospirans, plural of thiospirane. Thiosus, a group of singers and dancers assembled to celebrate the festival of one of the gods. Thiosreazo, any of several isomeric 5-membered heterocycles having 1 carbon atoms, 3 nitrogen atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 2 double bonds. Thiotriazoles, plural of thiotriazole. Thiotriazoline, any of several isomeric 5-membered heterocycles having 1 carbon atoms, 3 nitrogen atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 1 double bond. Thiotriazolines, plural of thiotriazoline. Thiazate, any of several isomeric univalent ions NSO- or the salts containing these ions. Thiazates, plural of thiazate. Thiazepine, a 7-membered unsaturated heterocycle containing 5 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen and 1 sulfur atom, and 3 double bonds. Thiazepines, plural of thiazepine. Thiazide, any of a class of sulfur-containing drugs that increase the excretion of sodium and chloride and are used as diuretics and to assist in lowering the blood pressure. Thiazide-like, resembling a thiazide. Thiazides, plural of thiazide. Thiazidic, of or pertaining to a thiazide. Thiazine, alternative form of thiazine. Thiazinam, thiazinamide metal sulfate, an antihistamine drug. Thiazanine, a saturated 6-membered heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen atom, and 1 sulfur atom. Thiazinanes, plural of thiazine. Thiazine, a 6-membered heterocycle containing 4 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen and 1 sulfur atom, and 2 double bonds. Thiazines, plural of thiazine. Thiazins, plural of thiazine. Thiazosine, a particular benzomorphin drug. Thiazosines, plural of thiazosine. Thiazole, alternative form of thiazole. Thiazolidinediene, misspelling of thiazolidinediene. Thiazole, any of a class of unsaturated heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 3 carbon atoms, a sulfur and a nitrogen atom, especially the simplest one, C3H3SN. Thiazoles, plural of thiazole. Thiazolide, any of a class of antiviral drugs that contain a thiazolidine group. Thiazolidinediene, synonym of glitazone. Thiazolidians, plural of thiazolidindiene. Thiazolides, plural of thiazolide. Thiazolidine, a saturated, five-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms and a sulfur and nitrogen atom in the 1,3 positions, any derivative of this compound. Thiazolidinediene, any of a class of drugs used to treat diabetes containing a 5-membered heterocyclic ring containing a nitrogen and a sulfur atom and 2 carbonyl groups. Thiazolidinedienes, plural of thiazolidinediene. Thiazolidines, plural of thiazolidine. Thiazolidinon, a cyclic amide formerly derived from thiazolidine by replacing the methylene group at position 2 with a carbonyl group. Thiazolidinons, plural of thiazolidinon. Thiazolidine, misspelling of thiazolidinediene. Thiazolidone, a derivative of thiazolidine that has a carbonyl group between the sulfur and nitrogen atoms. Thiazolidinediene, misspelling of thiazolidinediene. Thiazolene, an unsaturated heterocyclic compound containing a 5-membered ring, 1 double bond, 1 nitrogen, and 1 sulfur atom, any derivative of this compound. Thiazolidinediene, misspelling of thiazolidinediene. Thiazolines, plural of thiazolene. Thiazolino, a univalent radical derived from thiazolene. Thiazolinon, a heterocyclic ketone derived from thiazolene, the carbonyl group being opposite the double bond. Thiazolinons, plural of thiazolinon. Thiazolinol, an N or S univalent radical derived from thiazolene. Thiazolium, the cation formed by protonation of thiazole. Thiazoliums, plural of thiazolium. Thiazolo, a thiazole ring fused to a ring of another compound. Square brackets with numbers will indicate the orientations of the rings. Thiazolobenzimidazole, any heterocycle that has a thiazole ring fused to a benzimidazole. Thiazolobenzimidazoles, plural of thiazolobenzimidazole. Thiazolum, the compound 5-methyl-5-prop and 2-il-2,2-trifluorompyl enolino 1,3-thiazole 4,1 that has some anticancer activity. Thiazoloquinoline, a bicyclic compound composed of a thiazole ring fused to one of quinoline. Thiazoloquinolines, plural of thiazoloquinoline. Thiazoloquinolone, a bicyclic compound composed of a thiazole ring fused to one of quinolone, any derivative of this, some of which are antibiotics. Thiazoloquinolones, plural of thiazoloquinolone. Thiazolitrazole, any heterocycle composed of fused thiazole and triazole rings. Thiazolitrazoles, plural of thiazolitrazole. Thiazoles, plural of thiazole. Thiazole, a radical derived from thiazole. Thiazolols, plural of thiazole. Thiazotrypsin, any of a group of thiazole palladimas that bend to specific nucleotide sequences. Thiazotrypsins, plural of thiazotrypsin. Thiazobavin, the kinase inhibitor N-benzyl 2-pyrimidine 4-amino-thiazole 4-carboxamide. Thiazel, the univalent radical and identical to S. Thiazels, plural of thiazo. Thiazine, any of a class of compound containing a sulfur to nitrogen triple bond. Thiazines, plural of thiazine. Thebalt, a surname from French. Thibault, a surname. Thibault, a surname. Thibauld's, plural of Thibault. Thydau's, plural of Thibault. Thibox, a surname from French. Thighboxes, plural of Thighbox. Thido, a surname from French. Thyber, a surname from French. Thibers, plural of Thyber. Thibet, obsolete form of Tibet. Thibet cloth, a fabric made of coarse goat's hair, a kind of camlet. Thibet cloths, plural of Thibet cloth. Thibton, archaic form of Tibetan. Thibtons, plural of Thibton. Thibetian, archaic form of Tibetan. Thibetians, plural of Thibetian. Thibets, plural of Thibet. Thibble, a stick for stirring food. Thibbles, plural of Thibble. Thibodeaux, a surname. Thibodeau, a surname from French. Thibodau's, plural of Thibodeau. Thibodeaux, a surname from French. That alternative form of thick curvy. That alternative spelling of thick curvy. Thither, comparative form of thick, more thick. Thickest, superlative form of thick, most thick. Thickness, the quality or state of being thick, voluptuousness. That relatively great in extent from one surface to the opposite in its smallest solid dimension. Thick and fast, occurring in large numbers and rapidly. Thick and thin, both thickets and thin woodland, all obstacles in a path including bad weather. Thick and threefold, in quick succession or in great numbers. Thick around the middle. All these. Thick as a brick, very stupid, slow to learn or understand. Thick as a plank, very stupid. Thick as a whale omelet, extremely stupid. Thick as champ, very ignorant or foolish, sullen or in a bad temper. Thick as mince, very stupid. Thick as pig shit, extremely stupid. Thick as pig shit, alternative form of thick as pig shit. Thick as thieves, intimate, close-knit, tight. Thick as two short planks, very stupid. Thick client, synonym of fat client. Thick clients, plural of thick client. Thick crust pizza, alternative form of thick crust pizza. Thick crust pizzas, plural of thick crust pizza. Thick ear, a swollen ear resulting from a blow to the side of the head. Thick ears, plural of thick ear. Thick lip, a swollen lip caused by a blow or punch to the mouth. Thick lips, plural of thick lip. Thick of things, a central or major role in a situation, a position in which one is surrounded by or very involved in complex, changing events. Thick on the ground, existing or present in large numbers or amounts. Thick origami, a materials science that studies applications of origami folding to thicker materials other than the traditional thin sheets of paper. Thick sandwich course, synonym of thick sandwich degree. Thick sandwich courses, plural of thick sandwich course. Thick sandwich degree, a sandwich degree where the placement or internship takes up a whole unbroken year. Thick sandwich degrees, plural of thick sandwich degree. Thick skin, ability to take criticism or harsh behavior without being easily offended. Thick space, a metal block used to separate words, 1/3 of an m in width. Thick spaces, plural of thick space. Thick stuff, all plank that is more than 4 inches thick and less than 12. Thick tea, high tea or an informal late afternoon or early evening meal, more substantial than afternoon tea. Thick teas, plural of thick tea. Thick translation, a style of translation which features an abundant use of annotations and glosses. Thick translations, plural of thick translation. Thick wind, a defect of respiration in a horse not associated with noise in breathing or with the signs of emphysema. Thick and thin block, a fiddle block. Thick and thin blocks, plural of thick and thin block. Thick-billed green pigeon, any of species Traeron curvirostra of columned birds found from Nepal to the Philippines. Thick-billed green pigeons, plural of thick-billed green pigeon. Thick-billed longspur, Rhinchophanes mccownii, a species of perching bird found in North America. Thick-billed longspurs, plural of thick-billed longspur. Thick-billed murre, Elej och Lumbia. Thick-billed seed-eater. Crithagra bertoni, a species of true-finch native to southern Africa. Thick-brained, stupid, dim-witted. Thick crust pizza, a pizza with a focaccia bread base. Thick crust pizzas, plural of thick crust pizza. Thick-headed, sluggish and obtuse of mind. Thick-horned nudibranch, synonym of opalescent nudibranch or brightly colored nudibranch sea slug, Hermesenda crassicornis, with an orange stripe along its head area as well as white stripes on the serrata and those running down the mantle. Thick-horned nudibranch, plural of thick-horned nudibranch. Thigme, any of several species of large terrestrial birds in the stone curlew family Borainidae. Thick-mies, plural of thick-me. Thick-leaved poison. The plant Gastrolobium crassifolium. Thick-set, alternative form of thick-set. Thick-skinned, having a thick skin. Thick-skinnedness, the state or quality of being thick-skinned. Thick-skulled, synonym of thick-headed. Thick-tailed bush babies, plural of thick-tailed bush baby. Thick-tailed bush baby, common name for 3 species of strepsirrhine primates of the genus Otomar. Thickum, a crown coin, its value 5 shillings. Thickuns, plural of thickhun. Thick-witted, alternative form of thick-witted. Plickalicious, of a woman, extremely curvy and attractive. Thick-go, though bolditch. Thick-gulls, plural of thick-bill. Thick, obsolete spelling of thick. Thick, simple past and past participle of thick. Thickum, to make thicker in the sense of wider. Thicken up, to become or make something thick either in width or in viscosity. Thickenable, that may be thickened. Thickened, simple past and past participle of thicken. Thickened up, simple past and past participle of thicken up. Thickener, that which thickens. Thickeners, plural of thickener. Thickening, the process of making something or becoming thick or viscous. Thickening agent, any substance used to increase viscosity, especially of a food product. Thickening agents, plural of thickening agent. Thickening layer, an apparent layer of cellulose on the interface of a cell wall. Thickening ring, a ring of meristem in which the first fibrovascular bundles originate. Thickening time, the total amount of time in which a cement slurry will remain in a fluid state under simulated downhole conditions and is capable of being pumped. Thickening times, plural of thickening time. Thickening up, present participle and gerund of thicken up. Thickening, so as to grow thicker. Thickenings, plural of thickening. Thickens, third person singular simple present indicative of thicken. Thickens up, third person singular simple present indicative of thicken up. Thicker, comparative form of thick, more thick. Thicker around the middle, comparative form of thick around the middle, more thick around the middle. Thicker than a Snickers, of a woman, voluptuously curvy, with large hips. Thicker spinned, comparative form of thick-skinned, more thick-skinned. Thickest, superlative form of thick, most thick. Thickest around the middle, superlative form of thick around the middle, most thick around the middle. Thickest skinned, superlative form of thick-skinned, most thick-skinned. Thicket, a dense but generally small growth of shrubs, bushes, or small trees, a copse. Thicket tinamou, a tinamou, Crypturellus cinnamomius. Thicket tinamus, plural of thicket tinamou. Thicket bird, any of various species of warbler in the genus Cincloramphus. Thicket birds, plural of thicket bird. Thicket, having thickets. Thicketful, enough to fill a thicket. Thicketfuls, plural of thicketful. Thicketization, an increase in the numbers of woody plants in a savanna or similar environment. Thickets, plural of thicket. Thicketsful, plural of thicketful. Thicket, covered in thicket. Thick flowing, flowing thickly, viscous, viscid. Thick-head, someone stupid. Thick-headed, stupid, obtuse, or dumb. Thick-headedly, in a thick-headed manner. Thick-headedness, stupidity. Thick-heads, plural of thick-head. Thicky, a timid or idiot. Thickies, plural of thicky. Thicker, present participle and gerund of thick. Thickish, somewhat thick. Thickly, applied to various kinds of plant characterized by thick leaves. Thickler, comparative form of thickly. More thickly. Thickest, superlative form of thickly. Most thickly. That way, in a thick manner. That a thuggish enforcer, a goon. Thick-axe, plural of thick neck. Thickness, the papadieu being thick in dimension. Thickness planer, a woodworking machine to trim boards to a consistent thickness throughout their length. Thickness planers, plural of thickness planer. Thickness, simple past and past participle of thickness. Thicknesser, a thickness planer. Thicknessers, plural of thicknesser. Thicknesses, plural of thickness. Thicknessing, present participle and gerund of thickness. That is 10 base 5, a form of Ethernet using a stiff cable. That is plural of thicknet. That go, a dimwit or idiot. That goes, plural of thicko. That goes, plural of thicko. That third person singular simple present indicative of thick. That's at densely covered with something. That's plural of thickset. Thickshe, a beverage consisting of milk and ice cream mixed together, often with other flavorings as well. Thickshakes, plural of thickshake. Pfitspim, a coarse, gross person, a person void of sensibility or sensitiveness. A dullard. Thickskin shark, synonym of sandbar shark. Thickskin sharks, plural of thickskin shark. Thickspinned, alternative spelling of thick-skinned. Thickspins, plural of thick-skin. Thickskull, a dullard, a blockhead. Thickskulls, alternative form of thick skull. Thickskulls, plural of thick skull. Thickskull, characterized or marked by thickness. Thickway, a stupid person. Thickwit, plural of thickwit. Thickwitted, stupid, dim-witted. Thicky, alternative spelling of thicky and idiotic person. Physioven, a particular fungicide. Phytoward, obsolete form of the word. That as an in. The herbicide C6,6,7-dihydroate 6,6-dimethyl 3H5H-pyrrolo 21C124-thiadiazole 3-ylidimino 7-fluoro-4-propt 2-1-2H-1,4-benzoxazine 3,4-H1. Ty, a surname from French. Fidoudian, a traditional dish from Senegal consisting of fish and rice with tomato sauce. They, a surname. Thede, plural of thede. Thede, one who carries out a theft. They fat, Solenopsis molesta, very small ants that sometimes nest close to other ant nests, from which they steal food. Thief ants, plural of thief ant. Thief in law, a criminal who is respected, has authority and a high-ranking status within the criminal underworld in the old Soviet Union, Russia, and the republics that formed the former Soviet Union. Thief in the night, something stealthy or that occurs without warning. Thief knot, a knot for tying together two ends of rope, similar to a reef knot, but with the tail's short ends on opposite sides, weaker than a reef knot. Thief palm, a palm tree, Phoenicophoreum borsiginum, native to the Seychelles. Thief River Falls, a city, the county seat of Pennington County, Minnesota, United States. Thief, too, synonym of liquor thief. Thief tubes, plural of thief tube. Thief taker, someone whose job it is to find and capture thieves. Thief takers, plural of thief taker. Thief rat, the art of thievery. Thiefdom, the fact or practice of thieving, theft. Thiefdoms, plural of thiefdom. Thate, simple past and past participle of thief, meaning to steal. Thiefest, a female thief. Thiegesses, plural of thiefess. Thiefhood, the state, quality, or condition of a thief, thiefdom. Thiefless, without thieves. Thief-like, resembling or characteristic of a thief. Thiefly, like a thief, thievish. Thiefness, the state or conduct of a thief, thievery. Thief-proof, secure against thieves. This, plural of thief. Thiefhood, the office, rank, or title of a thief, thiefhood, thiefum. Thief-taker, alternative form of thief-taker. Thief-takers, plural of thief-taker. Thief-wise, like a thief, stealthily and secretly. Thief-high, like a thief, thievish, thieving. Thea, a surname. Thea, a surname. Theon, a surname. Theons, plural of theon. Theos, plural of theo. Theo, a surname. Theos, plural of theoc. Theoman, a surname. Theomans, plural of theoman. Theos, plural of theo. Theo, a surname. Thema, a surname. Thema, a surname. Thamans, plural of theman. Themis, plural of theme. A surname. Thenomycin, one of the most potent naturally produced antibiotics known, first obtained from Streptomyces cattleya in 1976. Thenomycins, plural of thenomycin. A city in Veneto, Italy. Theno, thiophene group infused heterocycles, organic chemistry nomenclature. Phenobenzodiazepine, a heterocyclic compound containing a diazepine ring fused to a thiophene ring and a benzene ring. Phenobenzodiazepines, plural of phenobenzodiazepine. Phenodiazepine, a heterocyclic compound containing a diazepine ring fused to a thiophene ring. Phenodiazepines, plural of phenodiazepine. Phenimidazolidine, any heterocycle composed of a thiophene fused to an imidazolidine. Phenimidazolidines, plural of phenoimidazolidine. Lenon, a ketone derivative of thiophene obtained as a white crystalline substance, C4H3S.Co, by the action of aluminium chloride and carbonyl chloride on thiophene. Thenons, plural of thenon. Thenapyridine, any of a class of drugs having a structure based on a thiophene ring fused to one of tetrahydropyridine that have antiplatelet activity. Thenapyridines, plural of thenapyridine. Thenapyridone, any 7-alkyl derivative of 4-oxytheno-2,3-B pyridine 5-carboxylic acid that are used as antibacterial agents. Thenapyridones, plural of thenapyridone. Thenapyrimidine, a bicyclic heterocycle composed of a thiophene ring fused to one of a pyrimidine. Thenapyrimidines, plural of thenapyrimidine. Phenyldiazolidine, a heterocyclic compound containing a diazepine ring fused to thiophene and triazole rings, and forming the central core of several pharmaceutical drugs. Phenyldiazolidines, plural of phenyldiazolidine. Theans, plural of thene. Theanyl, a univalent radical derived from thiophene. Phenylene, a 5-membered heterocycle containing 2 double bonds and 1 sulfur atom. Theanyls, plural of theanyl. Thepe, A saturated seven-membered heterocycle having 6 carbon atoms and 1 sulfur atom. Thepanes, plural of thepane. Thebe, alternative form of thepine. Thepine, an unsaturated seven-membered heterocycle having 6 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 3 double bonds. Thepines, plural of thepine. Thepins, plural of thepin. There, a surname from German. There, plural of Thier. Thyrses, plural of Thiers. A surname. A city in western Senegal. Thesum, a surname from German. Thesens, plural of Thesen. Thesum, a surname. Thesens, plural of Thesen. Thyding, any of a class of saturated heterocycles having a 4-membered ring, 3 carbon atoms, and 1 sulfur atom. Thiodanes, plural of thiotane. Thiot, an unsaturated 4-membered heterocycle containing 3 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 1 double bond. Thiots, plural of thiot. Thiethylperazine, an antiemetic drug of the phenothiazine class. Thiazi, alternative form of thitzi. Theobal, able to be stolen, stealable. Thea, to commit theft. Thieve out, to walk out of a place stealthily. Thieved, simple past and past participle of thieve. Thieved out, simple past and past participle of thieve out. Thiever, one who thieves. Thieveries, plural of thievery. Thievers, plural of thiever. Thievery, the act of theft, the act of stealing. Theirs, plural of thief. Thieves in law, plural of thief in law. Thieves in the night, plural of thief in the night. Thieves out, third person singular simple present indicative of thieve out. Thieves' kitchen, a district or a hideout where thieves congregate. Thieves, Latin, the slang used by thieves among themselves. Thieves' vinegar, alternative form of for thieves' vinegar. Thieving, pronunciation spelling of thieving. Thieving, present participle and gerund of thieve. Thieving out, present participle and gerund of thieve out. Thievingly, like a thief, by or with stealing. Thievings, plural of thieving. Vs, characteristic of a thief or thievery, thievish. Thievish, having a tendency to steal. Thievishly, in a thievish manner, like a thief. Thievishness, the quality of being thievish. Thivluzami, a particular fungicide. That, to solicit or receive usually by begging, ask as alms. That, simple past and past participle of thig. Thader, one who thags or solicits subsistence from others. A beggar. Thagers, plural of thager. Thigging, present participle and gerund of thag. The upper leg of a human between the hip and the knee. Thigh boot, a boot that rises as high as the wearer's thigh. Thigh boots, plural of thigh boot. Thigh gap, a space between the inner thighs of some people when standing upright with feet touching. Thigh gaps, plural of thigh gap. Thigh master, a piece of exercise equipment used to tone the thighs, especially aimed at women. Thigh masters, plural of thigh master. Thigh pad, a protective garment usually worn by football players over the thighs. Thigh pads, plural of thigh pad. Thigh slapper, alternative spelling of thigh slapper. Thigh slappers, plural of thigh slapper. Thigh high. A hold-up stocking. Thigh highs, plural of thigh high. Thigh shower. In ancient Greece, a woman wearing a peplos with a split up the side, thus revealing the upper leg. Thigh hours, plural of thigh shower. Thigh slapper. A joke, especially one which strikes the listener or reader as particularly humorous. Thigh slappers, plural of thigh slapper. Thigh slapping. Uproariously funny, in a way that provokes boisterous mirth. Thigh bone. The bone that extends from the pelvis to the knee in humans, the femur. Thigh bones. Plural of thigh bone. Thigh boot. Alternative form of thigh boot. Thigh boots. Plural of thigh boot. Thigh. Having some specific type of thigh. Thighing. Masturbation by rubbing the penis between another's thighs. Thighless. Without thighs. Thigh plate. An armor piece covering the thigh. Thigh plates. Plural of thigh plate. Thighs. Plural of thigh. Thighness. Obsolete form of tightness. Thightward. Towards a thigh. Theto. Indizogen, the substance which forms the primordial state of the world. Thigmatrope. Relating to thigmatropism. Thigmatropism. The turning of an organism when in contact with a solid object. Stereotropism. Thigno. Related to touching, usually a plant. Thigmakinesis. Movement in response to touch. Thigmakinetic. Relating to thigmakinesis. Thigmomorphogenesis. The response of a plant to touch or other mechanical sensation. Thigmomorphogenetic. Relating to thigmomorphogenesis. Thigmomorphogenic. Relating to thigmomorphogenesis. Thigmonastic. Of or relating to thigmonasty. Thigmonasty. A nastic response to touch or vibration. Thigmotactic. Relating to thigmotaxis. Thigmotactically. By means of thigmotaxis. Thigmotaxis. Plural of thigmotaxis. Thigmotaxic. Relating to thigmotaxis. Thigmotaxis. The movement of an organism either towards or away from the stimulus of physical contact. Thigmover. An animal that derives warmth from a warm object in its environment. Thigmothermic. Relating to thigmotherms. Thigmotherms. Plural of thigmotherm. Thigmothermy. The condition of being thigmothermic. Thigmotrophic. Misspelling of thigmotropic. Thigmotropic. Relating to thigmotropism. Thigmotropically. In a thigmotropic manner. Thigmotropism. Growth or motion in response to touch. Thigmotropisms. Plural of thigmotropism. Thidven. A surname. Thigpens. Plural of thigpen. Thidus. third person singular simple present indicative of thing. Fairing. The saturated three-membered heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms and 1 sulfur atom, ethylene sulfide. Pharangs. Plural of pharane. Phar. The unsaturated three-membered heterocycle containing 2 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom and a double bond. Phans. Plural of phairn. The alternative form of thilk. Thilgen. A surname. Thil. That same this. That. Hel. A surname. Pillar. The horse that goes between the tills or shafts of a carriage and supports them. Pillars. Plural of tiller. Pels. Plural of till. Veli. Characteristic of till. Thel. Pronunciation spelling of them. Thimble. A pitted, now usually metal, cup-shaped cap worn on the tip of a finger, which is used in sewing to push the needle through material. Thimble connector. Synonym of wire nut. Thimble connectors. Plural of thimble connector. Thimble rigger. Alternative form of thimble rigger. Thimble riggers. Plural of thimble rigger. Thimbleberries. Plural of thimbleberry. Thimbleberry. Rubus parviflorus, a species of rubus native to western and northern North America, from Alaska east to Ontario and Minnesota, and south to northern Mexico. Thimbleby. A village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 2370. Thimbled. Of a finger, having a thimble cup-shaped cap used in sewing to push the needle through material on the tip of a person, wearing a thimble on one's finger. Family. An Atlantic chub mackerel scomber coleus. Thimblies. Plural of thimblei. Thimbleful. As much as a thimble will hold. Thimblefuls. Plural of thimbleful. Thimble-like. Resembling or characteristic of a thimble. Thimble maker. A manufacturer of thimbles. Thimble makers. Plural of thimble maker. Thimble making. The manufacture of thimbles. Thimbleman. A fraudster who operates a thimblerig game. Thimbleman. Plural of thimbleman. Thimblery. A game of skill which requires the better to guess under which of 3 small cups or thimbles a pea-sized object has been placed after the party operating the game rapidly rearranges them, providing opportunity for sleight of hand trickery, a shell game. Thimble rigged. Simple past and past participle of thimble rig. Thimble rigger. Someone who cheats by thimble rigging or similar tricks involving sleight of hand. Thimble riggers. Plural of thimble rigger. Thimble riggery. Thimble rigging. Deception. Thimble rigging. Present participle and gerund of thimble ray. Thimble rigs. Plural of thimble ray. Thimbles. Plural of thimble. Thimblesful. Plural of thimbleful. Thimbled. A rubber cap covering the finger typically used when handling paper, such as in archival work. Thimbleweed. Any of various plants whose heads resemble thimbles, including thimbleweeds. Plural of thimbleweed. Thimbling. Gerund of thimble. The act of using a thimble. Thimbu. Alternative form of thimfu. Thimbus. Plural of thimbu. Timrasol. Sodium ethylmercurythioazolicylate, an organomercury compound used as an antiseptic and antifungal agent. Thimerosal, U.S. standard form of thiomersal. Thymesh, a surname from Canada. Thymeshes, plural of Thimesh. Thimphu, the capital city of Bhutan. The, having little thickness or extent from one surface to its opposite. Thin air, an unknown location. Thin as a barber's cat, very thin. Thin as a rail, very thin, unhealthily thin. Thin as a rake, incredibly thin, an unhealth-looking level of thinness. Thin as a wafer, extremely thin. Thin as a yard of pump water, very thin, skinny. Thin blue line, the police. Thin client, a minimal client that relies on the server to do most of its processing. Thin clients, plural of thin client. Thin computing, an approach to computing based around the use of thin clients. Thin content, pages on a website that contain little or no useful information. Thin down, to become or make something thinner or smaller in overall size, width, or viscosity. Thin edge of the wedge, alternative form of thin end of the wedge. Thin end of the wedge, something that if allowed or accepted to a small degree would lead to systematic encroachment. Thin film, a layer of material deposited on a substrate as a coating of one atom or one molecule in thickness. Thin films, plural of thin film. Thin layer chromatography, alternative spelling of thin layer chromatography. Thin on the ground, scarce, difficult to find. Thin out, to make sparse, to remove some of a group of newly planted plants in order to allow the remaining ones to grow unimpeded. Thin paper, synonym of coated paper. Thin papers, plural of thin paper. Thin red line, the members the 93rd Regiment of the British Army who met the charge of the Russian cavalry at the Battle of Balaclava in 1854. Thin rind, synonym of Hampshire type of pig. Thin rinds, plural of thin rind. Thin sandwich course, synonym of thin sandwich degree. Thin sandwich courses, plural of thin sandwich course. Thin sandwich degree, a sandwich degree involving multiple short placements or internships rather than one that lasts a whole year. Thin sandwich degrees, plural of thin sandwich degree. Thin section, a thin, optically flat sliver of a material, especially a rock or mineral that can be used in microscopy. Thin sections, plural of thin section. Thin skin, the condition of being thin-skinned, excessive sensitivity to criticism, etc. Thin-skinned, plural of thin skin. Thin skull rule, synonym of eggshell rule. Thin skull rules, plural of thin skull rule. Thin slice, a minimal amount of information or experience used to make quick inferences about something through thin slicing. Thin slices, plural of thin slice. Thin space, a metal block used to separate words 1/5 of an m in width. Thin spaces, plural of thin space. Thin the herd, to cull, to reduce the size of a group. Thin trading, the characteristic of lower trading frequency commonly observed with lesser known companies and firms listed on the market. It often suggests higher level of investment opportunity and risk for investors, less transparency, and less public information. Thin up, to become or make something thin in either width or viscosity. The pronunciation spelling of thing. Thin bladed, of an object or tool, featuring a blade of a reduced thickness. Thin crust pizza, a pizza with a thin and crispy bread base. Thin crust pizzas, plural of thin crust pizza. Thin film, of a circuit, electronic, etc., made with thin films deposited on a ceramic or glass substrate. Thin film interference, the interference of light caused by its reflection from both boundaries of a thin film of a transparent material. Thin film interferences, plural of thin film interference. Thin film transistor, a form of transistor manufactured by depositing layers of semiconductor, dielectric, and metal on a substrate. Thin film transistors, plural of thin film transistor. Thin layer chromatography, a form of chromatography in which the solid phase is silica gel or a similar inert material supported on a glass plate. Thin-skinned, overly sensitive to criticism, quick to take offense, irritable, touchy. Thin-skinnedness, the state or quality of being thin-skinned. Thin slice, to make quick inferences about something through thin slicing. Thin slicing, the process or ability of making quick and often accurate inferences about the state or characteristics of someone or something based only on minimal information or experience. Thin slices. Thin-bladed, alternative spelling of thin-bladed. The obsolete form of think. Think flat, a track and field athlete. Thinkods, plural of think flat. Thinkcoat, a type of coating that is applied by spraying, as opposed to one that must be applied with a trowel. Thind, a surname from Punjabi. Thyns, plural of thind. Honorific alternative letter case form of thine, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Thine self, synonym of thyself. Thine selves, yourselves, a plural of the archaic or pseudo-archaic pronoun thine self. A public assembly or judicial council in a Germanic country. Thing in itself, alternative form of thing in itself. Thing is, alternative form of the thing is. Thing of nothing, something trivial, of no importance. Thing of the past, something that has gone extinct or become obsolete. Thing theory, a branch of critical theory that focuses on human-object interactions in literature and culture. Thing in itself, a thing as it is independent of any conceptualization or perception by the human mind, postulated by practical reason but existing in a condition which is in principle unknowable and unexperienceable. Thingaba, alternative form of thingamabob. Thingabobs, plural of thingabab. Thingo, belonging or pertaining to a thing or things, real. Thingamabar, a thing or person whose actual name is unknown or forgotten. Thingamabobber, alternative form of thingamabob. Thingamabobbers, plural of thingamabobber. Thingamabobs, plural of thingamabob. Thingamaffuck, a placeholder term. Thingamaffucks, plural of thingamaffuck. Thingamajig, something that one does not know the name of. Thingamajiger, an item that one does not know the name of. Thingamajigers, plural of thingamajiger. Thingamajig is, plural of thingamajiggy. Thingamajiggy. A thingy, something whose name cannot be recalled. Thingamajigs, plural of thingamajig. Thingambob, alternative form of thingamabob. Thingamebobs, plural of thingamebob. Thingamjig, alternative form of thingamajig. Thingamjigs, plural of thingamjig. Thingamies, plural of thingamy. Thingamy, alternative form of thingamy. Thingamabob, alternative form of thingamabob. Thingamabobs, plural of thingamabob. Thingamajig, alternative form of thingamajig. Thingamajigs, plural of thingamajig. Thingbadam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri belonging to Cumin clan. Thed, archaic spelling of thing. Thed, simple past and past participle of thing. Thingy, alternative spelling of thingy. Thindies, plural of thingy. Finger, a realist, one who considers only things or objects. Fingers, plural of finger. Thinges, plural of thinge. Thangud, the quality, condition, or character of being a thing. Thangmuds, plural of thinghood. Thinty, alternative spelling of thingy. They, comparative form of thingy, more thingy. Theies, plural of thingy. Theies, superlative form of thingy, most thingy. Thingification, the fact or process of turning something into a thing. Thingify, simple past and past participle of thingify. Thingifies, third person singular simple present indicative of thingify. Thingify, to convert into a thing, to make concrete or tangible. Thingifying, present participle and gerund of thingify. Thinginess, the quality of being a thing or like a thing, tangible reality. Thinghood. Thinging, present participle and gerund of thing. Thingish, like a physical tangible thing, objective. Thingism, materialism. Thingless, without a thing or things. Thinglet, a little thing. Thinglets, plural of thinglet. Thingwy, a hamlet in Corsham Parish, Wiltshire, England. OS Grid Ref ST 8970. Thinglike, resembling a thing, having the properties associated with a physical object, object-like. Thinlikeness, the quality of being thing-like. Thinliness, the quality of being thingly. Thingly, actual, real, substantial. Thingabob, alternative form of thingamabob. Thingabobs, plural of thingabob. Thingamajig, alternative form of thingamajig. Thiman, one of several men gathered at a thing, for example to settle a dispute over a debt. Thaman, plural of thingman. Thamies, plural of thingme. Thingme, agitated, flustered, in a lather. Thinam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Thingus, the quality of a material thing, objectivity, actuality, reality. Thingnesses, plural of thingness. Thingo, a thingamajig, something the name of which is unknown or cannot be recalled. Thingadonton, any extinct marsupial of the informal order Thingodonta, more formally known as Yalcoperidontia. Thingodontans, plural of Thingodontan. Thingo, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Thingos, plural of Thingo. Thingus, plural of Thing. Things of nothing, plural of thing of nothing. Things that go bump in the night, frightening imagined creatures, ghosts or other supernatural beings. Things in themselves, plural of thing in itself. Thingstead, a place where a thing governing meeting or assembly was held, forum. Thingsteads, plural of Thingstead. Thingujam, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Thingo, synonym of Thingdami. Thingumabab, alternative form of Thingumabab. Thingumabobs, plural of Thingumabab. Thingamajay, alternative form of Thingamajig. Thingamajigs, plural of Thingamajig. Thingamba, alternative form of Thingamabob. Thingambobs, plural of Thingamba. Thingumeba, alternative form of Thingamabob. Thingumebobs, plural of Thingumeba. Thingumis, plural of Thingami. Thingamabar, alternative form of Thingamabob. Thingamabobs, plural of Thingamaba. Thingamajig, alternative form of Thingamajig. Thingamajigs, plural of Thingamajig. Thingamis, plural of Thingami. Thingawi, synonym of thingy, something one cannot remember the name of, or is unable to or does not care to specify precisely. Thingamibab, alternative form of Thingamabob. Thingamibobs, plural of Thingamibab. Thingamajig, alternative form of Thingamajig. Thingamajigs, plural of Thingamijig. Thingums, plural of Thingum. Thingomi, alternative form of Thingami. They, alternative letter case form of thingy, a person whose name one cannot recall. Thea, the Burmese New Year festival, celebrated from 13 to 16 April. Thingamabab, alternative form of Thingamabob. Thingamabobs, plural of Thingamabab. Thingamajig, alternative form of Thingamajig. Thingamajigs, plural of Thingamajig. Thin-orn, thin-orn sheep. Thin-orn sheep. Ovis dali, a species of sheep native to northwestern North America, ranging from white to slate brown in color and having curved yellowish-brown horns. Thin-horns, plural of thin-horn. Thin-eyes, or relating to the ancient Egyptian city of Thinis. There, to ponder, to go over in one's mind. Think about, to ponder. Think again, reconsider your thoughts. Think all one's Christmases have come at once, to be delighted with one's good fortune. Think aloud, to utter one's thoughts. Think aloud protocol, a data gathering method used in a variety of research areas in people are asked to verbalize their thought processes as they do a specific task, and this is recorded for further analysis. Think aloud protocols, plural of think aloud protocol. Think back, to think about a time or experience, to recall. Think better of, to change one mind concerning, especially to decide against. Think big. Be ambitious. Think break. A drum break from the 1972 song Think About It by American soul singer Lynn Collins, which became widely sampled for use in various electronic music genres such as breakbeat and drum and bass. Think factories. Plural of think factory. Think factory. Synonym of think tank. Think fast. Pet when throwing an object unexpectedly. Think for oneself. To decide, come to conclusions, or make opinions on one's own without the help of others. Think good. To be disposed, to be willing. Think little of. To dislike, to hold in low esteem, to look upon without favor or admiration. Think meet. Ray. Think much of. To like. To hold in high esteem, to look upon favorably. Think no end of oneself. To be egoistical. Think nothing of. To consider as straightforward or normal an activity or situation others regard as unusual, wrong, or difficult. Think nothing of it. A polite way to dismiss thanks as unnecessary. Think of. To create in one's mind, to originate an idea through thought. Think of England. Clipping of close one's eyes and think of England and its variants. Think of the children. An appeal to suspend rational consideration of an issue owing to its presumptive negative effects on the young and impressionable, usually in ironic or mocking parody of another's argumentum ad passions or moral panic. Think on. To think about, to meditate concerning. Think on one's feet. When one is in the middle of a process, activity, or conversation, to adjust rapidly, effectively, and intelligently to new developments or changing circumstances. Think one hung the moon. To consider or think of someone to be extraordinary or exceptional. Think one is God's own cousin. Synonym of think one hung the moon. Think one is it. To have an unrealistically high opinion of oneself. Think one's shit doesn't stink. To be arrogant or overconfident. Think out. To devise or solve by a process of thought. Think out loud. To utter what one is thinking. Think over. To ponder or reflect on a subject. Think piece. An in-depth article that discusses a topic thoroughly and elaborates the writer's point of view to inspire deep thought related to the article's subject. Think pieces. Plural of think piece. Think straight. To think clearly. Think tank. A group of people who collectively perform research and develop reports and recommendations on topics relating to strategic planning or public policy, and which is usually funded by corporate, government, or special interests. Think tanker. Alternative form of think tanker. Think tankers. Plural of think tanker. Think tanks. Plural of think tank. Think the sun shines out of someone's arse. To think so well of someone that one cannot imagine anything wrong with them. Think the sun shines out of someone's ass. Alternative spelling of think the sun shines out of someone's arse. Think the sun shines out of someone's backside. Alternative form of think the sun shines out of someone's arse. Think the sun shines out of someone's butt. Alternative form of think the sun shines out of someone's arse. Think the world of. To have a very high opinion of. To have a strong attachment to or affection for. To think highly / a lot of. Think the world revolves around one. To think of oneself as overly important. Think through. To fully consider, so as to understand all the consequences of. Think time, the amount of time for which a script pauses during test execution to simulate a real-world delay. Think times, plural of think time. Think too much. To think over a problem in a complex way where the solution is simple. Think twice. To reconsider, use judgment, to proceed with caution or thought. Think up. To create in one's mind. To invent. Think with one's little head. To make decisions or act based on one's sexual impulses rather than based on clear reasoning. Think with one's other head. Alternative form of think with one's little head. Think with one's penis. Synonym of think with one's little head. Think with portals. To think in an inventive or lateral way. Things. Obsolete form of thinkest. Think aloud protocol. Alternative form of think aloud protocol. Think aloud protocols. Plural of think aloud protocol. Think pair share. A collaborative teaching strategy in which the teacher poses a question or a problem to the students, and the students are given sufficient time to think and gather their thoughts, after which the teacher asks them to pair themselves and share their thoughts with each other. Think pair shares. Plural of think pair share. Think pair sharing. The act of using the think pair share strategy. Think tank. Alternative spelling of think tank. Think tanked. Simple past and past participle of think tank. Think tanker. A member of a think tank. Think tankers. Plural of think tanker. Think tanking. Present participle and gerund of think tank. Think tanks. Plural of think tank. Thinkability. The property of being thinkable. Thinkable. Able to be thought or imagined, conceivable. Thinkables. The property of being thinkable. Thinkably. Such that it can be thought. Think alike. One who has similar opinions to another. Thinkative. Inclined to think about things. There. Obsolete spelling of think. There's. Simple past and past participle of think. Thanked him. Plural simple present of think. Thinker. One who spends time thinking, contemplating, or meditating. Thinkers. Plural of thinker. Things. Third person singular simple present indicative of think. Thinkest. Second person singular simple present indicative of think. Think. Third person singular simple present indicative of think. Thinkfluence. The amount of influence or power that someone has over the public's thoughts or ideas. Thinkfluenced. Simple past and past participle of thinkfluence. Thinkfluencer. An influencer who posts their thoughts and analysis. Thinkfluencers. Plural of thinkfluencer. Thinkfluences. Third person singular simple present indicative of thinkfluence. Thinkfluencing. Present participle and gerund of thinkfluence. Thankful. Thoughtful. Thinking. Pronunciation spelling of thinking. Thinking. Thought. Gerund of think. Thinking about. Present participle and gerund of think about. Thinking aloud. Present participle and gerund of think aloud. Thinking back. Present participle and gerund of think back. Thinking cap. A metaphorical piece of headgear supposedly worn by a person to assist them in thinking about how to solve a problem. Thinking caps. Plural of thinking cap. Thinking distance. The distance traveled by a vehicle between the time that the need to brake is perceived and the time that the brakes are applied. Thinking distances. Plural of thinking distance. Thinking for oneself. Present participle and gerund of think for oneself. Thinking good. Present participle and gerund of think good. Thinking machine. A computer. Thinking machines. Plural of thinking machine. Thinking man's crumpet. An intelligent and good-looking woman, particularly one who has a high profile in the broadcast media. Thinking man's crumpets. Plural of thinking man's crumpet. Thinking much of. Present participle and gerund of think much of. Thinking of. Present participle and gerund of think of. Thinking of England. Present participle and gerund of think of England. Thinking of the children. Present participle and gerund of think of the children. Thinking on. Present participle and gerund of think on. Thinking on one's feet. Present participle and gerund of think on one's feet. Thinking one hung the moon. Present participle of think one hung the moon. Thinking one is God's own cousin. Present participle of think one is God's own cousin. Thinking one's shit doesn't stink. Present participle and gerund of think one's shit doesn't stink. Thinking out. Present participle and gerund of think out. Thinking out loud. Present participle and gerund of think out loud. Thinking over. Present participle and gerund of think over. Thinking the world of. Present participle and gerund of think the world of. Thinking through. Present participle and gerund of think through. Thinking twice. Present participle and gerund of think twice. Thinking up. Present participle and gerund of think up. Thinking with one's little head. Present participle and gerund of think with one's little head. Thinking with portals. Present participle and gerund of think with portals. Thinking cap. Alternative form of thinking cap. Thinking caps. Plural of thinking cap. Thinking with thought or thinking. Thinkingness. The quality of having thoughts. Faculty of thinking. Thinkings. Plural of thinking. Thinko. A careless mistake made in thinking. Thinkod. Simple past and past participle of thinko. Thinkod. Simple past and past participle of thinko. Thinkoing. Present participle of thinko. Thinkos. Plural of thinko. Think piece. Alternative form of think piece. Think pieces. Plural of think piece. Things. Third person singular simple present indicative of think. Thinks about. Third person singular simple present indicative of think about. Thinks aloud. Third person singular simple present indicative of think aloud. Thinks back. Third person singular simple present indicative of think back. Thinks for oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of think for oneself. Thinks good. Third person singular simple present indicative of think good. Thinks much of. Third person singular simple present indicative of think much of. Thinks of. Third person singular simple present indicative of think of. Thinks of England. Third person singular simple present indicative of think of England. Thinks of the children. Third person singular simple present indicative of think of the children. Thinks on. Third person singular simple present indicative of think on. Thinks on one's feet. Third person singular simple present indicative of think on one's feet. Thinks one hung the moon. Third person singular simple present indicative of think one hung the moon. Thinks one is God's own cousin. Third person singular simple present indicative of think one is God's own cousin. Thinks one's shit doesn't stink. Third person singular simple present indicative of think one's shit doesn't stink. Thinks out. Third person singular simple present indicative of think out. Thinks out loud. Third person singular simple present indicative of think out loud. Thinks over. Third person singular simple present indicative of think over. Thinks the world of. Third person singular simple present indicative of think the world of. Thinks through. Third person singular simple present indicative of think through. Thinks twice. Third person singular simple present indicative of think twice. Thinks up. Third person singular simple present indicative of think up. Thinks with one's little head. Third person singular simple present indicative of think with one's little head. Thinks with portals. Third person singular simple present indicative of think with portals. Thinks so. Thoughtful, full of thoughts. Thinks. Second person singular simple present indicative of think. Think tank. Alternative spelling of think tank. Think tank. Simple past and past participle of think tank. Think tanker. A member of a think tank. Think tankers. Plural of think tanker. Think tankin. Present participle and gerund of think tank. Think tanks. Plural of think tank. An alternative form of think tank. Thinky. Tending to think or inspire thinking. Thinliness. Synonym of thinness. Thinly. In a thin, loose, or scattered manner. Scantily, not thickly. Thinly veiled. Attempting to be concealed but still noticeable, poorly disguised. Thinnable. That may be thinned. Thinned. Simple past and past participle of thin. Thinned down. Simple past and past participle of thin down. Thinned out. Simple past and past participle of thin out. Thin the herd. Simple past and past participle of thin the herd. Thinned up. Simple past and past participle of thin up. Thinner. Comparative form of thin, more thin. Thinners. Plural of thinner. Thinness. The state or quality of being thin. Thinnesses. Plural of thinness. Thinness. Superlative form of thin, most thin. That. 10 base 2. A form of Ethernet using a thin coaxial cable. Then it's plural of thinnet. Thinnis. Plural of thinny. Thinning. Present participle and gerund of thin. Thinning down. Present participle and gerund of thin down. Thinning out. Present participle and gerund of thin out. Thinning scissors. A type of scissors used in hairdressing, having a serrated edge and used to reduce the bulk of a section of hair rather than the length. Thinning the herd. Present participle and gerund of thin the herd. Thinning up. Present participle and gerund of thin up. Thinnings. Plural of thinning. Thinnish. Somewhat thin. Thinny. A thin person. Thin accord. Any bird in the family Thinacoridae, the seed snipes. Thin accords. Plural of thin Chord. Thinachlorine, relating to thinachorids. Thinolite, a pseudomorph of icate found in quaternary lake basins of Nevada. Thinolites, plural of thinolite. Thinozirconid, any member of the Thinozirconidae. Thinozirconids, plural of thinozirconid. Thins, third person singular simple present indicative of thin. Thins down. Third person singular simple present indicative of thin down. Thins out. Third person singular simple present indicative of thin out. Thins the herd. Third person singular simple present indicative of thin the herd. Thins up. Third person singular simple present indicative of thin up. Thinset, an adhesive mortar made of cement, fine sand, and a water-retaining agent. Thinzets, plural of thinset. Thinspiration, material provided as an inspiration to stay thin or lose weight. Thinsplain, to explain to a fat person as a thin person in a condescending manner, presuming the listener's inferior understanding. Thinsplain, simple past and past participle of thinsplain. Thinsplaining, present participle and gerund of thinsplain. Thinsplain, third person singular simple present indicative of thinsplain. Thinspo, clipping of thinspiration. Thinstripe hermit, ellipsis of thinstripe hermit crab. Thinstripe hermit crab, the hermit crab Clibinarius vidatus. Thinstripe hermit crabs, plural of thinstripe hermit crab. Thinstripe hermits, plural of thinstripe hermit. Thinwire, 10-base-2, a form of Ethernet using thin coaxial cable. But containing sulfur, especially a compound in which oxygen has been replaced by this element. Thioacetal, either a monethoacetal or a dithiacetal. Thioacetals, plural of thioacetal. Thioacetalmi, an organosulfur compound with chemical formula C2H5NS, a white crystalline solid that is soluble in water and serves as a source of hydrogen sulfide in the synthesis of organic and inorganic compounds. Thioacetamides, plural of thioacetamide. Thioacetate, any salt or ester of a thioacetic acid. Thioacetates, plural of thioacetate. Thioacetasm, a thiazemic carbazone used in the treatment of tuberculosis. Thioacetic acid, a thiocarboxylic acid derived from acetic acid. Thioacetic acids, plural of thioacetic acid. Thioacetone, the thioketin CH3CSCH3 acetone. Thioacetal, a radical derived from thioacetic acid. Thioacetals, plural of thioacetyl. Thioacid, any acid formerly derived from an oxyacid by replacement of one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thioacidolysis, plural of thioacidolysis. Thioacidolysis, acidolysis using a thioacid. Thioacids, plural of thioacid. Thioacroline, the thiolate 2 propanate LZH equals HH equals S. Thioacyl, a univalent radical RCS derived from a thiocarboxylic acid. Thioacylated, modified by addition of a thioacyl group. Thioacylation, modification by addition of a thioacyl group. Thioacylations, plural of thioacylation. Thioadenosine, a derivative of thioadenosine in which one of the ribose hydroxyls is replaced by a thiol group. Thioadenosines, plural of thioadenosine. Thioalcohol, thiol, mercaptan. Thioalcohols, plural of thioalcohol. Thioaldehyde, any analog of an aldehyde of general formula Rc equals SH, in which the oxygen has been replaced by sulfur. Thioaldehydes, plural of thioaldehyde. Thioalkaloid, any alkaloid that has one or more sulfur atom. Thioalkaloids, plural of thioalkaloid. Thioalkyl, a univalent radical, Rs, derived from an alkyl thiol. Thioalkyls, plural of thioalkyl. Thioalkyne, an alkyne with is also a thioether. Thioalkynes, plural of thioalkyne. Thioamidation, reaction with a thioamide. Thioamidations, plural of thioamidation. Thioamide, any chemical compound analogous to the amides in which the oxygen atom of the carbonyl group is replaced by sulfur, RCSNH2 and N derivatives. Thiolamides, plural of thioamide. Thioaminal, any aminal that has one or more sulfur atoms. Thioaminols, plural of thioaminal. Thioanhydride, any analog of an acid anhydride or general formula Rc equals OS in which one oxygen has been replaced by sulfur. Thioanhydrides, plural of thioanhydride. Thioanion, an anion containing a negatively charged sulfur atom. Thioanions, plural of thioanion. Thioanisole, alternative form of thioanisole. Thioanisole, the aromatic thioether methylphenyl sulfide. It is used in organic synthesis and derivative of this compound. Thioanisols, plural of thioanisole. Thioanisols, plural of thioanisole. Thioantimonide, the ion of antimony and sulfur SBS or its salt. Thioantimonides, plural of thioantimonide. Thioantimonic acid, sulfantimonic acid. Thioaptamer, any aptamer that has sulfur atoms in its phosphoester bonds. Thioaptamers, plural of thioaptamer. Thioarsenite, any ion or derived salt in which one or more oxygen atoms of an arsenite is replaced by one of sulfur. Thioarsenites, plural of thioarsenite. Thioarsine, any organic compound containing one or more arsenic sulfur bonds. Thioarsines, plural of thioarsine. Thioaryl, a univalent radical Rs derived from a thioether with R as an aryl group. Thiolate, any salt or ester of a thioic acid. Thioates, plural of thioate. Thioautotroph, a chemoautotroph that feeds on sulfides. Thioautotrophic, describing a chemoautotrophic organism that feeds on sulfides. Thioautotrophs, plural of thioautotroph. Thioazofluoranthene, an azofluoranthene in which one or more carbon atoms has been replaced by sulfur. Thioazofluoranthanes, plural of thioazofluoranthene. Thioazolidine diene, misspelling of thiazolidine diene. Thiobacilli, plural of thiobacillus. Thiobacillus, any bacillus that is capable of metabolizing sulfur, especially members of the genus Thiobacillus. Thiobarbital, The barbiturate 5,5-dithiol-2-sulfanylamine 1,3-diazine 4,6-dione. Thiobarbiturate. Any compound obtained from a barbiturate by the formal substitution of an oxygen atom by one of sulfur. Thiobarbiturates. Plural of thiobarbiturate. Thiobarbituric, of or pertaining to thiobarbituric acid or its derivatives. Thiobarbituric acid. The heterocyclic compound 2-thioxydihydropyrimidine 4,6,1-H5H-thione that is used in biochemical assay. Thiobenzamide. The amide of thiobenzoic acid C6H5C equals SNH2. Thiobenzanilide. Any thioamide derived from thiobenzoic acid and aniline. Thiobenzanilides. Plural of thiobenzanili. Thiobenzoate. Any salt or ester of thiobenzoic acid. Thiobenzoates. Plural of thiobenzoate. Thiobenzoic, of or pertaining to thiobenzoic acid or its derivatives. Thiobenzoic acid. The thiocarboxylic acid analogous to benzoic acid C6H5COSH. Thiobenzophenone. The thioketone analogous to benzophenone. Thiobinopharidine. A particular thioalkaloid found in water lilies of the genus Nuphar. Thiobiotic. That lives in an environment rich in sulfur. Thiobispropanol. Any ester or salt of thiobispropionic acids. Thiobispropionic acid. The decarboxylic acid SCH2CH2. Thiobutabarbital. A short-acting barbiturate derivative trademark in actin which has sedative, anticonvulsant, and hypnotic effects and is used in veterinary medicine for induction in surgical anesthesia. Thiocalcin. A protease that is activated by calcium after having been reacted with thioredoxin. Thiocaine. A saturated 8-membered heterocycle having 7 carbon atoms and 1 sulfur atom. Thiocaines. Plural of thiocaine. Thiocarbamate. Any compound formally derived from a carbamate by replacing an oxygen atom by one of sulfur. Thiocarbamates. Plural of thiocarbamate. Thiocarbamide. Thiourea. Thiocarbamides. Plural of thiocarbamide. Thiocarbamoil. A radical derived from thiocarbamide. Thiocarbamoils. Plural of thiocarbamoil. Thiocarbazi. The thiocarbonyl derivative of hydrazine NH2NHCS that is used in the synthesis of herbicides, etc. Thiocarbazides. Plural of thiocarbazi. Thiocarbazone. Any of a class of organic nitrogen compounds derived from the parent compound HN equals NCSNHNH2. Thiocarbazones. Plural of thiocarbazone. Thiocarbohydrate. Any compound derived from a carbohydrate by replacing one or more oxygen atoms by sulfur. Thiocarbohydrates. Plural of thiocarbohydrate. Thiocarbohydrazi. Any endiamino derivative of thiourea. Thiocarbohydrazides. Plural of thiocarbohydrazi. Thiocarbon. Any chemical compound containing only atoms of carbon and sulfur. Thiocarbonate. Any anion formally derived from a carbonate by replacing one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Any salt containing such an anion. Thiocarbonates. Plural of thiocarbonate. Or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Any salt containing such an anion. Thiocarbonates. Plural of thiocarbonate. Thiocarbonic. describing a carbonic radical in which one or more atoms of oxygen have been replaced by sulfur. Thiocarbonohydrazide, alternative form of thiocarbohydrazide. Thiocarbonyl, the divalent radical S equals C characteristic of thioketones. Thiocarbonyls, plural of thiocarbonyl. Thiocarboxyl, a functional group derived from a thiocarboxylic acid in which either or both oxygen atoms of a carboxyl group are replaced by those of sulfur. Thiocarboxylate, any compound or ion formerly derived from a carboxylate by replacing one or both oxygen atoms with those of sulfur. Thiocarboxylated, modified by reaction with or conversion to a thiocarboxylate. Thiocarboxylates, plural of thiocarboxylate. Thiocarboxylation, any reaction that introduces a thiocarboxylate group into a molecule. Thiocarboxylations, plural of thiocarboxylation. Thiocarboxylic, of or pertaining to thiocarboxylic acids or their derivatives. Thiocarboxylic acid, any analog of a carboxylic acid or general formula Rc equals SOH, Rc equals OSH, or Rc equals SSH in which one or both of the oxygen has been replaced by sulfur. Thiocarboxylic acids, plural of thiocarboxylic acid. Thiocarboxyls, plural of thiocarboxyl. Thiocarli, a thiourea drug used in the treatment of tuberculosis, inhibiting oleic acid and tuberculosteric acid. Thiochlorophenphen, a particular fungicide. Thiocholine, a mercaptoquaternary ammonium compound with formula CHN plus CH2CH2SH-. It is used as a reagent for the determination of cholinesterases. Thiocholinergic, produced or activated by thiocholine. Thiocholines, plural of thiocholine. Thiochromane, the bicyclic heterocycle formerly derived from chromane by replacing the oxygen atom by one of sulfur. Thiochromanes, plural of thiochromane. Thiochrome, a derivative of thiamine used in the colorimetric analysis of vitamin B1. Thiochrome, the bicyclic heterocycle formerly derived from chrome by replacing the oxygen atom by one of sulfur. Thiochromes, plural of thiochrome. Thiochromes, plural of thiochrome. Thiochromone, 1,4-benzothiopyrone, a derivative of benzopyrin with a substituted keto group on the thiopyrin ring. Thiochromones, plural of thiochromone. Thiocillin, a macrocyclic thiazole peptide that has bactericidal activity. Thiocillins, plural of thiocillin. Thiocene, an unsaturated 8-membered heterocycle having 7 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 3 double bonds. Thiocenes, plural of thiocene. Thiocloprid, misspelling of thiocloprid. Thiocolchicine, any thioderivative of colchicine, but especially the tubulin synthesis inhibitor 10-thiocholchicine. Thiocolchicines, plural of thiocolchicine. Thiocolchicoside, a synthetic glycoside of complex structure used as an analgesic. Thiocompound, any organic compound containing sulfur, especially a heterocycle containing a sulfur atom in the ring. Thiocompounds, plural of thiocompound. Thiochoroline, a microbial dipeptide produced by Micromonospora that has some anti-cancer activity. Thiocresol, either of the 3 isomeric thiophenols derived from toluene equivalent to the cresols. Thiocresols, plural of thiocresol. Thioptic acid, lipoic acid, thiocyanate, any salt or ester of azelaic acid, or VSEN medical or VSENAN. Thiocyanates, plural of thiocyanate. Thiocyanation, the action with or formation of a thiocyanate. Thiocyanations, plural of thiocyanation. Thiocyanic, sulfocyanic. Thiocyanic acid, a poisonous and stable liquid HSCN. Its salts and esters, the thiocyanates, have a variety of uses. Thiocyanic acids, plural of thiocyanic acid. Thiocyanide, thiocyanate. Thiocyanides, plural of thiocyanide. Thiocyanogen, the pseudohalogen N identical to CSSC identical to N. Thiocyanuric, of, related to, or derived from thiocyanuric acid. Thiocyanuric acid, the aromatic heterocyclic thiol 1,3,5-triazine 2,4,6-trithiol. Thiocysteine, a persulfide of cysteine. Thiocytosine, a derivative of cytosine in which a hydroxyl group has been replaced by a thiol group. Thiodegalactoside, a degalactoside in which the oxygen that links the glycan to the sugar is replaced by a sulfur. Thiodegalactosides, plural of thiodegalactoside. Thiodiglycol, a viscous, clear to pale yellow liquid used as a solvent, miscible with acetone, alcohols, and chloroform and soluble in benzene, ether, and tetrachloromethane. Thiodiglycols, plural of thiodiglycol. Thiodiphenylamine, phenazine. Thiodiphosphate, any derivative of a diphosphate in which one or more oxygen atoms have been replaced by sulfur. Thiodiphosphates, plural of thiodiphosphate. Thiodipropionate, synonym of thiobispropanate. Thiodipropionates, plural of thiodipropionate. Thioenzyme, any enzyme that acts on a thiol group, typically of an amino acid such as cysteine. Thioenzymes, plural of thioenzyme. Thioester, any of several classes of organic compound in which one or both oxygen atoms of an ester group are replaced by those of sulfur. Thioesterase, any of various enzymes of the esterase family that exhibit esterase activity specifically at a thiol group. Thioesterases, plural of thioesterase. Thioesterification, any reaction that leads to the production of a thioester. Thioesterifications, plural of thioesterification. Thioesterify, simple past and past participle of thioesterify. Thioesterifies, third person singular simple present indicative of thioesterify. Thioesterify, of an acid to combine with a thiol or of an alcohol to combine with a thioacid to form a thioester. Thioesterifying, present participle and gerund of thioesterify. Thioesters, plural of thioester. Thioethanolamine, cysteamine. Thilether, any analog of an ether or general formula RSR in which the oxygen has been replaced by sulfur, an organic sulfide. Thioetherification, the formation of a thioether. Thioetherifications, plural of thioetherification. Thioethers, plural of thioether. Thioethyl, a univalent ethical CH3CH2S derived from and ethyl. Thioethyls, plural of thioethyl. Thiofentanyl, a particular narcotic painkiller. Thioflavin, either of two dyes thioflavin S and thioflavin T used for histology staining and biophysical studies of protein aggregation. Thioflavine, alternative form of thioflavin. Thioflavines, plural of thioflavine. Thioflavins, plural of thioflavin. Thioformaldehyde, the simplest thioaldehyde HCHS. Thioformaldehydes, plural of thioformaldehyde. Thiofuran, thiophene. Thiofurans, plural of thiofuran. Thiogalactopyranosides, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a thiogalactopyranoside. Thiogalactopyranoside, the pyranoside form of a thiogalactoside. Thiogalactopyranosides, plural of thiogalactopyranoside. Thiogalactoside, a galactoside in which the oxygen that links the glycone to the sugar is replaced by a sulfur. Thiogalactosides, plural of thiogalactoside. Thiogallate, any anion derived from a gallate by replacing one or more oxygen atom by sulfur, any salt containing such an anion. Thiogallates, plural of thiogallate. Thiogenic, that converts sulfide into elemental sulfur or into organic sulfur compounds. Thioblitazone, any of several commercial blitazones. Thioblitazones, plural of thioblitazone. Thioglucopyranoside, any thioglycoside of a glucopyranose. Thioglucopyranosides, plural of thioglucopyranoside. Thioglucose, a thiolate of glucose. Thioglucosides, a hydrolase enzyme that catalyzes the chemical reaction a thioglucoside plus H2O, a sugar plus a thiol. Thioglucosidases, plural of thioglucosidase. Thioglucoside, any thioglycoside of glucose. Thioglucosides, plural of thioglucoside. Thioglucosidic, relating to a thioglucoside. Thioglycerol, 3-mercaptopropane, 1,2-diol, a chemical compound used as a matrix in mass spectrometry. Thioglycine, the thiocarboxylic acid analog of glycine. Thioglycol, any compound that is both a thiol and an alcohol having the two functional groups on adjacent carbon atoms. Thioglycolate, any salt or ester of thioglycolic acid. Thioglycolated, modified by reaction with a thioglycolate. Thioglycolates, plural of thioglycolate. Thioglycolic, of or pertaining to thioglycolic acid or its derivatives. Thioglycolic acid, the compound mercaptosidic acid formerly derived from glycolic acid by replacing the hydroxyl group with a sulfhydryl group. Thioglycolate, a sulfur-substituted glycolate. Thioglycolates, plural of thioglycolate. Thioglycoside, any glycoside in which a hydroxyl group of a sugar is replaced by a sulfide group. Thioglycosides, plural of thioglycoside. Thioglycosylation, the reaction analogous to a glycosylation that forms a thioglycoside. Thioglycosylations, plural of thioglycosylation. Thioguanine, US and UK spelling of thioguanine. Thioguanines, plural of thioguanine. Thioguanosine, the compound 2-amino-6-mercapto-9-bd-ribofuranosyl formerly derived from guanosine by replacing the guanine by thioguanine. Thiohemiacetyl, Any compound of general formula R2CSROH, R2C or SH or R2CSRSH derived from a hemiacyl by replacing oxygen with sulfur. Thiohemiacetyls, plural of thiohemiacetyl. Thiohemiaminal, any hemiaminal that has one or more sulfur atoms. Thiohemiaminals, plural of thiohemiaminal. Thiohemictyl, any thiohemiacyl derived from a ketone or thioketone. Thiohemictyls, plural of thiohemictyl. Thiohexamide, an antidiabetic drug. Thiohydantoin, any derivative of a hydantoin in which one or both carbonyl oxygen atoms are replaced by sulfur. Thiohydantoins, plural of thiohydantoin. Thiohydrazone, synonym of thiosemicarbazone. Thiohydrazones, plural of thiohydrazone. Thiohydrolase, an enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a thioester. Thiohydrolases, plural of thiohydrolase. Thiohydroxamate, a thioderivative of a hydroxamate. Thiohydroxamates, plural of thiohydroxamate. Thioic, of or pertaining to a thioic acid or its derivatives. Thioic acid, any organic compound formerly derived from a carboxylic acid by replacing either or both of the carboxyl oxygen atoms with sulfur RCSOH, RCOSH, or RCSSH. Thioic acids, plural of thioic acid. Thioimidate, any thioether of an amine having general formula Rn equals CSRR. Thioimidates, plural of thioimidate. Thioimidazole, synonym of mercaptoimidazole. Thioimidazoles, plural of thioimidazole. Thioindigo, any compound formerly derived from indigo by replacing amino groups with sulfur. Thioindigoid, derived from or resembling thioindigo. Thioindigos, plural of thioindigo. Thioinosine, a derivative of inosine in which the carbonyl group of the hypoxanthine ring is replaced by a thiocarbonyl group. Thioiode, a mixed sulfide and iodide. Thioiodides, plural of thioiodide. Thiokettle, the sulfur analog of a kettle with one of the oxygen atoms replaced by sulfur. Thiokettles, plural of thiokettle. Thioketone, any analog of a keton of general formula RC equals SR in which the oxygen has been replaced by sulfur. Thioketones, plural of thioketone. Thiokinase, a ligase that synthesizes coenzyme thioesters. Thiokinases, plural of thiokinase. Thiokol, any of various organic polysulfide polymers used as elastomers in seals and sealants. Thiocols, plural of thiocol. Thiol, a univalent organic radical SH containing a sulfur and a hydrogen atom, a compound containing such a radical. Thiolactam, any compound formerly derived from a lactam by replacing the oxygen atom with sulfur, a cyclic thioamide. Thiolactams, plural of thiolactam. Thiolactamycin, a thiolactone antibiotic active against mycobacteria. Thiolactinase, any enzyme that hydrolyzes a thiolactone. Thiolactinases, plural of thiolactinase. Thiolactone, any of a class of compounds formerly derived from the lactones by replacing either or both of the oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thiolactones, plural of thiolactone. Thiolane, the five-membered saturated heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms and 1 sulfur atom, any derivative of this compound. Thiolanes, plural of thiolane. Thiolase, any enzyme that catalyzes the removal of a thiol group. Thiolases, plural of thiolase. Thiolate, any derivative of a thiol in which a metal atom replaces the hydrogen attached to sulfur RSH equals Rs-M+. Thiolated, reacted with or converted into a thiol. Thiolates, plural of thiolate. Thiolating, converting into a thiol. Thiolation, reaction with a thiol. Thiolations, plural of thiolation. Thiolato, a thiolate moiety serving as a substituent. Thiol, thiophene. Thiolhistidine betaine, synonym of erdithionine. Thiolic, of or pertaining to a thiol. Thiolix, synonym of endosulfan. Thiols, plural of thiol. Thioltransferase, any transferase that catalyzes the transfer of a thiol group. Thioltransferases, plural of thioltransferase. Thiolutin, a sulfur-containing antibiotic that is a potent inhibitor of bacterial and yeast RNA polymerases. Thiolysis, a reaction with a thiol that cleaves one compound into 2. Thiolytic, relating to thiolysis. Thiomalate, any salt or ester of thiomalic acid. Thiomalates, plural of thiomalate. Thiomer, a thiolated polymer. Thiomers, plural of thiomer. Thiomersal, a compound, chemical formula C9H9HgNaO2S, used as an antiseptic and antifungal agent, especially in vaccines. Thiometallate, alternative form of thiometallate. Thiometallates, plural of thiometallate. Thiometallate, any metallate containing sulfur as ligand. Thiometallates, plural of thiometallate. Thiomethexam, misspelling of thiomethexam. Thiomidate, alternative form of thioimidate. Thiomidates, plural of thiomidate. Thiomodification, modification of an organic compound by the addition of a thiol group or by replacing an oxygen atom by one of sulfur. Thiomodifications, plural of thiomodification. Thiomolybdate, any anion or associated salt formerly derived from molybdate by replacing one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thiomolybdates, plural of thiomolybdate. Thiomorpholine, a saturated alicyclic heterocycle that has 4 carbon atoms, 1 nitrogen and 1 sulfur atom, but especially for thiomorpholine. Thiomorpholines, plural of thiomorpholine. Thiomuracin, a thiopeptide that is an antimicrobial secondary metabolite. Thiomuracins, plural of thiomuracin. Thionamide, alternative form of thioamide. Thionamides, plural of thionamide. Thionane, a saturated heterocycle that has 8 carbon atoms and a sulfur atom. Thionaphthene, a 2-ringed aromatic heterocycle consisting of a benzene ring fused to one of thiophene, any derivative of this compound. Thionaphenes, plural of thionaphthene. Thionet, any salt or ester of a thionic acid. Thionets, plural of thionate. Thionation. Reaction with elemental sulfur. Thionations. Plural of thionation. A ketone-like compound in which the oxygen is replaced by sulfur, having the general formula R2C equals S. Thionobutyl. A general anesthetic that is administered intravenously. Ions. Plural of thion. Thionic. Of or pertaining to sulfur. Thionic acid. Any oxyacid of sulfur of the form H2SNO6. Examples are known having N from 2 to 6. Thionic acids. Plural of thionic acid. Thionin. Alternative form of thionine. Thionine. An artificial red or violet distuff consisting of a complex sulfur derivative of certain aromatic diamides. Thionines. Plural of thionine. Thionins. Plural of thionin. Thionite. A fictional addictive drug said to induce euphoric dreams. Thionnitrobenzene. Synonym of nitrothiophonol. Thionitrobenzoate. Any mercapto derivative of a nitrobenzoate. Thionitrobenzoates. Plural of thionitrobenzoate. Thionitrobenzoic acid. The aromatic carboxylic acid fiber mercapto-2-nitrobenzoic acid. Thionitronium. The cation NS. Thionitrosonium. The cation NS+. Dionyl. A red or violet distuff with a greenish metallic luster, produced by the chemical dehydration of thionine. Dionyline. A fluorescent crystalline substance, intermediate in composition between thionol and thionine. Thionolines. Plural of thionoline. Thionucleoside. A nucleoside containing a thiosugar. Thionucleosides. Plural of thionucleoside. Thionuphlutine. A particular thioalkaloid found in water lilies of the genus Nuphar. Thionville. A commune in Moselle Department, Grand Est, France. Thionyl. The divalent radical O equals S. Thionyl chloride. The inorganic compound Socyl 2. Thionylamine. Sulfanylamine. Thionylamines. Plural of thionylamine. Thionyl chloride. Alternative form of thionyl chloride. Thionyls. Plural of thionyl. Thiopanic acid. Pentyl taurine. Thiopentyl. A barbiturate CHN2O2S trademark pentothal used in the form of its sodium salt, especially as an intravenous anesthetic and as a supposed truth serum. Thiopentum. Thiopentyl. Thiopeptide. Any of a family of antibiotics composed of a ring structure containing highly modified amino acids and a linear peptide containing dehydrogenase extending from the ring at a pyridyl group. Thiopeptides. Plural of thiopeptide. Thiopeptin. Any of a group of peptide antibiotics produced by streptomyces added to animal feed. Thiopeptins. Plural of thiopeptin. Thiopeptide. A peptide containing one or more thiopeptides. Thiopeptides. Plural of thiopeptide. Thioperamide. A potent histamine antagonist that crosses the blood-brain barrier. Thioperoxide. any of a class of compounds of general formula RSO formally derived from the peroxides by replacing one oxygen atom with sulfur. Thioperoxides, plural of thioperoxide. Thiophanate, a particular fungicide. Thiophane, tetrahydrothiophene. Thiophanes, plural of thiophane. Thiophanic acid, a natural chemical found in Buellia, with EPAC name 2457 tetrachloro 136-trihydroxy 8-methylxanthin 91. Thiophene, archaic form of thiophene. Thiophene, any of a class of aromatic heterocyclic compounds containing a ring of 4 carbon atoms and a sulfur atom, especially the simplest one, C4H4S. Thiophenes, plural of thiophene. Thiophenic, relating to or derived from a thiophene. Thiophenic acid, a certain acid analogous to benzoic acid. Thiophenicol, thiamphenicol. Thiophenol, any aromatic thiol equivalent to a phenol. Thiophenols, plural of thiophenol. Thiophenon, a derivative of a thiophene that has a carbonyl group substituted for a methylene group. Thiophenons, plural of thiophenon. Thiophens, plural of thiophene. Thiophenyl, a univalent radical derived from thiophenol. Thiophilic, having an affinity with ligands that contain sulfur. Thiophilic, misspelling of thiophilic. Thiophosgene, a yellow liquid with chemical formula CSCl2 used in organic synthesis. Thiophosphate, any compound formally derived from a phosphate by replacing one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thiophosphates, plural of thiophosphate. Thiophosphoric acid, the acid S equals POH that is the basis of thiophosphates. Thiophosphoryl, the trivalent radical S equals P identical to. Thiophosphorylamide, the thiophosphoryl derivative of ammonia or an amine. Thiophosphorylated, modified by thiophosphorylation. Thiophosphorylation, reaction with a thiophosphate. Thiophosphorylations, plural of thiophosphorylation. Thiophene, a double thiophene nucleus C6H4S2, analogous to thionaphthene and the base of a large series of compounds. Thiophthanies, plural of thiophene. Thioproline, diamino acid diazolidine 4-carboxylic acid. Thioproposate, an antipsychotic drug. Thioproperazine, an antipsychotic drug. Thiopropyl, a univalent equals CH3CH2CH2S derived from propanediol. Thiopropyls, plural of thiopropyl. Thiopurine, any of several types of sulfur derivative of a purine, some of which have medical applications. Thiopurines, plural of thiopurine. Thiopurine, an unsaturated 6-membered heterocycle consisting of 5 carbon atoms, 1 sulfur atom, and 2 double bonds. Thiopurines, plural of thiopurine. Thiopyridine, a bicyclic heterocycle composed of a thiophene ring fused to one pyridine. Thiopyridines, plural of thiopyridine. Thiopyridone, a derivative of a pyridone in which the carbonyl oxygen atom is substituted by one of sulfur. Thiopyridones, plural of thiopyridone. Thiopyrimidine, any of several types of derivative of a pyrimidine containing a sulfur atom attached to the ring. Thiopyrimidines, plural of thiopyrimidine. Thiopyrophosphate, any anion or group formally derived from pyrophosphate by replacing one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur, any salt or ester containing this anion/group. Thiopyrophosphates, plural of thiopyrophosphate. Thioberyllium, an unsaturated, not wholly aromatic heterocyclic cation that has 5 carbon atoms, a sulfur atom, and 3 partially delocalized double bonds. Thioberylliums, plural of thioberyllium. Thioquinolobactin, an antifungal siderophore obtained from Pseudomonas fluorescens. Thioquinone, any of a class of compounds formally derived from the quinones by replacing either or both of the oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thioquinones, plural of thioquinone. Thioquinox, a particular fungicide. Thioredoxin, any of the family of antioxidant proteins that are found in all mammalian cells. Thioredoxins, plural of thioredoxin. Thioreductase, any enzyme that reduces disulfide to thiol. Thioreductases, plural of thioreductase. Thioridazine, a synthetic compound derived from phenethiazine used as a tranquilizer chiefly in the treatment of mental illness. Thioridazines, plural of thioridazine. Thiophene, the active metabolite of resveratrol. Thiosalicylate, any salt or ester of thiosalicylic acid. Thiosalicylates, plural of thiosalicylate. Thiosalicylic, derived from salicin and containing carboxyl and sulfhydryl functional groups. Thiosalicylic acid, the aromatic carboxylic acid 2-sulfonylbenzoic acid. Thiosemicarbazide, an analog of a semicarbazide that contains a sulfur atom in place of the oxygen atom. Thiosemicarbazides, plural of thiosemicarbazide. Thiosemicarbazone, an analog of a semicarbazone that contains a sulfur atom in place of the oxygen atom. Thiosemicarbazones, plural of thiosemicarbazone. Thiocinamine, synonym of allylurea. Thiostatin, a kininogen that inhibits a cysteine proteinase. Thiostreptin, a cyclic oligopeptide antibiotic derived from several strains of Streptomyces bacteria. Thiostreptone, alternative form of thiostreptin. Thiosugar, a compound formed from a sugar by replacing one or more oxygen atoms with sulfur. Thiosugars, plural of thiosugar. Thiosulfate, any salt or ester of thiosulfuric acid. Thiosulfates, plural of thiosulfate. Thiosulfide, the anion S equals S dash or radical S equals S. Thiosulfides, plural of thiosulfide. Thiosulfonate, any salt or ester of a thiosulfinic acid RSOSR. Thiosulfonates, plural of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfine, any S-sulfide of a thioaldehyde or thioketone. Thiosulfines, plural of thiosulfine. Thiosulfite, the anion S equals SO2, any salt containing this anion. Thiosulfites, plural of thiosulfite. Thiosulfonate, any salt or ester of a thiosulfonic acid. Thiosulfonates, plural of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfonic acid, any organic oxyacid having a general formula RSO2SH. Thiosulfonic acids, plural of thiosulfonic acid. Thiosulfuranil, a disulfide article associated with the furan ring of a ribonucleotide. Thiosulfuric, of or pertaining to thiosulfuric acid or its derivatives. Thiosulfuric acid, an unstable acid, H2S2O3, formerly derived from sulfuric acid by the substitution of a sulfur atom in the place of an oxygen one. It is known only in solution or as its salts and esters, the thiosulfates. Thiosulfate, a salt of thiosulfuric acid. Thiosulfates, plural of thiosulfate. Thiosulfonate, alternative form of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfonates, plural of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfonate, alternative form of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfonates, plural of thiosulfonate. Thiosulfuranil, misspelling of thiosulfuranil. Thiosulfuric, alternative spelling of thiosulfuric. Thiosulfuric acid, alternative spelling of thiosulfuric acid. Thiotepa, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Thiotapa, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Thiotetrabarbital, a short-acting barbiturate derivative used as an anesthetic. Thiotetracine, a polycyclic aromatic compound consisting of a thiophene ring fused to tetracine. Thiothixine, a thioxanthine drug used as a typical antipsychotic medication. Thiothixines, plural of thiothixine. Thiothymidine, a thioketone analog of thymidine, 1,2-R4s 5-R4-hydroxy 5-hydroxymethyl oxalan 2-il-5-methyl 4-sulfonylynepyrimidine 2,1. Thiotoluene, a colorless oily liquid, C4H3S.CH3, analogous to toluene, which it resembles, methylthiophene. Thiotoluenes, plural of thiotoluene. Thiotoluene, alternative form of thiotoluene. Thiotoluenes, plural of thiotoluene. Thiotoluidine, diimidadidyl sulfide, C7H6-NHS, a substance used in the production of some azo dyes. Thiotriphosphate, a triphosphate, such as ATP, in which an oxygen has been replaced by a sulfur. Thiotriphosphates, plural of thiotriphosphate. Thiotroph, any thiotrophic organism. Thiotrophic, describing an organism that oxidizes sulfur compounds as a major part of its metabolism. Thiotrophs, plural of thiotroph. Thiotrophy, the condition of being thiotrophic. Thiotropicin, the antibiotic A-sulfylcycloheptadeoxyl-3-phordeone. Thiouracil, any of a class of heterocycles based on 2-thioxo-1-H-pyrimidine 4,1. The parent compound interferes with the synthesis of thyroxine and is used in the treatment of hyperthyroidism. Thiouracils, plural of thiouracil. Thiourea, any of a class of compounds based on NH2CSNH2, formerly derived from urea by replacing the oxygen atom with sulfur, used in photography as a fixing agent in inorganic synthesis and in medicine as an antithyoid drug. Thioureas, plural of thiourea. Thioureline, any of a group of antithyroid drugs that rare derivatives of thiouracil. Thiouralines, plural of thiouralene. Thiouridine, a compound formerly derived from uridine by replacing an oxygen atom with one of sulfur, but especially for thiouridine, which is used as an affinity label. Thiouridines, plural of thiouridine. Thiouridylase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of a derivative of thiouridine. Thiourylases, plural of thiouridylase. Thiouryline, misspelling of thiouryline. Thioviridamide, any of a group of peptide antibiotics that contain several thioamide bonds produced by Streptomyces alivavirides. Thioviridamides, plural of thioviridamide. Thioxane, the saturated heterocycle that has four methylene groups, one sulfur atom and one oxygen atom. Thioxanes, plural of thioxane. Thioxanthine, the tricyclic heterocycle sulfur analog of xanthine consisting of two benzene rings fused to that of thiopyrin. Thioxanthinase, plural of thioxanthine. Thioxanthinon, synonym of thioxanthone. Thioxanthinons, plural of thioxanthinon. Thioxanthine, misspelling of thioxanthine. Thioxanthone, a tricyclic ketone derivative of thioxanthine having a carbonyl group opposite the sulfur atom. Thioxanthones, plural of thioxanthone. Thioxine, any of three possible metameric substances that are dimethyl derivatives of thiophene, like the xylenes from benzene. Thioxenes, plural of thioxene. Thiolate, any univalent radical derived from a thiol. Thiolylation, any reaction in which a thioyl radical is attached. Thioyls, plural of thioyl. Thur, obsolete spelling of there. Lyra, Santorini, an island of Greece. Lyra, rare spelling of Thera. Thuro, the fungicide and bird repellent tetramethylthiram disulfide. Thurams, plural of thuram. Thur, alternative form of turin. Thur, the ordinal form of the cardinal number 3, coming after the second. Third age, the age after retirement, but while one is still young enough to be active, young old age. Third angle projection, a method of technical drawing where the front view of the object is placed in the third quadrant, the side view is to the right, and the top view is above it. More common in North America. Third angle projections, plural of third angle projection. Third art, synonym of painting, the activity of painting as an art form. Third base, the base after second base in a counterclockwise path around a baseball infield. Third baseman, the infield defensive player that stands near third base. Third baseman, plural of third baseman. Third bases, plural of third base. Third best, characterized by being a third best in the below sense. Third bests, plural of third best. Third camp, alternative letter case form of third camp. Third camp, a socialist ideology originating in Trotskyism, which aims to support the organized working class as opposed to capitalism, or another prominent force, originally Stalinism, and in the 1990s and 2000s often Islamism. Third camps, plural of third camp. Third class, a reduced rate mail service for printed matter. Third classes, plural of third class. Third coast, any coastal region of the United States distinct from the East Coast and West Coast, especially either the Great Lakes region or the Gulf Coast. Third conditional, a structure used to convey unreal or unfulfilled events in the past, containing an if clause with a verb in the past perfect and a main clause with would plus the bare perfect infinitive of a verb. Third conditionals, plural of third conditional. Third contact, the moment during an eclipse or transit when the smaller body is entirely inside the larger body, moving outward, also known as interior egress. Third contacts, plural of third contact. Third cosmic velocities, plural of third cosmic velocity. Third cosmic velocity, the escape velocity of the solar system, interstellar speed. Third countries, plural of third country. Third country, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See third country. A country other than two specific countries, especially a country not party to an agreement between two other countries. Third cousin, a grandchild of one's grandparent's first cousin. Third cousins, plural of third cousin. Third cover, the inside back cover of a publication. Third covers, plural of third cover. Third cranial mirror, synonym of oculomotor nerve. Third culture kid, a young person who has lived for a significant period outside their birth or passport country due to parental work-related migration. Third culture kids, plural of third culture kid, abbreviation TCK. Third day, Tuesday, the third day of the Judeo-Christian 7-day week. Third degree, intensive rough interrogation in order to extract information or a confession. Third dimension, the quality of depth or thickness that differentiates a solid object from a two-dimensional image of it. Third dimensions, plural of third dimension. Third down, the third down in a series that has a maximum of 4 downs, traditionally the last running/passing play before punting. Third downs, plural of third down. Third epistle of John, synonym of 3 John. Third estate, the caste of commoners in France prior to 1789 as distinct from the nobility and clergy. Third eye, a personal source of psychic visions and clairvoyance according to certain spiritual beliefs. Third eyes, plural of third eye. Third finger, ring finger. Third fingers, plural of third finger. Third freedom rights, the right of an airline of one country to land in a different country and to plane passengers coming from the airline's own country. Third gear, the third of the available gears in a transmission or other gearbox. Third gears, plural of third gear. Third gender, a category, a gender, present in societies which recognize 3 or more genders, which is neither male nor female. In some societies, the category may contain individuals who are intersex or androgynous, while other societies may categorize transgender people into it. Compare fourth gender. Third genders, plural of third gender. Third grade, the period in school that comes after second grade and before fourth grade. Third grader, a pupil who is in third grade. Third graders, plural of third grader. Third grades, plural of third grade. Third hand, a tool used to squeeze caliper brakes against the rim of a wheel, as on a bicycle, thereby allowing adjustments to the brake cable. Third hands, plural of third hand. Third heaven, the abode of God in some Abrahamic religions. Third intermediate period, The period of Egyptian history from the end of the New Kingdom to the start of the late period, comprising the 21st through 25th dynasties and characterized by political fragmentation and periods of Libyan and Nubian rule over Egypt. Third inversion, a position of a seventh chord when the seventh of the chord is the lowest note. Third inversions, plural of third inversion. Third island chain, alternative letter case form of third island chain. Third island chain, the Andaman Islands, Nicobar Islands, Sumatra, from Burma in the north to either the Indonesian archipelago or Australia in the south. Third language acquisition, the process of individuals who are already multilingual learning additional languages. Third to last, synonym of antepenultimate. Third law of robotics. One of the three laws of robotics, requiring a robot to protect its own existence, as long as this does not conflict with the first law which forbids a robot to harm a human, or the second law which requires robots to obey humans. Third leg. A penis, specifically a long one. Third legs. Plural of third leg. Third lieutenant, the lowest commissioned officer grade of the American Colonial Gendarmerie, an organization which existed from 1901 through 1942. The American Colonial Army also had this grade from 1935 through 1942. Similar to the American Colonial Army, the Spanish Army in 1898 had a rank structure with 4 company grade officer ranks: captain, first lieutenant, second lieutenant, and ensign or alferez. In contrast, the Philippine Army in July 1898, like the present Philippine Army, had 3 company grade officer ranks: captain, first lieutenant, and second lieutenant. Third man, a fielding position on the offside, behind square, near the boundary, a fielder in that position. Third market, the trading of exchange-listed securities over the counter rather than through the exchange. Third markets, plural of third market. Third mana, plural of third man. Third mesa, synonym of Haute-Villa-Bakavi. Third normal form, a stage in the normalization of a relational database in which a database is in second normal form and all non-key attributes are mutually independent, no transient dependencies. Third normal forms, plural of third normal form. Third officer, a relief aircrew member, often used on long-distance flights. Third officers, plural of third officer. Third order, lay members of Christian religious orders who do not necessarily live in a religious community such as a monastery or a nunnery, and yet can claim to wear the religious habit and participate in the good works of a great order. Third order stream, a stream formed by the confluence of 2 second-order streams, or of a second-order stream and a third-order stream. Third-order streams, plural of third-order stream. Third orders, plural of third order. Third partier, a member or supporter of a third party. Third partiers, plural of third partier. Third parties, plural of third party. Third party, someone not directly involved in a transaction, an entity beyond the seller first party and customer second party. Third party processor, a company that is contracted by a bank etc. to conduct some part of a financial transaction process, especially a company that provides software or hardware for such a process. Third party processors, plural of third party processor. Third pennies, plural of third penny. Third penny, a third part of the profits of fines and penalties imposed at the county court, which was among the perquisites enjoyed by the Earl. Third period, according to an obsolete theory, a period shortly after the Great Depression in which capitalism would be marked by further crises and then soon collapse. Third person, the words, word forms, and grammatical structures taken collectively that are normally used of people or things other than the speaker or the audience. Third person limited, a style of narrative writing that uses the third person and describes the perspective of only one character. Third persons, plural of third person. Third place, a social space separate from the two usual social environments of home first place and the workplace second place, such as a bar or public library. Third places, plural of third place. Third planet, the planet Earth. Third position, a neo-fascist political stance that opposes both capitalism and communism. Third position, a position in which one foot is placed in front of the other so that the heel of the front foot is near the edge of the rear foot. Third positionism, support for the third position as a political stance. Third positionist, a person who adopts the third position as a political stance. Third positionist, plural of third positionist. Third rail, the electrified rail that runs beside or between train tracks to power electric trains. Third rails, plural of third rail. Third rate, alternative spelling of third rate. Third rates, plural of third rate. Third reading, in the UK and various other countries, the final presentation of a bill proposed legislation to a parliament or legislature or chamber thereof, which takes place after the bill has passed through all its necessary prior stages. Following a debate, members vote on whether to pass the bill, which in the UK may then be sent for consideration by the other chamber or for royal assent. Third readings, plural of third reading. Third Reich, synonym of Nazi Germany. Third Republic, ellipsis of French Third Republic, 1870–1940, from the end of the Second Empire until the capitulation to Nazi Germany. Third screen, the screen of a mobile device as opposed to earlier television and computer screens regarded as a means of transmitting advertisements, etc. Third sector, the economic sector consisting of non-governmental non-profits. Third session, the session of a day's play between tea and close of play. Third sessions, plural of third session. Third sex, a third gender, a category of people who are not male or female, or whose sexual roles, anatomy, or identities place them outside of the established male and female categories. Third sexes, plural of third sex. Third shift, a regularly scheduled period of work, being the third one in the standard working day of any particular company, usually the third of 3 with 24/3 equals 8 hours long, usually at night, and usually from midnight to 8:00 a.m. Third shifts, plural of third shift. Third slip, a fielding position to the offside of second slip, a fielder in that position. Third slips, plural of third slip. Third space, alternative letter case form of third space. Third space, a state or situation in which cultural distinctions do not apply, allowing one to transcend cultural assumptions. Third spaces, plural of third space. Third spacing, the abnormal accumulation of fluid watery liquid into an extracellular and extravascular space or potential space, i.e. outside vessels and outside cells. Third stream, alternative form of third Third stream. Third stream, a form of jazz created in the 1950s, performed in ensembles in a style influenced by Western classical music, such as by using musical notation and eschewing improvisation. Third string, of a decidedly lower quality or condition. Third strings, plural of third string. Third time is the charm, alternative form of third time's a charm. Third time lucky, synonym of third time's a charm. Third time pays for all, synonym of third time's a charm. Third time's a charm. One is sure to succeed at a task or event on the third try. Third time's the charm, alternative form of third time's a charm. Third to last, synonym of antepenultimate. Third tonsil, synonym of adenoid. Third tonsils, plural of third tonsil. Third umpire, a match official who uses TV replays to assist the two umpires in the case of close decisions. Third umpires, plural of third umpire. Third ventricle, one of the four connected ventricles of the mammalian brain. Third ventricles, plural of third ventricle. Third wave feminist, alternative spelling of third wave feminist. Third wave feminists, plural of third wave feminists. Third way, alternative letter case form of third way. Third way, an approach or solution which strives for an alternative to or middle ground between two opposing viewpoints. Third ways, plural of third way. Third wheel, an individual or object that serves no useful purpose. Third wheels, plural of third wheel. Third world, those countries not aligned with the West or the East during the Cold War. Third world, alternative letter case form of third world. Third world briefcase, a portable ghetto blaster. Third world briefcases, plural of third world briefcase. Third World War, World War Roman III. Third worlder, somebody from the third world. Third worlder, alternative letter case form of third worlder. Third worlders, plural of third worlder. Third worlders, plural of third worlder. Third year, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see third year. Third years, plural of third year. Third act breakup, a late story major conflict where a romantic couple splits before reuniting in the resolution. Third best, alternative spelling of third best. Third campism, the third camp socialist ideology. Third campus, a follower of the third camp socialist ideology. Third campists, plural of third campus. Third class, most inferior in quality or standing. Third class citizen, synonym of third class object. Third class citizens, plural of third class citizen. Third class entities, plural of third class entity. Third class entity, synonym of third class object. Third class object, an entity of which the value can neither be passed as a parameter, nor be returned from a function, nor assigned to a variable. Used by Raphael Finkel, the first class object does not need to have runtime constructibility according to his definition. Third class objects, plural of third class object. Third class value, synonym of third class object. Third class values, plural of third class value. Third culture kid. Alternative form of third culture kid. Third culture kids. Plural of third culture kid. Third degree. At the third level of some system. Third degree burn. A severe burn that destroys skin and underlying tissue and exposes nerve endings. Third degree burns. Plural of third degree burn. Third degree murder. Murder without intent but during a felony. Third degree relative. A blood relative who shares roughly an eighth of a person's DNA, such as a great-grandparent, first cousin, half-aunt, half-uncle, half-niece, half-nephew, or great-grandchild. Third-degree relatives. Plural of third-degree relative. Third grader. Alternative form of third grader. Third graders. Plural of third grader. Third garter. A halfback. Third garters. Plural of third garter. Third hand. Alternative form of third hand. Third hand smoke. The residue from cigarette smoke that lands on surfaces such as clothing and furniture. Third line forcing. The supply of goods or services only on condition that the purchaser acquires other goods or services from a particular third party. Third order. Of or pertaining to third order Greeks, used by portfolio managers and derivative traders to measure risk and the sensitivity of an option in regard to changes in implied volatility, time premium decay, and the price of its underlying security. Third party. Simple past and past participle of third party. Third parties. Third person singular simple present indicative of third party. Third party. Of or relating to a third party. Third party claim. A derivative lawsuit brought by a defendant in an original lawsuit, claiming that another new party being brought in is responsible for or should share in the plaintiff's damages against the defendant. Third party claims. Plural of third party claim. Third party. Present participle and gerund of third party. Third person dual. A variety of third-person verb form used when the subject of a sentence is exactly two people other than the speaker or the audience, used in some languages, such as Greek. Third-person duals. Plural of third-person dual. Third-person effect. A hypothesized phenomenon by which people tend to perceive that mass media messages have a greater effect on others than on themselves, based on personal biases. Third person plural. The pronoun they or its equivalent in other languages. Third person plurals. Plural of third person plural. Third person shooter. A combat-themed video game of a kind with a perspective view, typically positioning the camera over the shoulder of the player. Third person shooters. Plural of third person shooter. Third person singular. The form of a verb used in English and other languages with singular nouns and with the pronouns he, she, it, and one or their equivalents in other languages. Third person singulars. Plural of third person singular. Third personal. Relating to the third person. Third rate. Of a Royal Navy ship of the line in the Napoleonic era, having 64 80 guns across 2 gun decks, a complement of 500-650, and weighing approximately 1,750 tons burthen. Third rates. Plural of third rate. Third string. Belonging to the third string of a team, one who plays behind the first and second strings. Third stringer. One who is a third string. Third stringers. Plural of third stringer. Third wave coffee. A modern approach to growing and making coffee where the beans are treated as an artisanal ingredient. Third wave feminism. a period of feminist activity that began in the early 1990s as a response to perceived failures of second-wave initiatives to address the needs of women of many races, ethnicities, nationalities, religions, and cultural backgrounds. Third-wave feminists, a follower of third-wave feminism. Third-wave feminists, plural of third-wave feminists. Third waver, a third-wave feminist. Third wavers, plural of third waver. Third wheel, to act as a third wheel to accompany two people unwanted on a date. Third wheeling, present participle and gerund of third wheel. Third world, alternative spelling of third world. Third world, of or from the third world. Third worlder, alternative form of third worlder. Third worlders, plural of third worlder. Third worldish, resembling or characteristic of a third world country. Third worldism, the socialist practice of supporting third world countries, especially in their struggle for liberation from colonial powers. Third worldist, relating to third worldism. Third worldists, plural of third worldists. Third worldization, the conversion of a nation into a third world nation. Thirdborn, born as the third child to parent or family. Thirdborns, plural of thirdborn. Thirdborough, the head of a Frankblech. Third boroughs, plural of third borough. Third, obsolete spelling of third. Thirded, simple past and past participle of third. Thirder, with regard to the Sleeping Beauty problem, one who argues that the probability of heads is 1/3. Thirders, plural of thirder. Third end, having been relayed by two intermediate sources. 30, a third worlder, a person from the third world. Thirding, present participle and gerund of third. Thirdings, plural of thirding. Thirdly, in the third place, third in a row. Thirdness, the quality of being or coming third. Thirdonia, in geopolitical and international economic modeling, a hypothetical neutral third world nation. Thirds, plural of third. Thirdsman, a third party who acts as mediator. Thirdsman, plural of thirdsmen. Third space, space as both a perceived and conceptualized phenomenon, both a physical locality and its meaning. Third stream, alternative form of third stream style of jazz music. 30, pronunciation spelling of 30. Thar, an abugida used to write the Kodava language. Tharkal, a surname. Tharkals, plural of Thurkal. Thurkadal, a surname from Old Norse. Thurkadals, plural of Thurkadal. Thurkal, a surname. Thurkals, plural of Thurko. Thurkleby, the twin villages of Great Thurkleby and Little Thurkleby in Thurkleby High and Low with Oscoby Parish, Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. OS Ridref SC 4778. Thurkleby High and Low with Oscoby, a civil parish in Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England. Thera, a hole and aperture, especially a nostril. Therledge, the right of the owner of a mill to compel tenants to bring all their grain to that mill for milling. Thurledges, plural of Thurledge. Thurley, a village and civil parish in Hambleton District, North Yorkshire, England OS grid ref SC 485,839. Thoroughleys, plural of Thirlby. Thorough, simple past and past participle of thorough. Thurling, the act of boring or perforating. Thurlings, plural of thurling. Thoroughmere, a reservoir created on the site of a natural lake in Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England. Thurles, plural of thurl. Thirlwall, a surname. Thirsk, a town and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS grid ref SC 429,820. Thursks, plural of thirst. Thirst, a sensation of dryness in the throat associated with a craving for liquids produced by deprivation of drink or by some other cause such as fear, excitement, etc., which stops the secretion of the pharyngeal mucous membrane. Thirst snake, any of various species of snake of the genus Dipsas, native to Central America. Thirst snakes, plural of thirst snake. Thirst trap, a non-pornographic but sexually suggestive selfie posted on social media in order to fish for compliments or arouse thirst sexual lust. Thirst traps, plural of thirst trap. Thirst buster, a carbonated beverage. Thirst busters, plural of thirst buster. Thirst quenching, satisfying or alleviating thirst. Thirsted, simple past and past participle of thirst. Thirster, someone who thirsts. Thirsters, plural of thirster. Thirstus, second person singular simple present indicative of thirst. Thirsteth, third person singular simple present indicative of thirst. Thirstful, thirsty. Thirst, comparative form of thirsty, more thirsty. Thirsties, plural of thirsty. Thirstiest, superlative form of thirsty, most thirsty. Thirstily, in a thirsty manner. Thirstiness, the property of being thirsty, thirst. Thirsting, present participle and gerund of thirst. Thirstingly, with thirst or avidity. Thirstings, plural of thirsting. Thurland, an extensive arid region. Thurslands, plural of thirstland. Thirstless, devoid of thirst, not thirsty. Thirstlessness, lack of thirst. Thirsts, plural of thirst. Thirsty, needing to drink water or any liquid that can supply water. Thirsty Thursday, a pseudo-holiday celebrated on Thursdays involving drinking alcohol and partying. At some bars and restaurants, a theme night for drink specials. Thirsty Thursdays, plural of Thirsty Thursday. Thirsty work, physical labor of a type that causes the laborer to sweat and become thirsty. 13, the cardinal number occurring after 12 and before 14, represented in Roman numerals as Roman 13 and in Arabic numerals as 13. 13 colonies. The 13 British colonies that successfully revolted in 1775-1781, forming the nucleus of the United States. 1300, the start of the 14th hour of the day on the 24-hour clock, i.e. 1300. 13 to the dozen, synonym of 19 to the dozen. 13-line ground squirrel, Ictitomys triticemlonitis, a ground squirrel that is widely distributed over grasslands and prairies of North America, having 13 alternating brown and whitish longitudinal lines, sometimes partially broken into spots on its back and sides. 13er, a child who is 13 years old. 13ers, plural of 13er. 13-fold, by a factor of 13, tredicuple. 13ish, of about 13 years of age. 13miss, the papity of being virgin. 13pence, the monetary amount of 13 pence. 13 penny, having a value or cost of 13 pence. 13, plural of 13. 13 some, a group of 13 people or things. 13 sums, plural of 13 some. 13th, the ordinal form of the number 13. 13th grade, the year in school that comes after 12th grade in some schools in the U.S. and that came after 12th grade before 1988 in Ontario, Canada. 13th grader, a pupil who is in 13th grade. 13th graders, plural of 13th grader. 13th grades, plural of 13th grade. 13th reason, a relatively minor annoyance or inconvenience, jokingly implied to be the last straw that will motivate someone to commit suicide. 13th reason why, synonym of 13th reason. 13th grader, alternative form of 13th grader. 13th graders, plural of 13th grader. 13thly, in the 13th place, 13th in a row. 13ths, plural of 13th. 30, obsolete spelling of 30. 30s, plural of 30. 30th, the ordinal form of the number 30. 30thly, in the 30th place, 30th in a row. 30th, plural of 30th. 30, the cardinal number occurring after 29 and before 31, represented in Arabic numerals as 30. 30 pieces of silver, a reward for betrayal. 30 Years' War, a conflict fought largely within the Holy Roman Empire from 1618 to 1648. 38, the cardinal number immediately following 37 and preceding 39. 38th, the ordinal form of the number 38, describing a person or thing in position number 38 of a sequence. 38ths, plural of 38. 35th, the ordinal form of the number 35, describing a person or thing in position number 35 of a sequence. 35ths, plural of 35th. 31st, the ordinal form of the number 31, describing a person or thing in position number 31 of a sequence. 31sts, plural of 31st. 35, the cardinal number immediately following 34 and preceding 36. 34, the cardinal number immediately following 33 and preceding 35. 34, the ordinal form of the number 34, describing a person or thing in position number 34 of a sequence. 34ths, plural of 34th. 39, the cardinal number immediately following 38 and preceding 40. 39th, the ordinal form of the number 39, describing a person or thing in position number 39 of a sequence. 39ths, plural of 39th. 31, the cardinal number immediately following 30 and before 32, 30 plus 1. 31, 31st. 31ths, plural of 31th. 32nd, the ordinal form of the number 32, describing a person or thing in position number 32 of a sequence. 32nd note. A note that has 1/32 the length of a whole note. 30-second notes. Plural of 30-second note. 30-second rest. Synonym of demise McWaver rest. 30-second rests. Plural of 30-second rests. 30 seconds. Plural of 30-second. 30-second. Non-standard form of 30-second. 37. The cardinal number occurring after 36 and before 38. 37th. The ordinal form of the number 37, describing a person or thing in position number 37 of a sequence. 37ths. Plural of 37. 36. The cardinal number immediately following 35 and preceding 37. 36. The ordinal form of the number 36, describing a person or thing in position number 36 of a sequence. 36. Plural of 36. 30-something. Alternative form of 30-something. 30-somethings. Plural of 30-something. 33rd. The ordinal form of the number 33, describing a person or thing in position number 33 of a sequence. 33rds. Plural of 33rd. 30-30s. Plural of 30-30. 30-30. A 30 caliber firearm designed for cartridges that originally held 30 grains of smokeless powder. 30,000-foot view. An overview free from petty detail. The big picture. 33. The cardinal number after 32 and before 34. 33s. Plural of 33. 32. The cardinal number after 31 and before 33. 32mo. A paper size 3.755 x 2.53.125. 1/32 of an uncut free sheet. 32 mas. Plural of 32mo. 30-fold. 30 times as great, or as many. 30ish. Approximately 30. 30. Slightly more than 30. 30 having a value or cost of 30 pence. 30-something. A tricentenarian, a person in their 30s, a person aged between 30 and 39 years inclusive. 30-somethings. Plural of 30-something. 30womo. Alternative form of 32mo. 30womos. Plural of 30womo. Thiruvalikni. A neighborhood of Chennai, Tamil Nadu, India. Thiruvananthapuram. A city and district, the state capital of Kerala, India, formerly known as Trivandrum. Thartha. A female given name from Hebrew. The plural of thy. This afternoon. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see this afternoon. This ain't it, chief. Used as a disagreeing repose to point out that something isn't as good or admirable as the listener has previously thought. Isn't that? Various unspecified things. This and the other. Alternative form of this, that, and the other. This close, extremely close, either physically or metaphorically, especially used when discussing frustration, barely maintaining one's composure or patience, etc. This coming, of dates, especially days of the week, the immediate next, rather than the one belonging to the following week, year, etc. This evening, during the evening of today. This die, expressing a feeling that the person referenced has done something exceptionally stupid or inappropriate. That's here. That's instant. Now immediately. This is a book. used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See, this is a book indicates to the interlocutor that the indicated object is a book. This is used to indicate that something important has finally happened or is about to happen. This is me. This is where I leave or finish my journey. This is my turning, bus stop, home, etc. This is not a drill. Used to distinguish emergency procedures from those which are just rehearsed. This is someone. This is what the named person said or did, used in recounting events, etc. This is the life, an expression of bliss, an expression of happiness with one's current situation. This is war. Alternative form of this means war. This is where I came in. Synonym of this is where we came in. This is where we came in. Said of a situation which has become repetitive. This is why we can't have nice things. Expressing reproach when somebody harms or damages something. This just in. Said to announce breaking news. This means war, an avowal of anger towards someone, suggesting revenge is now sought. This minute, right now, and immediately. This morning, the morning of today. This much, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See this much. This one, a specified object, thing, or person, especially one nearby or known. This entity is a translation hub. This second, synonym of this minute, right now, immediately. This side of the black stump, within the known world, anywhere. This rice, synonym of two-dish rice. This time, on or near the same date in the past or in the future, by this time. This too shall pass. Nothing good or bad lasts forever. All circumstances are temporary. This too shall pass away. Alternative form of this too shall pass. This way, in the indicated direction or manner. This year, the current year. This entity is a translation hub. This year's produced or occurring during the current year. This entity is a translation hub. This you, used to call out a user's hypocrisy. This would in conditional sense. There's all contraction of this will. Then, this one. This contraction of this has. The contraction of this have. This, that, and the other. Particular items belonging to a large, diverse set, but items of the general kind of item indicated. This, that, and the other thing. Alternative form of this, that, and the other. This, that, and the third. Alternative form of this, that, and the other. This, that, or the other. Alternative form of this, that, and the other. This away. Alternative form of this away. This worldliness. Concern with the things of this world, specifically devotion to worldly things, as opposed to spiritual pursuits. This worldly, pertaining to or concerned with material human existence, as opposed to spiritual or religious matters. This away. This way, in this direction. One of a pair of ill-fated lovers, whose story forms part of Ovid's Metamorphoses. A comically incorrect spelling of Thisbe used in A Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare. This close. This close, extremely close. This, plural of this. This, a self-reference to the current issue of a periodical. Thismeates, of or relating to the Thismeaceae. A comically incorrect spelling of Thisbe used in A Midsummer Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare. Etnes, the qualities, properties, or characteristics of a thing which make it a particular thing. Thesnes, plural of thisness. Thesen, alternative form of the sen. Thetum, contraction of this one. Thetal, a surname. Thistle butterflies. Plural of thistle butterfly. Thistle butterfly, a butterfly of the genus Vanessa, especially the painted lady Vanessa Cardui. Thistle button, a decorative button with the motif of a thistle. Thistle buttons, plural of thistle button. Thistle crown, an English gold coin of the reign of James I, worth 4 shillings. Thistle crowns, plural of thistle crown. Thistle funnel, a funnel having a bulging body and flaring mouth. Thistle funnels, plural of thistle funnel. Thistle sage, a North American herb Salvia carduacea, the seeds of which were once a staple food similar to chia. Thistle tube, an item of glass laboratory equipment like a funnel consisting of a long, fine tube and a bulbous reservoir at the top, used for introducing liquids with care into a solution. Thistle tubes, plural of thistle tube. Thistle ball, a spherical thistle. Thistle balls, plural of thistle ball. Thistle, having thistles growing on it. Thistledown, the soft, feathery pappus attached to the seeds of a thistle. Thistledowns, plural of thistledown. Thistlefinch, synonym of European goldfinch Cardulis cardulis. Thistlefinches, plural of thistlefinch. Thistle-like, having the form or characteristics of a thistle. Thistles, plural of thistle. Thistletail, an ovenbird of the former genus Schizoaca, now regarded as belonging to the genus Estines, which also comprised Casteros. Thistletails, plural of thistletail. Thistlethwaite, a habitational surname from Old English influenced by Old Norse. Thistlethwaite's algorithm, an algorithm for solving the Rubik's Cube by dividing the possible cube positions into groups. Thessalton, a village and civil parish in Rutland, England. OS grid ref SK 913,180. Thistleton, plural of Thistleton. Thistlewarp, the goldfinch. Thistlewarps, plural of thistlewart. Thistle, comparative form of thistly, more thistly. Thiswit, superlative form of thistly, most thistly. Thistleish, synonym of thistly resembling a thistle. Thistly, covered in thistles. Thiswise, like this, in this way. Thither, to that place. Thitherward, alternative form of thitherward. Thithermost, of or pertaining to the most distant point from one's point of reference. Thither side, the farther side, that side. Thitherto, thereto, to that point. Thitherward, toward that place. Thitherwards, towards that place. Thitsy, a black varnish obtained from the tree Melanoria usatatissima. Thitsy, the tree Gluta usatata. Thetial, a poisonous, incompletely identified 4-heptatic and ill catechol found in plants of the genus Gluta. Fideo Island, an island in the Spratly Islands in the South China Sea, administered as part of Calayan, Palawan, the Philippines, and claimed by China, Taiwan, and Vietnam. Theorem, the univalent radical of general formula R2NCS most often encountered as a disulfide. Theorems, plural of theorem. Theore, a heterocyclic diamine derivative of dithiazyl obtained from dithiobiuret. Theorets, plural of theoret. Theuverge, a surname from French. Theuverges, plural of theuverge. Thixa casting, a technique for producing semi-solid metal castings using a precast billet with a non-dendritic microstructure that is normally produced by vigorously stirring the melt as the bar is being cast. Thixa molding, a technique for producing semi-solid metal castings. Room temperature magnesium alloy chips are fed into the back end of a heated barrel through a volumetric feeder and rotated as they are forced forward into a die. Thixa molding, alternative form of Thixa molding. Thixotropic, becoming a fluid when agitated but solid or semi-solid when allowed to stand. Thixotropically, in a thixotropic manner. Thixotropy, the reduction of viscosity with increased shear. There, a Mayday surname from Manipuri. There, synonym of sulfonyl. There, plural of veo. That, alternative form of thiz. The, MDMA, ecstasy. Thes, simple past and past participle of thiz. Thes, third person singular simple present indicative of thiz. Thes, present participle of thiz. Thizzing, high from the drug MDMA ecstasy. AHK, abbreviation of thick. Teetlingshiden, synonym of Teelicho. Teetlinde, alternative form of Teelingit. Teetlindits, plural of Teetlingit. Teetlingit, obsolete form of Teelingit. Teetlingcase, obsolete form of Teelingit. Teetlitses, compression, especially constriction of vessels by an external cause. Tehalal, initialism of Thesaurus Linguae Latini. Teatam, initialism of trihalomthane. Teata, plural of thm. Teatini, a useless product which is advertised as being needed by everybody, but which in fact no one needs. Teatinides, plural of th need. Theagneticism, the doctrine that when the body dies, the intangible soul and spirit also goes to sleep, or in other words, the person's consciousness ceases until the resurrection, and that the soul and spirit must be awoken, and both are to be called back to life at the day of a judgment. This was first recorded as taught by the Theagneticyceti, a 3rd century sect of Christianity in Arabia, and is based on 1 Timothy 6:16, an epistolary doxology addressed to the God who alone has immortality. Theagneticycist, a believer in Theagneticycism. Theagneticycists, plural of Theagneticycist. Theatenkai, abbreviation of thank. Theanex, abbreviation of thanks. The plural form, those. Abbreviation of though. Contraction of thought. Thus, plural of thought. Abbreviation of Thomas. The alternative form of thone, damp, moist. Though, a surname from German. Thaubes, plural of though. A clear, echoing thud as of an axe chopping wood. Simple past and past participle of thought. Thake, present participle and gerund of thak. Rahis, plural of thak. Thud, a surname. Thuds, plural of thod. Though, a surname. Thous, plural of thou. That, oh, that, a rowing bench. Thoughts, plural of thought. Obsolete spelling of though. Simple past and past participle of think. Thagatavirus. Any member of the genus.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Thagataviruses. Plural of Thagatavirus. Tell why. A town in the Limpopo province of South Africa. Thoi Pass. A high mountain pass in Pakistan. Thoi Valley. Synonym of Thoi Pass. Thaiva. A male given name for Mayday. A transliteration of the Manipuri male given name adjective aba. Thoabai. A female given name for Mayday. A transliteration of the Manipuri female given name adjective aba. Fording Jam. A Mayday surname from Manipuri. Dial. To be able to justify the expense of. Dialed. Simple past and past participle of thoil. Thoiling. Present participle and gerund of thoil. Dials.
The way you see an idea in your mind and shape it into something.
Thomas Jefferson. A United States $2 bill featuring Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jeffersons. Plural of Thomas Jefferson. Thomas meal. Phosphates that are a product of the basic process, useful as fertilizer. Thomas process. Synonym of basic process. Thomas Sunday. Synonym of Quasimodo. Thomas Sundays. Plural of Thomas Sunday. Thomas tests. A physical assessment procedure to evaluate the flexibility and mobility of the hip flexor. Thomas's nectar bat. H. Sunicterus thomasi, a bat of South and Central America. Thomas Gilchrist process. Synonym of basic process. Thomasquarkai, a rare earth mineral. Thomases, plural of Thomas. Thomasian, of or pertaining to Dylan Thomas 1914-1953, Welsh poet and writer. Thomasin, a female given name from Aramaic, a feminine form of Thomas. Thomasina, a female given name from Aramaic, a feminine form of Thomas. Thomasine, of, written by, or pertaining to any of several people named Thomas, especially the philosopher Thomas Aquinas. Thomasing, the former custom of going from house to house on St. Thomas's Day, December 21, to beg for small gifts. Thomasai, any of the group of American teachers sent to the Philippines in 1901 or arriving in the first few years on the American colonial period of the Philippines. Thomasites, plural of Thomasai. Thomas Gant or, a choirmaster of the Thomanerchor, a famous boys' choir founded in Leipzig in 1212. Thomas Gant Oren, plural of Thomas Gant. Tor. Thomas Gantors, plural of Thomas Gantor. Thomazima, a surname. Thomazimas, plural of Thomasma. Thomason, a surname originating as a patronymic. Thomasons, plural of Thomason. Thomas, a male given name from French. Thomason, a surname originating as a patronymic. Thomasonian, of or relating to Amy Thomason, born 1968. American philosopher. Thomasons, plural of Thomason. Thomaston, a town in Marengo County, Alabama, United States. Thomastown, a number of places around the world. Thomasville, a city in Clark County, Alabama, United States. Tomboy, a surname. Tomboys, plural of tomboy. Tomboxane, spelling of thromboxane. A surname. Tomian, alternative spelling of Tomian. Tomians, plural of Tomian. Tomerson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Tomeri, a commune in Seine-et-Marne department, Isle-de-France, France. Thomas, plural of tome. Tonsekai, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing arsenic, copper, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and zinc. Thomasid, any member of the Thomasidae, a crab spider. Thomasids, plural of Thomasid. Thomasism, the philosophy and theology of Thomas Aquinas. Thomason, a surname. Thomasons, plural of Thomason. Thomas, a follower or advocate of Thomism. Domestic, of or pertaining to Thomism. Domestico, of or pertaining to Thomism. Thomas, plural of Thomas. Thomai, Ataman. Tomites, plural of Tomite. Tomkin, alternative form of Tomkin. Tompkins, alternative form of Tompkins. Tomley, a surname. Tomleys, plural of Tomley. Tomlinson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Tompkin, alternative form of Tompkin. Tompkins, alternative form of Tompkins. Thomason, a surname. Thompsons, plural of Thompson. Thomset, a surname transferred from the given name. Thompson, a British surname transferred from the given name. Thompson Falls, a city, the county seat of Sanders County, Montana, United States, named after David Thompson. Thompson SMG, initialism of Thompson submachine gun. Thompson SMGs, plural of Thompson SMG. Thompson submachine gun, a .45 caliber American submachine gun having a wooden stock and a drum, stick, or box magazine. Thompson submachine guns, plural of Thompson submachine gun. Thompson-Nicola, a regional district in south-central British Columbia, Canada. Seat, Kamloops. Thomsonian, of or relating to Edward Palmer Thomson, 1924-1993. English historian, writer, socialist, and peace campaigner. Thompsons, plural of Thompson. Thompsonville, a census-designated place in Hartford County, Connecticut, United States. Thomason, a surname. Thomson disease. Autosomal dominant myotonia congenita. Thomson's disease. Alternative form of Thomson disease. Thomsonite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing aluminum, calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and sodium. Thomset, a surname transferred from the given name. Thomson, a British surname transferred from the given name. Thomson effect, the phenomenon where, when in the presence of a gradient in the Seebeck coefficient, driving a current through this gradient produces a continuous version of the Peltier effect. Thomson effects, plural of Thomson effect. Thomson problem. The problem of determining the minimum electrostatic potential energy configuration of a given number of electrons constrained to the surface of a unit sphere that repel each other with a force given by Coulomb's law. Thomson process. A process of electric welding in which heat is developed by a large current passing through the metal. Thomson's gazelle. A gazelle of species Eudorchis thomsonii. Thomson's gazelles, plural of Thomson's gazelle. Thomson's lamp, a hypothetical lamp in a philosophical paradox. The lamp is repeatedly turned on and off by means of a switch at the end of this time period, regarded as the sum of an infinite series of intervals. It seems paradoxically that the lamp cannot be either on or off. Thomsonian, relating to Thomsonianism. Thomsonianism, a form of alternative medicine that claims the human body is composed of 4 elements: earth, air, fire, and water, and should be treated with herbs. Thomsonians, plural of Thomsonian. Thomsonite, ozarkite, a mineral native to the United States. Thomsonites, plural of Thomsonite. Tamir, a surname. Tamirs, plural of Tamir. A member of an early Christian church supposedly founded by the Apostle Thomas on the Malabar coast of India. Tamams, plural of Tamian. They singular, gender-neutral third-person singular subject pronoun, coordinate with gendered pronouns he and she. The damp, moist, wet, soft from dampness. The is surname. Thong, alternative form of tsonga. Thongage, part of a thong underwear visible when worn. Thongak Lermbai, ancient Meitei gatekeeper goddess of the entrance gate to the underworld kingdom. She is the consort of god Thongalen. Thongel, alternative form of Thongalen. Thongelen, an ancient Meitei god of the dead and the king of the common underworld. Thongnem, a Meitei surname for Manipuri. Thongheo, alternative form of Thongalen. Thongern, alternative form of Thongalen. Thongnem, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Thandro, a large religious applique image used in Bhutanese religious festivals. Thandrols, plural of thandro. Thod, having a thong or thongs. Thodding, an arrangement of thongs in clothing. Thonkamayam, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Thunkini, a bikini whose bottom covers very little skin. Thunkinas, plural of thunkini. Thawless, without a thong or strap. Thong-like, resembling a thong, strap-like. Thongram, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. Thars, plural of Thon. Thonsbridge, a village in Home Valley Parish, Kirklees Borough, West Yorkshire, England. A Westgrid Ref SC 1509. Thodwi, synonym of sea thong. Thodi, stringy, ropey. Thog, to think deeply, to ponder. Thod, simple past and past participle of thonk. Fucking, present participle and gerund of thonk. Thogs, third person singular simple present indicative of thonk. Thonon, synonym of Thonon-les-Bains, France. Thonon-les-Bains, a commune and sub-prefecture in Haute-Savoie department, Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Thons, belonging to thon, their singular, gender-neutral third person, singular possessive adjective, coordinate with his and her. Thinself, themself, gender-neutral object of a verb or preposition that also appears as the subject, coordinate with himself or herself, the reflexive form of thon. Thinzonium, a particular monocationic detergent. Thinzilami, a particular antihistamine drug sometimes used as an antipyretic. The pronunciation spelling of through. The of or relating to an obsolete group of carnivores, including wolves and dogs. There's a roller coaster enthusiast. There is, plural of thusi. Thatiku, a port city and district in Tamil Nadu, India. Tatar, synonym of ornithopter bird-like aircraft. Thopters, plural of thopter. Thor, a hammer-wielding god associated with thunder, lightning, storms, sacred groves and trees, strength, and the protection of mankind. Thor's beard. The plant Hauslich sempervivum tectorum, as used in heathenry. Thor's hammer. Amjolnir Mjolnir, the distinctively T-shaped warhammer of the Norse thunder god Thor, or a representation thereof, now used as a symbol by various pagan religious groups. Thor's hammers, plural of Thor's hammer. Thora, a female given name from Old Norse occasionally borrowed from Scandinavia. Thoracle, thorace. Thoracalgia, pain in the thorax. Thoracenteses, plural of thoracentesis. Thoracentesis, a medical procedure involving needle drainage of air or fluid from the pleural space. Thoraces, plural of thorax. Thoracetra, plural of thoracetron. Thoracetron, a plate formed by the fusion of opisthosomal turgites in horseshoe crabs. Thorace, of the thorax. Thoracic cage, a ribbed cage. Thoracic cages, plural of thoracic cage. Thoracic cavities, plural of thoracic cavity. Thoracic cavity, a chamber located within the upper human torso and other animal bodies which contains the heart and lungs. Thoracic duct, a major vessel of the lymphatic system that originates in the abdomen and drains into the blood circulation at the commencement of the left brachiocephalic vein. Thoracic ducts, plural of thoracic duct. Thoracic ganglia, plural of thoracic ganglion. Thoracic ganglion, any of the ganglia of the sympathetic chain in the thoracic region that occur in 12 or fewer pairs. Thoracic insufficiency syndrome, the inability of the thorax to support normal respiration, frequently associated with chest or spinal abnormalities. Thoracic outlet syndrome, a condition involving compression of the nerves, arteries, or veins in the passageway from the lower neck to the armpit. Thoracic outlet syndromes, plural of thoracic outlet syndrome. Thoracic vertebra, any of the 12 vertebrae of the chest region of the spine. Thoracic vertebrae, plural of thoracic vertebra. Thoracic vertebras, plural of thoracic vertebra. Thoracic wall, the chest wall. Thoracic walls, plural of thoracic wall. Thoracical, thorace. Thoracically, in a thoracic way, as. Thorace, obsolete form of thoracic. Thoracico-abdominal, misspelling of thoraco-abdominal. Thoracicochromial, alternative form of thoracochromial. Thoracicolumbar, alternative form of thoracolumbar. Thoracicolumbar, misspelling of thoracolumbar. Thoracics, plural of thoracic. Thoracospinal, alternative form of thoracospinal. Thoraco, thorax. Thoracoomphaloischiapagus, joined at the thorax, the navel, and the pelvis. Thoracoomphalopagus, joined at the thorax and the navel. Thoracoabdominal, of or pertaining to the thorax and the abdomen. Thoracoabdominopelvic, of or relating to the thorax, abdomen, and pelvis. Thoracochromial, relating to the thorax and acromion. Thoracobiliary, involving both bile duct and pleural space. Thoracocenteses, plural of thoracocentesis. Thoracocentesis, alternative form of thoracentesis. Thoracocervical, thoracic and cervical. Thoracocelosis, a deformity of the thorax. Thoracodorsal, relating to the thorax and back. Thoracodorsales, the thoracodorsal nerve. Thoracodynia, pain in the thorax. Thoracoepigastric, of a vein or flap relating to the lateral thoracic vein and the superficial epigastric vein. Thoracographic, relating to thoracography. Thoracography, synonym of pleurography. Thoracohumeral, relating to or connecting the thorax and the humerus. Thoracolloparoscopic, relating to thoracolloparoscopy. Thoracology, the study of diseases of the chest. Thoracolumbar, of or relating to the thoracic and lumbar areas. Thoracolumbossacral, relating to the thorax and the lumbar and sacral regions of the back. Thoracomere, a somite of the thorax of a crustacean. Thoracomeres, plural of thoracomere. Thoracometer, a stethometer. Thoracometers, plural of thoracometer. Thoracomphalophagus, alternative form of Thoracoomphalopagus. Thoracopody, plural of Thoracophagus. Thoracophagus, with fusion of the chest. Thoracopathy, disease of the thorax. Thoracoplastic, relating to thoracoplasty. Thoracoplasties, plural of thoracoplasty. Thoracoplasty, surgery of the chest, usually involving removal of ribs. Thoracopod, any appendage attached to the thorax of an animal. Thoracopodal, relating to a thoracopod. Thoracopods, plural of thoracopod. Thoracopulmonary, relating to the thorax and lungs. Thoracophagidial, relating to the thorax and the pygidium. Thoracophagidium, a fossilized trilobite specimen comprising the thorax and pygidium. Thoracoscoliosis, thoracolumbar scoliosis. Thoracoscope, the instrument used in thoracoscopy. Thoracoscopes, plural of thoracoscope. Thoracoscopic, relating to thoracoscopy. Thoracoscopically, by means of thoracoscopy. Thoracoscopies, plural of thoracoscopy. Thoracoscopy, a procedure for examining the inside of the chest cavity through a small incision using an endoscope. Thoracospinal, thoracic and spinal. Thoracostomies, plural of thoracostomy. Thoracostomy, incision into the chest wall with maintenance of the opening for drainage. Thoracotomies, plural of thoracotomy. Thoracotomize, to perform or to undergo thoracotomy. Thoracotomized, simple past and past participle of thoracotomize. Thoracotomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thoracotomize. Thoracotomizing, present participle and gerund of thoracotomize. Thoracotomize, alternative form of thoracotomize. Thoracotomize, simple past and past participle of thoracotomize. Thoracotomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of thoracotomize. Thoracotomizing, present participle and gerund of thoracotomize. Thoracotomy, the surgical procedure of making an incision into the chest, normally as a first step to gain access to the thoracic organs, such as the heart, the lungs, and the esophagus. Thoracotraumatin, any crab of the clade Thoracotraumata. Thoracotraumatins, plural of Thoracotraumatin. Thora, archaic form of Thora. Thoras, plural of Thora. Thoral. Nuptial. Foramen, a singing Tesla coil. Foramens, plural of thoramen. Thoraceal, relating to the thoraciota. Thorate, any oxyanion of thorium, any salt containing such an anion. Thorates, plural of thorate. Thorax, the region of the mammalian body between the neck and abdomen as well as the cavity containing the heart and lungs. Thoraxes, plural of thorax. Thorazine, brand name for chlorpromazine. Thorazine shuffle, synonym of largactyl shuffle. Thorazine shuffles, plural of thorazine shuffle. Thorbus nasi, a hexagonal to trigonal dipyramidal brown mineral containing calcium, carbon, cerium, fluorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and thorium. Thorber, a surname transferred from the given name. Thorburns, plural of Thorber. Ora, a surname. Thoreauesque, alternative form of Thoreauesque. Thoreauan, of or pertaining to Henry David Thoreau 1817-1862, American writer and philosopher, or his writings. Thoreauesque, reminiscent of the works of Henry David Thoreau 1817-1862, American writer and philosopher. Thorilite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing oxygen, tantalum, and tin. Thorovian, synonym of Thoreauesque. Thorin, a surname. Thorins, plural of Thorin. Thursby, a locality in Perlethorpe, Cumbudby Parish, Newark, and Sherwood District, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6471. Thorzen, a surname from Norwegian. Thorzens, plural of Thorzen. Thorson, a surname. Thorsons, plural of Thorson. Thorfida, a female given name. Thoia, the rare earth thorium oxide. Thorian, containing thorium. Thorianite, a radioactive mineral containing thorium dioxide THO plus oxides of uranium, lanthanum, cerium, neodymium, and praseodymium in smaller quantities. Thorianites, plural of thorianite. Thorias, plural of thoria. Thoriate, to add thorium or thorium oxide to a substance in order to increase its thermionic flow. Thoriate, simple past and past participle of thoriate. Thoriates, third person singular simple present indicative of thoriate. Thoriating, present participle and gerund of thoriate. Thoric, relating to or containing thorium. Thoriferous, containing or producing thorium. Thoricosite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal light yellow mineral containing antimony, arsenic, chlorine, hydrogen, lead, and oxygen. Thorin, a surname. Thorington, a hamlet in Bramfield and Thorington Parish, East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 4174. Thoringtons, plural of Thorington. Thornum, archaic form of thorium. Thorize, a radioactive mineral composed mostly of thorium silicate THCO along with silicates of uranium and the rare earths. Thorites, plural of thorite. Thorium, a chemical element symbol Th with atomic number 90, a weakly radioactive, malleable, moderately hard silvery metal that tarnishes black when exposed to air. Thorium chloride, an inorganic chloride compound of thorium with the chemical formula SHCl4. Thorium dioxide, an oxide compound of thorium with the chemical formula THO2. Thorium emanation. Synonym of thorium, the isotope radon-220. Thorium-228, a radioactive isotope of thorium-220Th, having a half-life of 1.9 years. It occurs naturally in small amounts as member of the thorium-232 decay chain. Thoriums, plural of thorium. Thorky, the incestuous ship of adoptive brothers Thor and Loki from the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Thorley, a village and civil parish in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4719. Thorleys, plural of Thorley. Thorman, a surname. Thormans, plural of Thorman. Thormboscintigraphy, scintigraphy of the blood clots. Thor, a topographic surname from Middle English for someone living near a thorn bush. Thorn apple, any of several species of plants bearing thorns and apple-like fruit. Thorn apples, plural of thorn apple. Thorn cluster, one of three consonant clusters historically believed by some scholars to have existed in Proto-Indo-European, all of which ended with the IPA sound theta, then often symbolized as thorn. Thorn forests, a forest of thorn trees. Thorn forests, plural of thorn forests. Thorn in someone's side, a persistent annoyance. Thorn in the flesh, a persistent difficulty or something very annoying that will not go away. Thorn tree, any tree with thorn-like leaves, especially the acacia. Thorn trees, plural of thorn tree. Thorn apple crystal, an ammonium urate crystal having a rounded form with many projecting points. Thorn apple crystals, plural of thorn apple crystal. Thorn tree, alternative form of thorn tree. Thorn trees, plural of thorn tree. Thornaby, ellipsis of Thornaby-on-Tees, a town in Thornaby Parish, Stockton-on-Tees Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4517. Thornaby-on-Tees, a town in Thornaby Parish, Stockton-on-Tees Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4517. Thornapple, alternative form of thorn apple. Thorn apples, plural of thorn apple. Thornacite, a trigonal hexagonal scalenohedral mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and thorium. Thornosteracea, a particular steroid glycoside. Thornback, any animal with a thorny back, especially marine animals, such as thornbacks, plural of thornback. Thornber, a surname. Thornberry, a surname. Thornberries, plural of thornberry. Thornbill, any of the passerine birds of the genus Acanthosa, native to Australia. Thornbills, plural of thornbill. Thornbird, any bird of the species of genus Phaseolodamus. Thornbirds, plural of thornbird. Thornbur, a surname. Thornbur, a surname. Thornbergs, plural of thornbur. Thornbergs, plural of thornbur. Thornberry, a place name. Thornberries, plural of thornberry. Thornbush, any of many thorny or spiny shrubs and bushes. Thornbushes, plural of thornbush. Thorncliffe, alternative spelling of Thorncliffe, West Yorkshire. Thorncliffe is small village in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 0158. Thorncombe, a village and civil parish in Dorset, England, previously in West Dorset District. The parish borders on to Devon and Somerset. OS Grid Ref SD 3703. Thorn Creek, a township in Whitley County, Indiana, United States. Thorndike, a surname from Old English. Thorndykean, of or relating to Edward Thorndike 1874-1949, American psychologist. Thorndikes, plural of Thorndike. Thorndike, a surname, alternative form of Thorndike. Thor, an English surname from Middle English, variant of Thorn. Thorn-Zitkow object, a star that contains a core made from another star. It is formed when a neutron star collides with a star, typically a red giant or supergiant, and the neutron star is swallowed by the red giant star. Thorn-Zitkow object, alternative form of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thorn-Zitkow objects, plural of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thorn-Zitkow objects, plural of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thord, simple past and past participle of Thorn. Thornell, a surname. Thornells, plural of Thornell. Thornilo, a surname. Thornelos, plural of Thornilo. Thornham, made of or consisting of thorns. Thorner, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 3740. Thorneries, plural of thornery. Thornery, a plantation of thorny plants. Thornwell, a surname. Thorney, a hamlet in Iver Parish, South Buckinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 0479. Thorneyburgh, a scattered locality in Tarset Parish, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NY 7686 to NY 7887. Thornycroft, a surname. Thornycrofts, plural of Thornycroft. Thornywood, a suburb on the boundary of the city of Nottingham and Jedlingborough, Nottinghamshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 5941. Thorn-Zitkow object, alternative form of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thorn-Zitkow object, alternative form of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thorn-Zitkow objects, plural of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thorn-Zitkow objects, plural of Thorn-Zitkow object. Thornfalcon, a small village and civil parish served by Ruishton and Thornfalcon Parish Council in Somerset, England, previously in Somerset West and Taunton District and Taunton Dean District before that. OS Grid Ref SD 2823. Thornfish, a group of fish in the order Perciformes, the family Bovichtidae. Thornfishes, plural of thornfish. Thornford, a village in northwest Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6013. Thorngumbald, a village and civil parish in the East Riding of Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref TA 2026. Thornhead, any parasitic worm of the order Acanthophylla. Thornheads, plural of thornhead. Thornhill, a surname. Thornhills, plural of Thornhill. Thornhawk, a hedgehog. Thornhogs, plural of Thornhawk. Thornley, a hamlet between Walkerburn and Clovenfords, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland, historically in Selkirkshire. OS Grid Ref NT 4136. Thornier. Comparative form of thorny, more thorny. Thorniest. Superlative form of thorny, most thorny. Thornily. In a thorny manner. Thorniness. The property of being thorny, of having thorns, or metaphorically being difficult. Thorninesses. Plural of thorniness. Thorning. Present participle and gerund of thorn. Thornless. Without thorns. Thornless honey locust. Cultivars of the normally heavily thorned honey locust tree Gleditsia triacanthos, known variously as Gleditsia triacanthos subsp. Inermes, subspecies, Gleditsia triacanthos var. Inermes variety, or Gleditsia triacanthos f. Inermes form. Thornless honey locusts. Plural of thornless honey locusts. Thornlessness. Absence of thorns. Thornlet. A little thorn. Thornlets. Plural of thornlet. Thornley. A place name. Thornleys. Plural of Thornley. Thornlebank. A suburban area in East Renfrewshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5459. Thorn-like. Resembling or characteristic of a thorn, pointed, acuate. Thornock. A surname. Thornox. Plural of thornock. Thornproof. Resistant to tearing by thorns. Thornproofs. Thornproof trousers. Thornquist. A surname from Swedish. Thornquests. Plural of Thornquist. Thorns. Plural of thorn. Thorns in someone's side. Plural of thorn in someone's side. Thorns in the flesh. Plural of thorn in the flesh. Thornsberry. A surname. Thornsberries. Plural of Thornsberry. Thornsberry. A surname. Thornsberries. Plural of Thornsberry. Thornscra. Thorny scrubland. Thornshrow. Synonym of thornbush. Thornshrubs. Plural of thornshrow. Thorntail. Any of various hummingbirds of the genus Discogera. Thorntails. Plural of thorntail. Thornton. Any of several places in England and Scotland. Thornton Curtis. A village and civil parish in North Lincolnshire District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TA 0817. Thorntondale. Alternative form of Thorntonledale. Thornton Heath. A suburban area in the borough of Croydon, Greater London, England OS Grid Ref TQ 3268. Thornton's rule. The observation that each kilogram of oxygen used in the combustion of common organic materials results in the release of 13.1 megajoules of energy. Thornton in Craven. A village in Craven District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SD 9048. Thorntonledale. A village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Rydale District OS Grid Ref SC 8383. Thornton-le-Moors. A village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester District, Cheshire, England OS Grid Ref SJ 4474. Thornton Hall. A village in South Lanarkshire Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 5955. Thornveld. A certain type of grassland veld in southern Africa characterized by acacia and other thorny plants. Thornvelds. Plural of thornveld. Thornveld. Alternative form of thornveld. Thornvelts. Plural of thornveld. Thornville. a town in KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Thorny, having thorns or spines. Thorny broom, a spiny, densely branched shrub of the legume family Calicotum spinosa. Thorny brooms, plural of thorny broom. Thorny devil, a lizard of species Malacortus of Australia. Thorny devils, plural of thorny devil. Thorny lacewing, any insect of the family Rachibarathidae. Thorny lacewings, plural of thorny lacewing. Thorny oyster, any of the spiny bivalve mollusks of the genus Spondylus. Thorny oysters, plural of thorny oyster. Thorny worm, Glycera americana, a large slender species found in mud at low tide, sometimes grows to 600 mm. Thorny worms, plural of thorny worm. Thornycroft, a habitational surname from Old English. Thornycrofts, plural of Thornycroft. Thorny ed, any rockfish of the genus Sebastolobus. Thorny eds, plural of thorny head. Thoro, informal spelling of thorough. Thorocene, the actinozine secutatitined with chemical formula THC8H. Thoroughfare, a thoroughfare, a road, path, or way forming a route between two places. Thoroughfares, plural of thoroughfare. Thorogood, a surname. Thorogoods, plural of thorogood. Thorogomite, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, silicon, and thorium. Thorold, a surname transferred from the given name. Thorolds, plural of Thorol. Thoroughly, alternative spelling of thoroughly. Thoron, radian 222-Rn, symbol Tn, an isotope of radon. Thoronal, synonym of thorin. Thorstein strupine, an amorphous mineral containing calcium, fluorine, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, silicon, and thorium. Thorstein strupines, plural of Thorstein strupine. Thoritras, a radiographic contrast medium composed of a suspension of thorium dioxide. Thorough, a scheme devised in 17th century England by Thomas Wentworth, 1st Earl of Strafford, to establish absolute monarchy in England involving the appointment of Arminian clergy. Thorough, through, passing via. Thoroughgoing, alternative form of thoroughgoing. Thorough-pace, alternative form of thorough-pace. Thorough-stitch, thoroughly through to the end. Thoroughbass, synonym of figured bass. Thoroughbasses, plural of thoroughbass. Thoroughbrace, a leather strap supporting the body of a coach or wagon, attached to springs or serving as a spring itself. Thoroughbraces, plural of thoroughbrace. Thoroughbred, a horse of a breed derived from crosses between Arabian stallions and English mares, bred for racing, with its breeding history recorded in an official stud book. Thoroughbredness, the quality of being thoroughbred. Thoroughbreds, plural of thoroughbred. Thoroughbreed, a breed of unadulterated or pure lineage. Thoroughbreeds, plural of thoroughbreed. Thorough, comparative form of thorough, more thorough. Thorous, superlative form of thorough, most thorough. Thoroughfare, a passage, a way through. Thoroughfares, plural of thoroughfare. Thoroughgo, To go through. Thoroughgoing. With great attention to detail, complete, thorough. Thoroughgoingly. Fully, completely, thoroughly. Thoroughgoingness. The quality of being thoroughgoing. Thoroughly. A way through, thoroughway. Thoroughlands. Plural of thoroughline. Thoroughly. In a thorough or complete manner. Thoroughness. The state of being thorough. Thoroughnesses. Plural of thoroughness. Thorough pace. Trained in every pace. Thoroughpass. A connected passage, conduit, or channel. Thoroughpasses. Plural of thoroughpass. Thoroughpin. An abnormal swelling tenosynovitis on the sides of the hock joint of horses. Thoroughpins. Plural of thoroughpin. Thorough. Plural of thorough. Thorough. Fully accomplished. Thorough stitch. Alternative form of thorough stitch. Thorough wax. An umbelliferous plant Bupleurum rotundifolium with perfoliate leaves. Thoroughway. A way through. Passageway. Thoroughways. Plural of thoroughway. Thoroughwort. Any of several plants of the genus Eupatorium. Thoroughworts. Plural of thoroughwort. Thorough. Obsolete spelling of thorough. Thoroughly. Obsolete spelling of thoroughly. Thor. A surname. Thorpe Arch. A village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire. England OS Grid Ref SC 4346. Thar. A common habitational surname from Old English. Thorpe a church. A civil parish in North Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire. England, previously in East Northamptonshire District. Thorpe Arnall, a small village in Waltham-on-the-Wolds and Thorpe Arnall Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SK 7720. Thorpe Audlin, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 4716. Thorpe Bay, a coastal suburb in Southend-on-Sea Borough, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TQ 9185. Thorpe Constantine, a small village and civil parish served by Clifton Camphill with Thorpe Constantine Parish Council in Lichfield District, Staffordshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 2508. Thorpe Culvert, a hamlet in Thorpe St. Peter Parish, East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref TF 4760. Thorpe Manville, a village and civil parish in South Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England OS Grid Ref SB 5344. Thorpe Market, a small village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England OS Grid Ref TG 2436. Thorpe Marsh, a location near Barnby Dun, Metropolitan Borough of Doncaster, South Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 6009. Thorpe on the Hill, a village and civil parish in North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 9065. Thorpe Park, a theme park near the village of Thorpe, Runnymede Borough, Surrey, England OS Grid Ref TQ 0368. Thorpe Satchville, a village in Twyford and Thorpe Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SK 7311. Thorpe St. Andrew, a suburb of Norwich and civil parish with a town council in Broadland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2609. Thorpe St. Peter, a village and civil parish in East Lindsey District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4860. Thorpe Thewles, a village in Grynon and Thorpe Thewles Parish, Stockton-on-Tees Borough, County Durham, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 4023. Thorpe Tilney, a hamlet in Timberland Parish, North Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref TF 1157. Thorpe Waterville, a village in Thorpe Church Parish, North Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in East Northamptonshire District. OS Grid Ref TL 0281. Thorping Gold effect, the phenomenon in which increasing steric hindrance favors ring closure and intramolecular reactions. Thorping Gold effects, plural of Thorping Gold effect. Thorpe Lesoken, a village and civil parish in Tendring District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1822. Thorpeness, a coastal village in Aldringham Thorpe Parish, East Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in Suffolk Coastal District. OS Grid Ref TM 4759. Thorpes, plural of Thorpe. Thorby, a nickname of the surname Thorpe. Thorpes, plural of Thorpe. Thoi, the fourth winter month in the Icelandic calendar, running from mid-January to mid-February. Thorington, a village and civil parish in Tendring District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0920. The former railway station used the spelling of Thorington. Thors, that. Thorsby, a town in Alabama, United States. Thorson, a surname. Thorsons, plural of Thorson. Thorsman, one who honors Thor as their primary god. Thorson, a surname. Thorsons, plural of Thorson. Thorstad, a surname from Norwegian. Thorstads, plural of Thorstad. Thorstensen, a surname. Thorstensen, a surname from Swedish. Thorstensens, plural of Thorstensen. Thor, I dialect spelling of thought. Thorderil, the disease coeneurosis in sheep. Thorts, plural of thort. Thorfatite, a scandium yttrium silicate mineral, grayish-green, black or gray in color, the primary source of scandium. Thorfatites, plural of thorfatite. Thari, misspelling of through. Thoranium, uranium 236. Thortite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, thorium, titanium, and uranium. Thorverton, a village and civil parish in Mid-Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SS 9202. Thordism, poltergeist activity or disturbances. Os, abbreviation of Thomas. Thosai, thosa, a crate made from fermented lentils and rice originating from South Indian cuisine. Thosais, plural of thosai. Plural of that. Those guys, plural of that guy. Those ones, plural of that one. Those people, any outsiders of a clique. Those that have get, alternative form of those that have get. Those that have get more, alternative form of those that have get. Those that have get, People who already have wealth and status are the most likely to acquire additional wealth and status, usually with the implication that the distribution of life's benefits and opportunities is unfair. Those that have get more. Alternative form of those that have get. Those were the days. That was a particularly pleasant, exciting, or noteworthy time. Those who can't do, teach. It is easier to get a job teaching how to do something than to get a job actually doing that thing. Those who have get. Alternative form of those that have get. Those who have get more. Alternative form of those that have get. Those who have get. Alternative form of those that have get. Those who have get more. Alternative form of those that have get. Those who live in glass houses should not throw stones. Alternative form of people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Those who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Alternative form of people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. Those who say cannot be done should not interrupt those doing it. People who dispute that a task is possible should not impede those people who attempt to do it. Those who will not one day may, when they will they shall have may. One should take immediate advantage of an opportunity that may not be available later. No, contraction of those are. No, contraction of those have. Those, the quality or characteristic of being those something referred to. Host, that, alternative form of thou. Thoda, a surname from Telugu. Thodas, plural of Thoda. That, the ancient Egyptian moon god of wisdom, learning, and magic, usually depicted as an ibis or baboon. Father, contraction of the other. Thatlavalaru, a village and tehsil in Krishna district, Andhra Pradesh, India. Thought-like, resembling or characteristic of a thought. Thus, plural of thought. Thada, a surname from Malayalam. Thadams, plural of thoughtam. Thoughtery, the state or quality of being a thought, thoughtish behavior. Alternative spelling of thoughty. Thoughty, comparative form of thoughty, more thoughty. Thought is, plural of thoughty. That is, superlative form of thoughty, most thoughty. Thoughtish, resembling or characteristic of a thought slut, sexually promiscuous woman. Alternative form of thought a slut, a sexually promiscuous woman. Thou, on horrific alternative letter case form of thou, sometimes used when referring to God or another important figure who is understood from context. Thou'st, contraction of thou hadst. Thou'lt, contraction of thou shalt. Thou'lt, contraction of thou art. Thou'st, contraction of thou haste. Thab, alternative spelling of thobe. Thaubal, a town in Imphal Valley, Manipur, India. Thabs, plural of Thaub. Thabdem, a Meitei surname from Manipuri. That, simple past and past participle of thou. Thouest, second person singular simple present indicative of thou. Oh, despite that, however. Oh, that, used at the end of a sentence to add emphasis. Though I say it who should not. Appended to a statement of self-praise as a form of modest apology. Though I say it who should not say it. Alternative form of though I say it who should not. Though I say so myself. Alternative form of if I do say so myself. Though bet. Although. despite it being the representation created in the mind without the use of one's faculties of vision, sound, smell, touch, or taste, an instance of thinking. Thought about. Simple past and past participle of think about. Thought aloud. Simple past and past participle of think aloud. Thought back. Simple past and past participle of think back. Thought balloon. Synonym of thought bubble shape denoting thought in comics. Thought balloons. Plural of thought balloon. Thought blocking. The phenomenon in schizophrenia and other psychiatric disorders where a person's speech is suddenly interrupted by silences. Thought blockings. Plural of thought blocking. Thought broadcasting. Nonverbal broadcasting of one's inner thoughts to others. Belief in thought broadcasting is a symptom of various mental disorders, especially schizophrenia. Thought bubble. A rounded or cloud-shaped outline, usually containing words, representing thought in a cartoon, and typically emanating from the thinker by a path of small circles. Thought bubbles. Plural of thought bubble. Thought collective. Sociological framework conditions in which scientific statements are tailored as language games to become intersubjectively and collectively relevant and conceptualized as facts. Thought collective. Plural of thought collective. Thought control. Synonym of mind control. Thought criminal. A person who has committed a thought crime. Thought criminals. Plural of thought criminal. Thought echo. A form of auditory hallucination associated with schizophrenia in which the patient hears their thoughts spoken aloud. Thought experiment. An attempt to solve a problem using the power of human imagination. Thought experiments. Plural of thought experiment. Thought for oneself. Simple past and past participle of think for oneself. Thought good. Simple past and past participle of think good. Thought leader. A person, organization, publication, etc. regarded as an authoritative source of new ideas or intellectual trends. Thought leaders. Plural of thought leader. Thought much of. Simple past and past participle of think much of. Thought nothing of. Simple past and past participle of think nothing of. Thought of. Simple past and past participle of think of. Thought of England. Simple past and past participle of think of England. Thought of the children. Simple past and past participle of think of the children. Thought on. Simple past and past participle of think on. Thought on one's feet. Simple past and past participle of think on one's feet. Thought one hung the moon. Simple past and past participle of think one hung the moon. Thought one is God's own cousin. Simple past and past participle of think one is God's own cousin. Thought one's shit didn't stink. Simple past and past participle of think one's shit doesn't stink. Thought out. Alternative form of thought out. Thought out loud. Simple past and past participle of think out loud. Thought over. Simple past and past participle of think over. Thought path. A process, method, or way of thinking, a deliberate or planned course of reasoning in order to achieve a desired end, a thought process or train of thought. Thought paths. Plural of thought path. Thought pattern. The way a person is used to thinking. Thought patterns. Plural of thought pattern. Thought piece. Synonym of think piece. Thought pieces, plural of thought piece. Thought police, a group that aims to control what other people think. Thought process, the steps that a person or group goes through in arriving at a thought. Thought processes, plural of thought process. Thought reform, individual ideological indoctrination, especially that conducted in Communist China under Mao Zedong. Thought shower, synonym of brainstorming. Thought showers, plural of thought shower. Thought the world of, simple past and past participle of think the world of. Thought through, simple past and past participle of think through. Thought twice, simple past and past participle of think twice. Thought up, simple past and past participle of think up. Thought wave, a supposed undulatory movement in a hypothetical medium by which thoughts are transferred in telepathy. Thought waves, plural of thought wave. Thought with one's little head, simple past and past participle of think with one's little head. Thought with portals, simple past and past participle of think with portals. Thought bearing, having a semantic meaning as opposed to a syntactic function. Thought controlled, manipulated or regulated directly by the mind. Thought form, any set of presuppositions or fundamental ideas which define the thinking of people of a given region, time period, etc. Thought forms, plural of thought form. Thought leader, alternative form of thought leader. Thought leaders, plural of thought leader. Thought out, blunt. Thought path, alternative form of thought path. Thought paths, plural of thought path. Thought process, alternative spelling of thought process. Thought processes, plural of thought process, alternative spelling of thought processes. Thought provoking, interesting in a way that challenges one's beliefs, attitudes, or perspective. Thought terminating cliché, a commonly used phrase or piece of folk wisdom used to quell cognitive dissonance. Thought terminating clichés, plural of thought terminating cliché. Thought world, the world as seen in terms of the attitudes, belief systems, assumptions, etc. of a given society or people. Thought worlds, plural of thought world. Thought crime, a crime committed by having unorthodox, unofficial, controversial, or socially unacceptable thoughts. Thought crimes, plural of thought crime. Thought criminal, alternative form of thought criminal. Thought criminals, plural of thought criminal. The obsolete spelling of thought. Thought, having thoughts of a specified kind. Thoughten, past participle of think. Thought is, second person singular simple past indicative of think. Thought form, alternative form of thought form. Thought forms, plural of thought form. Thoughtful, demonstrating thought or careful consideration. Thoughtfulness, archaic form of thoughtfulness. Thoughtfully, in a thoughtful or pensive manner. Thoughtfulness, thoughtful and considerate attention. Thoughty, comparative form of thoughty, more thoughty. Thoughtiest, superlative form of thoughty, most thoughty. Thoughtless, marked by or showing lack of due thought or care. Thoughtlessly, done without thinking. Thoughtlessness, disregard for others' feelings. Thoughtlet, a small or insignificant thought. Thoughtlets, plural of thoughtlet. Thought-like, resembling a thought. Photograph, a photograph produced by photography. Photographer, a person who performs photography. Photographers, plural of photographer. Photographic, pertaining to photography. Photographs, plural of photograph. Photography, the supposed psychic ability of imprinting images onto film. Thought piece, alternative form of thought piece. Thought pieces, plural of thought piece. Thought proof, resistant to thought, not permitting a person to think. Thoughts, plural of thought. Thoughts and prayers, used by officials and celebrities as a condolence after a tragic event. Thoughtscape, a mental or imaginary landscape. Thoughtscapes, plural of thoughtscape. Thoughtsy, sick with worry. Thoughtsome, characterized by thought or thinking, thoughtful, pensive, meditative. Thoughtway, the practices and underlying assumptions dictating how the members of a given society or culture think. Thoughtways, plural of thoughtway. Thought world, alternative form of thought world. Thought worlds, plural of thought world. Thoughtworthy, worthy of thought or of being thought, considerable. Body, pensive, given to serious thought or reflection, attentive, intelligent. Valley, present participle and gerund of thou. Thou neajam, a Medes surname from Manipuri. Thou, French spelling of Thun, Switzerland. Thourai, misspelling of thorough. Thourough, misspelling of thorough. Mat, third person singular simple present indicative of thou. Thousand, a numerical value equal to 1000 equals 10 times 100 equals 1031 e plus 3 exactly in scientific e-notation. 1001, alternative form of 1001 US form. Thousand Island, attributive form of Thousand Islands. Thousand Island dressing, a salad dressing of mayonnaise, ketchup, Tabasco sauce, and finely chopped vegetables. Thousand Island dressings, plural of Thousand Island dressing. Thousand Islands, an archipelago of more than 1,800 islands and islets on the upper St. Lawrence River between Canada and the USA, starting near its head at Lake Ontario and extending downriver. Thousand million, synonym of billion since 1. Thousand Oaks, a city in Ventura County, California, United States. 1001, 1000 plus 100, 1100. Thousand Palms, a census-designated place in Riverside County, California, United States. Thousand Pardons, a conventionally polite request to be pardoned or excused. Thousand-yard stare, alternative form of thousand-yard stare. Thousand-yard stairs, plural of thousand-yard stare. Thousand-headed cabbage, synonym of Brussels sprout. Thousand-leaf, Achillea millefolium or common yarrow, a flowering plant widespread in the temperate northern hemisphere, featuring finely divided leaves. Thousand-legger, a millipede. Thousand-leggers, plural of thousand-legger. Thousand legs, any magathite. Thousand-mile stare, Synonym of thousand-yard stare. 1,000-mile stairs. Plural of thousand-mile stare. 1,000 millionfold. Synonym of billionfold. 1,000-yard stare. A blank, unfocused glance given by a traumatized person, especially a soldier who has seen combat. 1,000-yard stairs. Plural of thousand-yard stare. 1,000-year egg. A century egg Chinese egg dish. 1,000-year eggs. Plural of thousand-year egg. 1,000-year-old egg. A century egg Chinese egg dish. 1,000-year-old eggs. Plural of thousand-year-old egg. 1,000 there. Somebody whose wealth is greater than 1,000 units of the local currency. Thousandaires. Plural of thousandaire. Thousandairess. A female thousandaire. Thousandairesses. Plural of thousandairess. Thousander. A mountain with an approximate height in thousands of meters or less commonly feet. Thousanders. Plural of thousander. Thousandfold. Multiplied by 1,000, 1,000, repeated 1,000 times. Thousandfoldly. Thousandfold, by a factor of 1,000. Thousandfolds. Plural of thousandfold. Thousands. Plural of thousand. Thousand some. Approximately 1,000, 1,000 odd. Thousand. The ordinal numeral form of 1,000, last in order of a series of 1,000, next after the 999th. Thousands. Plural of thousand. The obsolete spelling of thou. Thou. A tollbin in a boat. Thous. Plural of thou. The obsolete spelling of thought. That's plural of thou. Thou. Alternative form of thou. Thallus. Alternative form of thewless. Thous. Plural of thou. Thousand. Obsolete form of thousand. Thousands. Plural of thousand. That. Archaic spelling of thought. That's. Plural of that. Thelalanine. The drug etoprodone. Initialism of target heart rate. Abbreviation of thrombin. Thrace. A historical region of Southeast Europe, now divided between Greece, Bulgaria, and Turkey. Thracian. Of or pertaining to Thrace or the Thracians or the extinct Thracian language. Thracianus. The quality of being Thracian. Thracians. Plural of Thracian. Thrace. Any clam in the family Thraciidae. Thracids. Plural of Thracia. Thrac. To load or burden. Thract. Simple past and past participle of thrack. Thracking. Present participle and gerund of thrack. Thrackle. An embedding of a graph in the plane, such that each edge is a Jordan arc and every pair of edges meet once. Thrackles. Plural of thrackle. Thrax. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrack. Thraco. Thracian. Thraco-Dacian. A proposed branch within the Indo-European language family formed by the Dacian and Thracian languages. Thraco-Illyrian. A proposed branch within the Indo-European language family of which the Thraco-Dacian and Illyrian branches are sub-branches. Thracological. Relating to thracology. Thacologist. One who studies thracology. Thacologists. Plural of thacologists. Thracology. The study of ancient Thrace and its culture and antiquities. Thracomania. Synonym of Dacomania. Threlto. A surname. Threlkils. Plural of Threlkill. Three, as coordinate term to and used in similar sentences to twain. Thrains. Plural of thrain. Thraldom. Alternative spelling of thraldom. Thraldoms. Plural of thraldom. Thread. A surname. Thra. A surname. Thrallage. Alternative form of thirlage. Thraldom. A state of bondage, slavery, or subjugation to another person. Thraldoms. Plural of thraldom. Thralled. Simple past and past participle of thrall. Thraller. Synonym of enthrallor. Thrallers. Plural of thrallor. Thralling. Present participle and gerund of thrall. Thralls. Plural of thrall. Threat. Stubborn, obstinate, pig-headed. Thraneston. A village and civil parish in mid-Suffolk district, Suffolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 1176. Threatening. An insignificant amount, a trifle. Threanings. Plural of threatening. Thread. Busy, preoccupy. Thrange. Simple past and past participle of thrang. Thranging. Present participle and gerund of thrang. Threads. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrang. Threadite. One of the rowers on the topmost of the three benches in a trireme. They were usually the best rowers. Thranites. Plural of thranite. That. To fasten about. That. Simple past and past participle of thrap. Thrapping. Present participle and gerund of thrap. Thrapple. The throat. Especially the gullet or windpipe. Thrabbled. Having a thrapple throat of the kind specified. Thrapples. Plural of thrapple. Thrappling. Present participle and gerund of thrapple. Thraps. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrap. Thrapston. A town and civil parish with a town council in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, formerly in East Northamptonshire District. OS Grid Ref SB 9978. Thrash. A surname. Thrash about. To move unpredictably and often violently, usually unaware. Thrash metal. A heavy and intense form of heavy metal music with a focus on speed, technical precision, alternate picking, extended guitar solos, and aggressive vocals. Thrash metaler. A fan or performer of thrash metal. Thrash metalers. Plural of thrash metaler. Thrash out. To discuss something so fully as to resolve a problem or conflict. To hammer out. Thrashabillies. Plural of thrashabilly. Thrashabilly. A music genre that combines thrash metal with rockabilly. Thrashcore. A subgenre of fast hardcore punk music that emerged in the early 1980s. Thrash. Simple past and past participle of thrash. Thrashed about. Simple past and past participle of thrash about. Thrashed out. simple past and past participle of thrash out. Thrashal, alternative form of thrashal. Thrashals, plural of thrashal. Thrasher, a surname. Thrashers, plural of thrasher. Thradas, plural of thrash. Thrash is about. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrash about. Thrash is out. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrash out. Thrashus, second person singular simple present indicative of thrash. Thraya. Third person singular simple present indicative of thrash. Thrashgrass, a music genre that mixes traditional thrash music with bluegrass. Thready, comparative form of thrashy, more thrashy. Thrayius, superlative form of thrashy, most thrashy. Thrashing, pronunciation spelling of thrashing. Thrashing, present participle and gerund of thrash. Thrashing about, present participle and gerund of thrash about. Thrashing floor, alternative spelling of threshing floor. Thrashing floors, plural of thrashing floor. Thrashing out, present participle and gerund of thrash out. Thrashing floor, alternative form of threshing floor. Thrashing floors, plural of thrashing floor. Thrashing floor, obsolete spelling of thrashing floor. Thrashing floors, plural of thrashing floor, alternative spelling of thrashing floors. Thrashings, plural of thrashing. Thract, simple past and past participle of thrash. Thravi, resembling the thrash genre. Thrasonic, thrasonical. Thrasonical, boastful, bragging, vainglorious. Thrasonically, in a thrasonical manner. Thrasimation, alternative form of thrasimation. Thrasimation, of or relating to the ancient Greek sophist Thrasymachus. Thropid, any of the tanagers and related birds in the family Thropidae. Thropids, plural of thropid. Throstochytrid, any predist in the order Throstochyilsin. Throstochytrida, that produce a network of filaments or tubes on which the cells move and from which they absorb nutrients. Throstochytrids, plural of throstochytrid. Threu, to urge, compel, importune. Thrave, simple past and past participle of thrave. Thraves, plural of thrave. Thraving, present participle and gerund of thrave. Throcker, an instrument for twisting straw into ropes. Throckrux, plural of throckrook. Thra, a stone slab or shelf used to keep food cool in a larder or pantry in the days before refrigeration was domestically available. Thralls, plural of thraw. Thrawmly, in a thrawn manner. Thrayadashi, the 13th day Tithai in the lunar fortnight Paksha of the Hindu calendar. 3. Obsolete spelling of 3. 3. Pertaining to general organic structures with adjacent chiral centers. Thread, a long, thin and flexible form of material, generally with a round cross-section, used in sewing, weaving or in the construction of string. Thread bug, a burrited. Thread bugs, plural of thread bug. Thread count, a measure of the fineness of fabric, the total number of vertical and horizontal threads per unit of surface, such as a square inch. Thread counts, plural of thread count. Thread lace, lace made from linen thread. Thread laces, plural of thread lace. Thread mode, the phenomenon of a wiki being used for discussions. Thread necromancy, on an internet forum, the act of posting in a thread that is already considered dead or out of discussion. Thread needle, alternative form of thread the needle children's game. Thread of life, a metaphor for a person's lifespan as generated by Clotho, measured out by Lachesis, and terminated by Atropos. Thread of thought, train of thought, thought process. Thread pool, a pool of threads of execution created to perform a number of tasks. Thread pools, plural of thread pool. Thread snake, any of the fossorial snakes in the family Letotyphlopidae. Thread snakes, plural of thread snake. Thread the needle, to perform a tedious task with extreme precision, to manage to find harmony or strike a balance between conflicting forces, interests, etc. Thread-legged bug, any insect in the subfamily Emesinae of the family Vidubiidae, which are predatory to those with long, thin, ted-like legs. Thread-legged bugs, plural of thread-legged bug. Thread-like, alternative form of thread-like. Thread-locking fluid, a thixotropic liquid applied to screw threads that keeps them from loosening. Thread-locking fluids, plural of thread-locking fluid. Thread paper, a piece of thin soft paper for wrapping up a skein of thread. Thread papers, plural of thread paper. Thread safe, alternative form of thread safe. Threadability, the state or condition of being threadable. Threadable, suitable for multi-threading. Threader, of cloth, clothing, furnishings, etc. frayed and worn to an extent that the nap is damaged and the warp and weft threads show, shabby, worn out. Threadbareness, the state or condition of being threadbare. Threadbare, comparative form of threadbare, more threadbare. Threadbarest, superlative form of threadbare, most threadbare. Threadbarity, threadbareness. Threaded, having threads. Threaded the needle, simple past and past participle of thread the needle. Threadedly, by means of threads, such as screw threads. Threaden, made of or woven from thread. Threader, a user of the social networking app Threads. Threaders, plural of threader. Threadist, second person singular simple present indicative of thread. Threade, third person singular simple present indicative of thread. Threadfin, any of many fish of the family Polynemonidae. Threadfins, plural of threadfin. Threadfish, a cutlassfish trichiuridae. Threadfishes, plural of threadfish. Threadful, the amount that a thread will hold. Threadfuls, plural of threadful. Threadful, a surname. Threadgels, plural of threadgel. Threadgold, a surname originating as an occupation. Threadgoldite, a monoclinic prismatic greenish-yellow mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and uranium. Threadgolds, plural of threadgold. Comparative form of thready, more thready. Threadiest. Superlative form of thready, most thready. Threadily, in a thready manner. Threadiness. The state or quality of being thready. Threading, present participle and gerund of thread. Threading the needle, present participle and gerund of thread the needle. Threadings, plural of threading. Threadish, thread-like or thready. Threadjack, to take over a discussion thread with a subject unrelated to the original posting. Threadjack, simple past and past participle of threadjack. Threadjacker, one who takes over a discussion thread with a subject unrelated to the original posting. Threadjackers, plural of threadjacker. Threadjacking, the act of taking over an email list or discussion thread with a subject unrelated to the original posting. Threadjackings, plural of threadjacking. Threadjacks, third person singular simple present indicative of threadjack. Threadless, without a thread. Threadlessness, absence of a thread or threads. Threadlet, a little thread. Threadlets, plural of threadlet. Thread-like, having the form of a thread. Threadlock, synonym of thread-locking fluid. Threadlocker, synonym of thread-locking fluid. Threadlockers, plural of threadlocker. Threadly, occurring on every thread of discussion. Threadmaker, a manufacturer of thread. Threadmakers, plural of threadmaker. Threadmaking, the manufacture of thread. Threadmill, a factory or machine specialized in the manufacture of thread. Threadmills, plural of threadmill. Threadneedle Street, a street in London running from Poultry and Lombard Street to Bishopsgate, the site of the Bank of England. Threadpaper, alternative form of threadpaper. Threadpapers, plural of threadpaper. Threads, a social media platform developed by Meta integrated into the Fediverse. Threads of life, plural of thread of life. Threads of thought, plural of thread of thought. Threads the needle, third person singular simple present indicative of thread the needle. Thread safe, that can be safely accessed from multiple threads. Thread snake, alternative form of thread snake. Thread snakes, plural of thread snake. Threadtail, any of various species of damselfly of the genus Noscisticta, endemic to Australasia. Threadtails, plural of threadtail. Threadwork, work made with or as if with threads. Threadworks, plural of threadwork. Threadworm, a parasitic roundworm, Strongyloids stercorales, which causes strongyloidiasis. Threadworms, plural of threadworm. Thready, of resembling or capable of forming a thread, filamentous. 3. An altercation, quarrel, argument. 3. Simple past and past participle of 3. 3b, present participle and gerund of 3. Threepland, a hamlet in Allerdale District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 156393. Threeplands, plural of threepland. Threeps, plural of threep. Threet, simple past and past participle of threep. Threaric acid, tartaric acid, threaric acids, plural of threaric acid. Forever, obsolete form of treasure. Fretters, plural of treasure. Treasuries, plural of treasury. Treasury, obsolete form of treasury. What? A surname. Threat actor, a person or entity that conducts malicious activities against digital targets, particularly cyber attacks. Threat actors, plural of threat actor. Threaten, former name of FPCon. Threated, simple past and past participle of threat. Threat, to make a threat against someone, to use threats. Threatenable, capable of being threatened. Threatened, simple past and past participle of threaten. Threatened abortion, a condition approximating an imminent abortion, where there is bleeding but the fetus remains attached to the uterine wall. Threatened abortions, plural of threatened abortion. Threatened species, any species of organism that is vulnerable to extinction in the near future. Threatener, one who threatens. Threateners, plural of threatener. Threatiness, second person singular simple present indicative of threaten. Threateneth, third person singular simple present indicative of threaten. Threatenin, pronunciation spelling of threatening. Threatening, present participle and gerund of threaten. Threateningly, in a threatening manner. Threateningness, the quality of being threatening, presenting a threat or making numerous threats. Threatenings, plural of threatening. Threatens, third person singular simple present indicative of threaten. Threatensome, characterized by threat or threatening. Threatist, second person singular simple present indicative of threat. Threatsel, threatening. Threatsily, in a threatful manner, threateningly. Threatfulness, the quality of being threatful. Threating, present participle and gerund of threat. Threatless, devoid of threats. Unthreatening. Threatlessness, absence of threats. Threatmate, a situation in which a checkmate sequence will be created by the player's next move but can be thwarted with a proper defense. Threatmates, plural of threatmate. Threatened, simple past and past participle of threaten. Threatening, obsolete form of threatening. Threatenings, plural of threatening. Threatproof, resistant to threats. Threat, plural of threat. Threatscape, the various possible threats. The spectrum of possible threats. Threatscapes, plural of threatscape. Threatsome, characterized or marked by threat, threatening. Threat spot, a location that is the habitat of a rare or threatened species. Threat spots, plural of threat spot. What? A surname. Threats, plural of threat. Threed, obsolete form of thrave. Threes, plural of thrive. Threat, obsolete form of thread. Threads, plural of thread. 3, a numerical value after 2 and before 4, represented in Arabic digits as 3, this many dots. Three amigos, Canada, Mexico, and the United States. 3 bags full, sir. Alternative letter case form of 3 bags full, sir. 3 bags full, sir. Intensifies a statement of agreement indicating that the speaker is craven or obsequious. 3 body problem. The problem of calculating the motion of 3 celestial bodies that interact with each other gravitationally. 3 body problems. Plural of 3 body problem. 3 bridges. A built-up area within the town and borough of Crawley, West Sussex, England. OS Grid FTQ 2837. 3 card brag. A card game somewhat like a simplified form of poker and one of poker's several ancestors. 3 cheers. An exclamation of congratulations, usually followed by hip hip hooray. 3 cocks. A village in Gwrnaift community, south of Glasbury, Powys, Wales, historically in Breconshire. OS Grid Ref So 1737. 3 crosses. A suburb of Ross-on-Wye, Herefordshire, England. OS Grid Ref So 6025. 3-day eventing. A 3-phase equestrian sport consisting of dressage, cross-country, and show jumping. 3 days sickness. Alternative form of 3 days sickness. 3 dog nights. Alternative form of 3 dog night. 3 dog nights. Plural of 3 dog night. Three-eighths. Rare spelling of 3/8. Free Emperor's Corner. A confluence in Black Piarzemser River, White Piarzemser River, becoming Piarzemser River in what is now Silesian Voivodeship, Poland, once the meeting point of the Empire of Russia, German Empire, Austrian-Hungarian Habsburg Empire. 3/5. Rare spelling of 3/5. 3 figures. An unspecified amount of money ranging from $100 to $999 or other unit of currency. 3 fires. 3 poisons. 3 primary causes of unskillful action that lead to the creation of negative karma. 3/4. Rare spelling of 3/4. 3 fries short of a happy meal. Alternative form of 1 fry short of a happy meal. 3fs. Free sale fixity of tenure and fair rent. The 3 demands of the Irish Land League. 3 Gs. God, guns and gays as wedge issues. 3 green. A confirmation given by the pilots that the landing gear has gone down successfully and has locked. 3 guys in a garage. A small, agile group of startup innovators with a big idea, passion, and modest resources. 3 halfpence. A silver coin with a face value of 1.5 pence, 1.5 D:. 3 halfpennies. Synonym of 3 halfpence. 3 halfpenny. Singular of 3 halfpennies. 3 hots and a cot. Prison. 300. The cardinal number occurring after 299 and before 301, represented in Arabic numerals as 300. 3 kingdoms. The tripartite division of China between the states of Y Chinese letter Y, Chu Chinese letter Shu, and Wu Chinese letter Wu, during AD 220-280, following the Han Dynasty and preceding the Jin Dynasty. 3 Kings. Synonym of Orion's Belt. 3 Kings Islands. A group of 13 uninhabited islands about 55 kilometers 34 miles northwest of Cape Reinga/Te-Rarenga-Wariwa, New Zealand, where the South Pacific Ocean and Tasman Sea converge. The largest is Great Island. 3 Kings Cake. Kin cake. Three Kings cakes, plural of Three Kings cake. Three Kings Day, synonym of Epiphany Christian Day of celebration. L. A law student in their third and usually final year of law school. Three Laws of Robotics, a set of rules governing the behavior of robots. Three-letter agency, alternative spelling of three-letter agency. Three Lions, the England national football team. Three LS, plural of 3L. Three marks of existence, the three characteristics of all phenomena: anicca, impermanence; dukkha, suffering; and anatta, non-self. 3 Mile Island, an island of Londonderry Township, Dauphin County, Pennsylvania, United States, on Lake Frederick, Susquehanna River, the site of a nuclear power plant accident in 1979. 3 Musketeer, any one of the Three Musketeers in Alexander Dumas' novel of the same name, i.e. either Athos, Aramis, or Porthos. 3 Musketeers, a group of three people who are very closely associated, a trio. 3 Musketeers, alternative letter case form of Three Musketeers. 3 Epoch, the start of the fourth hour of the day, 3:00 a.m. 3:00. Three Oaks, a village in Gesseling Parish, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 8314. 3 of a kind, a hand including 3 cards of the same rank. 3%, bonds or other securities paying 3% interest, especially a portion of the consolidated debt of Great Britain. 3 poisons, the 3 root clashes of moha, delusion and confusion, raga, greed and sensual attachment, and devasha, aversion and hate, which are considered to be innate in a being. 3 principles of the people, the political philosophy espoused by Sun Yat-sen and the Chinese Nationalist Party. 3/4 time, alternative form of 3/4 time. 3/4 times, plural of 3/4 time. 3/4 time, alternative form of 3/4 time. 3/4 times, plural of 3/4 time. 3 quarters, alternative form of 3 quarters. 3/4 time, alternative form of 3/4 time. 3/4 times, plural of 3/4 time. 3 Rs, alternative form of 3 Rs. 3-ring circus, alternative form of 3-ring circus. 3-ring circuses, plural of 3-ring circus. 3 rivers, nickname for Pittsburgh, a large city in Pennsylvania, United States. 3 rocks, a census-designated place in Fresno County, California, United States. 3 Rs, the basic education received in primary schools, especially but not necessarily limited to reading, writing, and arithmetic. 3 score and fifth, 65. 3 score and 10, 70 being the number of years in a full lifetime of traditionally expected duration. 3 seconds rule, alternative form of 3-second rule. 3 seconds rules, plural of 3 seconds rule. 3 sheets, ellipsis of 3 sheets to the wind. 3 sheets in the wind. Druck, 3 sheets to the wind, unsteady from drink. 3 sisters, synonym of Orion's belt. 3 sisters, the combination of maize, corn, pole beans, Phasalis vulgaris or climbing beans, string beans, etc., and squash, i.e. pumpkin, especially when planted together in intertwined plantings. 3 skips of a louse, the worth of some trifling or insignificant matter. a wit or jot of value. 3 squares. 3 square meals understood as a complete, satisfying, and nourishing regimen of food taken over the course of a day. 3 stars. The 3 best players in a game as chosen by a third party. 3 stooges. A group of 3 stupid people. 3 stops short of Dagenham. Crazy mad. 3 strikes and you're out. 3 mistakes, rule breaches, etc. will result in termination, disqualification, or similar. 3 T's. Tibet, the Tiananmen incident, and Taiwan, 3 topics which are highly monitored by the Chinese government. 3000, cardinal number between 2999 and 3001. 3 times a charm. Alternative form of 3 times a charm. 3 times 3. 3 cheers, a cry of hip hip hooray repeated 3 times. 3 togethers. Alternative form of 3 togethers. 3 togethers. A policy stating that peasants should eat together, live together, and labor together. 3 true outcomes. The 3 results of a plate appearance that do not involve the fielders, home runs, walks, and strikeouts. 3 up, 3 down. The recording of 3 outs in an inning without allowing a batter to reach first base. 3 wise men. The 3 biblical magi. 3 wise men. 3 of a kind kings. 3 wood, synonym of fairway wood. 3 woods, plural of 3 wood. 3 is a crowd, alternative form of 2's company. 3 is a crowd. 3 and out. The situation where a team is forced to punt the football without having made any first downs. 3 and outs, plural of 3 and outs. 3 bagger, a triple. 3 baggers, plural of 3 bagger. 3 ball, a simplified game of pool in which players attempt to pot 3 object balls in as few shots as possible. 3-banded courser, Rhinoptilus cinctus, a species of courser bird. 3-banded coursers, plural of 3-banded courser. 3-banded grasshopper, Hadrotyx trifasciatus, a species of North American band-winged grasshopper. 3-banded grasshoppers, plural of 3-banded grasshopper. 3-banded warbler, Basiluterus trifasciatus, a species of perching bird native to Ecuador and Peru. 3-banded warblers, plural of 3-banded warbler. 3-bottle man, a man who can drink a lot of alcohol without becoming noticeably drunk. 3-bottle men, plural of 3-bottle man. 3-card Marnie, synonym of 3-card Monty. 3-card Monty, a confidence game in which the victim, or mark, is tricked into betting a sum of money that they can find the money card, for example the Queen of Hearts, among 3 face-down playing cards. 3-card Monties, plural of 3-card Monty. 3-card shuffle, synonym of 3-card Monty. 3-card trick, 3-card Monty. 3-card trickster, a fraudster who operates a game of 3-card Monty. 3-card tricksters, plural of 3-card trickster. 3-center 2-electron bond, any of several forms of extended covalent bond deficient in 1 electron joining 3 atoms. 3-center 2-electron bonds, plural of 3-center 2-electron bond. 3-cornered, having 3 corners, triangular. 3-cornered jack, a weed of species Imex australis. 3-cornered jacks, plural of 3-cornered jack. 3. Cueing, a technique in learning to read, in which the reader attempts to identify difficult words by means of 3 cues, visual information, for example the shapes of letters, syntax, and the content of pictures or other context. 3D, alternative form of 3D. 3-day fever, Rosola infantum. 3-day measles, German measles, rubella. 3-day sickness, bovine ephemeral fever. 3-decker, anything with 3 layers or levels. 3-deckers, plural of 3-decker. 3D, alternative form of 3D. 3Ds, plural of 3D. 3-dimensional, existing in 3 dimensions. 3-dimensional chess, alternative spelling of 3D chess. 3-dimensional printer, synonym of 3D printer. 3-dimensional printers, plural of 3-dimensional printer. 3-dimensional printing, synonym of 3D printing. 3-dimensionalism, a view that the world is 3-dimensional. 3-dimensionalities, plural of 3-dimensionality. 3-dimensionality, the state or characteristic of occupying or of appearing to occupy 3 dimensions of space. 3-dimensionally, in a 3-dimensional way or manner. 3 dog nights, a very cold night. 3 dog nights, plural of 3 dog night. 3 door, of a motor vehicle having 3 doors consisting of 2 side doors and a rear hatch or bootlid. 3s, plural of 3d. 3/8, 3 of 8 equal parts, 0.375. 3i league, synonym of 3i league. 3/5, 3 of 5 equal parts, 3/5, 0.6. 3-finger salute, Control-Alt-Delete, a keypress used to reset or interrupt the computer. 3-finger salute, plural of 3-finger salute. 3-fisted, having 3 components or parts. 3-fork, having 3 forks or prongs. 3/4 time, synonym of 3/4 time. 3/4 times, plural of 3/4 time. 3/4, 3 of 4 equal parts, 3/4, 3/4, 0.75. 3 halfpence, alternative form of 3 halfpence. 3 halfpennies, alternative form of 3 halfpennies. 3 halfpenny, singular of 3 halfpennies. 3-headed, having 3 heads. 3 high, a series of 3 rollers in a roller mill stacked one above the other. 3 eyes, plural of 3 high. 3-hole punch, a type of hole punch that creates 3 separate holes in a standard sheet of paper in order to allow the paper to be stored in a binder or duotang. 3-hole punches, plural of 3-hole punch. 3-horned, having 3 horns. 300, the ordinal form of the number 300. 3LE, a minor league baseball organization that operated mainly in Illinois, Indiana, and Iowa. 310, a carriage drawn by 3 horses controlled by 1 driver. 310s, plural of 3 in hand. 3-way, a fast food dish consisting of chips, boiled rice or egg fried rice, and curry sauce, served in a single container. 3-in-oneness, triunity. 3-legged, having 3 legs. 3-legged mare, Synonym of Tyburn tree. Three-legged mares. Plural of three-legged mare. Three-legged race. A race in which a team of two players are joined together at opposite ankles and must complete a short sprint before the other teams. Three-legged races. Plural of three-legged race. Three-leggeds. Plural of three-legged. Three-letter agencies. Plural of three-letter agency. Three-letter agency. Any intelligence agency of the United States federal government. Three-line whip. A directive to MPs from party leaders to vote in a particular way in Parliament, despite what the MP might believe or what his or her constituents might like. Three-line whips. Plural of three-line whip. Three lips. A fish obsoriches unsiristris. Three-martini lunch. A leisurely, expensive midday meal associated with drinking, which is tax-deductible because business is discussed. Three-martini lunches. Plural of three-martini lunch. 3-minute boat. The plant trade Scantius bathacea. Three-milk cake. A pastel de tres leches. Three-milk cakes. Plural of three-milk cake. 3-minute warning. A timeout and warning given to the coaches with 3 minutes to go before the end of each half. After this point, the clock stops at the end of every play, analogous to the 2-minute warning of American football. 3-minute warnings. Plural of 3-minute warning. Three-name. The act of vocatively referring to someone, usually a child in one's family, using their full legal name first, middle, and last in order to emphasize a scolding. Three-named. Simple past and past participle of three-name. Three names. Third person singular simple present indicative of three-name. Three-naming. Present participle and gerund of three-name. Three-of-a-kind. Alternative form of three-of-a-kind. Three-of-a-three. On an automobile, especially those produced from 1939 through the mid-1970s, a 3-speed manual transmission whose gear shift lever is mounted on the steering column. Three on the threes. Plural of three on the three. Three-parent. Having 3 genetic parents, that is, having been produced by a process in which the nucleus of one egg is inserted into the cytoplasm of another egg, which contains mitochondrial DNA, and then the hybrid egg is fertilized by a sperm. Three-party. Of a state or government, having only 3 political parties which dominate. Three-party system. The availability or dominance of 3 political parties in a government. Three-party systems. Plural of three-party system. Three-beat. To win something 3 times consecutively. Three-peat. Simple past and past participle of three-peat. Three-peating. Present participle of three-peat. Three-peats. Plural of three-peat. Three-phase. Using 3 separate alternating currents of the same voltage at different phases. Three-piece suit. A suit consisting of matching jacket, trousers, and waistcoat. Three-piece suite. A furniture set consisting of 1 sofa with 2 matching chairs. Three-piece suite. Plural of three-piece suite. Three-piece suits. Plural of three-piece suit. Three-pile. The finest and most costly kind of velvet with a fine, thick pile. Three-pipe problem. A particularly complex or challenging problem or puzzle. Three-pipe problems. Plural of three-pipe problem. Three-ply. Having 3 strands or layers. Three-point landing. An airplane landing in which the 2 main landing gears and the front front landing gear or rear landing gear or skid all touch the ground simultaneously. 3-point landings. Plural of 3-point landing. 3-point line. An arc on the floor of a basketball court beyond which a successful shot is worth 3 points. 3-point lines. Plural of 3-point line. 3-point shot. A shot attempted from beyond the 3-point line. 3-point shots. Plural of 3-point shot. 3-point turn. An act of turning around a car involving 1 forward turn and 2 backward turns or vice versa. 3-point turns. Plural of 3-point turn. 3-pointer. A goal or other means of scoring worth 3 points. 3-pointers. Plural of 3-pointer. 3-pounder. A cannon of a certain bore-size caliber that was named for an iron cannonball that weighed 3 pounds in a certain outdated system of weights and measures. 3-pounders. Plural of 3-pounder. 3-pronged. Having 3 prongs or similar parts. Trifurcate. 3-quarter. Of 3/4 of the usual dimension. 3-quarterback. Any of a group of players positioned between the halfbacks and the fullbacks consists of the left wing, the inside center, the outside center, and the right wing. 3-quarterbacks. Plural of 3-quarterback. 3-quarter bathroom. A bathroom with a toilet, sink, and shower stall but without a bathtub. 3-quarter bathrooms. Plural of 3-quarter bathroom. 3-quarter brother. The male offspring of a horse's sire/dam that is by / out of a sibling of its other parent. 3-quarter brothers. Plural of 3-quarter brother. 3-quarter coat. Synonym of paletot. 3-quarter coats. Plural of 3-quarter coat. 3-quarter sibling. A sibling with whom one shares about 37.5% of one's genes, as opposed to 25% for half-siblings and 50% for full siblings. 3-quarter siblings. Plural of 3-quarter sibling. 3-quarter sister. The female offspring of a horse's sire/dam that is by / out of a sibling of its other parent. 3-quarter sisters. Plural of 3-quarter sister. 3-quarter time. A time signature of a composition indicating 3-quarter notes or their equivalent in each measure. 3-quarter times. Plural of 3-quarter time. 3-quarter time. Alternative form of 3-quarter time. 3-quarter times. Plural of 3-quarter time. 3-quarters. 3 of 4 equal parts 3/4, 3/4, 0.75. 3-quarter time. Alternative form of 3-quarter time. 3-quarter times. Plural of 3-quarter time. 3-quell. Alternative form of 3-quell. 3-quells. Plural of 3-quell. 3-revert rule. A rule on the English Wikipedia which forbids more than 3 reverts on a single page within a 24-hour period by an editor. 3-ring. Any of various satyrine butterflies of the genus Ethema having circular markings on the wings. 3-ring circus. A large circus in which 3 separate performances, each within its own circular enclosure, are staged simultaneously before a single audience. 3-ring circuses. Plural of 3-ring circus. 3 rings. Plural of 3-ring. 3-second rule. Any rule that prescribes behavior in a 3-second interval, especially. 3-second rules. Plural of 3-second rule. 3-eat. To exaggerate, hype up, or show off. Three sheet. Simple past and past participle of three sheet. Three sheeting. Present participle and gerund of three sheet. Three heats. Third person singular simple present indicative of three sheet. Three yacht. A talking head shot of three people together. Three shots. Plural of three shot. Three space. A vector space whose basis of real numbers has three vectors. Three spaces. Plural of three space. Three spine stickleback. Gasterosteus achillitis is small fish of coastal and inland waters of the northern hemisphere that can make its spines erect when threatened, which makes it hard to swallow. Three spine stickleback. Gasterosteus achillitis, a small fish of coastal and inland waters of the northern hemisphere that can make its spines erect when threatened, which makes it hard to swallow. Three spine sticklebacks. Plural of three spine stickleback. Three spot seahorse. A species of seahorse, Hippocampus trimaculatus. Three spot seahorses. Plural of three spot seahorse. Three square, having a cross section in the form of an equilateral triangle, said especially of a kind of file. Three-step snake, any highly venomous snake. Three-step snakes, plural of three-step snake. Three strikes law, a criminal sentencing structure under which the third conviction results in a mandatory life sentence. Three strikes laws, plural of three strikes law. Three striped ground squirrel, Lariscus insignis, a species of striped ground squirrel. Three striped palm civet, synonym of small-toothed palm civet. Three striped palm civets, plural of three striped palm civet. Three tap, to kill an enemy in three shots. Three tapped, simple past and past participle of three tap. Three tapping, present participle and gerund of three tap. Three taps, third person singular simple present indicative of three tap. 3000er. Any mountain on Earth that extends more than 3,000 meters 9,843 ft, but less than 4,000 meters 13,123 ft above sea level. 3000ers, plural of 3000er. 3000, the ordinal form of the number 3000. Three-tier, having three tiers. Three-time loser, a person who has been sentenced to prison for a third time, especially for a major crime. Three-time losers, plural of three-time loser. Three-toed box turtle, Terrapene triunguis, a species of box turtle that is native to the United States. Three-toed sloth, a sloth of the genus Bradypus having three toes on each limb. Three-toed sloths, plural of three-toed sloth. Three-toed woodpecker, any member of either of the species of woodpecker of the genus Picoides. Three-toed woodpeckers, plural of three-toed woodpecker. Threat, a gambling game played with three coins. 3V, alternative form of 3V. 3Vs, plural of 3V. Three-way, relating to three different directions. Three-way girl, a female prostitute who offers oral, vaginal, and anal sex. Three-way girls, plural of three-way girl. Three-way stop, an intersection with stop signs on all three sides of the intersection. Three-way switch, a type of light switch that can be arranged in pairs to control lights from two locations, as at either end of a stairway or long hallway. A double throw switch, British two-way switch. Three-way switches, plural of three-way switch. Three-ways, plural of three-way. Three-wheel, having three wheels. Three-wheeled, having three wheels. Three-wheeler, a car, cycle, or motorbike having three wheels. Three-wheelers, plural of three-wheeler. Threon, any grass in the genus Aristida. Threons, plural of threadon. 3D, alternative form of 3D. 3Ds, plural of 3D. 3Ds, plural of 3D. Three-dimensional, alternative form of three-dimensional. 3D, a three-dimensional movie or television program. Three-ur, something sold at a discount of 3 for the price of 1. Three-fers, plural of three-fer. Three-ve, a tryptophan. Three-fins, plural of three-fin. Three-vesh, a symmetric key tweakable block cipher involving the skein hash function. Three-file, alternative form of trefoil. Three-files, plural of three-foil. Threefold, 3 times as great. Threefold law, a key tenet of Wicca stating that the energy a person puts out into the world, whether positive or negative, will return to them multiplied 3 times. Threefold laws, plural of threefold law. Three-folded, simple past and past participle of threefold. Threefoldedness, threefoldness. Threefolding, present participle and gerund of threefold. Threefoldly, in a threefold manner. Threefoldness, the property of being threefold. Threefolds, plural of threefold. Threegether, together as a group of 3. 3, any time close to 3 o'clock. 3, a three-pronged fork. Threeling, one of 3 children born at the same birth. Triplet. Threelings, plural of threeling. Three-masted, having 3 masts. Threenager, a rebellious and strong-willed 3-year-old. Threenagers, plural of threenager. Threeness, in Christian belief, the 3 persons persony of the Godhead, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Trinity. Threenesses, plural of threeness. 3, alternative form of 3. 3b, to win something 3 times consecutively. 3-piete, simple past and past participle of three-peat. Three-peater, one who three-peats. Three-peaters, plural of three-peater. Three-peating, present participle and gerund of three-peat. Three-peats, plural of three-peat. 3 pence, the amount of money equal to that of 3 pence old or new. Threepences, plural of threepence. Threepennes, plural of threepenny. Threepenny, having a value or cost of threepence. Threepenny bit, a former pre-decimalization British or Irish coin worth 3 old pennies. Threepenny bits, plural of threepenny bit. Threepenny bit, alternative form of threepenny bit. Threepenny bits, plural of threepenny bit. Threepennyworth, a portion worth 3 pence. Threepennyworths, plural of threepennyworth. Threeplax, a building divided into three separate residences or commercial premises. Threeplexes, plural of threeplex. Three-pronged, having three prongs or similar parts. Threeves, plural of three. Three-quarter, alternative spelling of three-quarter. Three-quarters, rare spelling of three-quarters. Threequel, the chronologically third part of any series of works, especially a movie trilogy. Threequels, plural of threequel. Threes, plural of three. Threescore, 60. Three scores, plural of threescore. Three-side, any object or shape consisting of three sides, triangle. Three sides, plural of three-side. Threes, a call in any children's game, such as jacks, where three actions must be performed. Threesome, a group of three people or things. Threesomeness, the property of being a group of three. Threesomes, plural of threesome. Three-space, alternative spelling of three-space. Three spaces, plural of three-space. Three-spine, having three spines. Three-spine stickleback, Gasterosteus achillitis, an endangered species of European stickleback. Three-spine sticklebacks, plural of three-spine stickleback. Three-square, several species of bulrush biologically, sedges with a triangular stem. Threes, a surname. Threetangle, the entanglement of three cubits. Threetangles, plural of threetangle. 13. Three-toe, three-tip sagebrush, Artemisia tripartita, a sagebrush plant. Three-tooth, a land snail of the genus Triadopsis. Threet, plural of threet. 330. Freebie, a screen or television able to display a three-dimensional image. Threebies, plural of threebie. Threeway, divisible by three. Three-way, alternative spelling of three-way, a sexual act involving three people. Three-ways, plural of three-way. Thrapeland, a surname. Thrapelands, plural of thrapeland. Threadol, a polyalcohol with the molecular formula C4H04, primarily used as an intermediate in the chemical synthesis of other compounds. Threadols, plural of threatol. Threltelv, a village and civil parish in West Royland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in Eden District OS Grid Ref NY 3125. Threltelds, plural of threlkeld. Thrematological, relating to thrematology. Thrematologists, one who studies thrematology. Thrematologists, plural of thrematologists. Thrematology, the field of breeding or propagating plants and animals. 3. A dirge or lamentation. Threnides, plural of threnody. Threnody, rare spelling of threnody. Threnes, plural of threne. Threnetic, relating to a threne. Threnetical, threnetic. Threnode, a dirge or funeral song. Threnodes, plural of threnode. Threnodial, pertaining or similar to a threnody. Threnodian, synonym of threnodial. Threnotic, pertaining or similar to a threnody. Threnodical, threnotic. Threnodies, plural of threnody. Threnodist, a person who writes or says a threnody. Threnodists, plural of threnodist. Threnody, a song or poem of lamentation or mourning for a dead person, a dirge, an elegy. Thredoi, plural of threnos. Threnos, synonym of threnody. The alternative form of three. Threophorenos, the fiorenos form of three O's. Threophorenos, plural of threophorenos. Threophorenoside, any glycoside derived from threophorenos. Threophorenosides, plural of threophorenoside. Threonate, any salt or ester of threonic acid. Threonates, plural of threonate. Threonic acid, a sugar acid derived from threose, whose L isomer is a metabolite of ascorbic acid. Threonine, threonine, an essential amino acid. Threonine, an essential amino acid C4H9O3 found in most animal proteins. Threonines, plural of threonine. Threonins, plural of threonine. Threonine, misspelling of threonine. Threonine, pertaining to cell nucleus and being based on theos. Threonucleic acid, nucleic acid. Threonucleic acids, plural of threonucleic acid. Threonyl, the univalent radical derived from threonine. Threonylation, the reaction of a substance with threonine or one of its derivatives, the introduction of one or more threonyl groups into a substance. Threonyls, plural of threonyl. Thus, the aldosterone 2's3R2,3,4-trihydroxybutanol. Threonucleic acid, an analog of RNA in which the sugar component is threose, considered to be a primordial precursor to RNA. Threonucleic acids, plural of threonucleic acid. Threoses, plural of threose. Three, alternative form of three. Threes, third person singular simple present indicative of threep. Threbe, present participle and gerund of threep. Threpsology, the study of nutrition. Threptic, of or pertaining to nutrition. Rush, to separate the grain from the straw or husks chaff by mechanical beating with a flail or machinery, or by driving animals over them. Thresh out, to extract or remove by threshing. Threshability, the condition of being threshable. Threshable, capable of being threshed. Thresh, simple past and past participle of thresh. Threshed out, simple past and past participle of thresh out. Threshel, a flail for threshing corn. Threshels, plural of thresher. Thresher, a surname. Thresher shark, any of the species of sharks in the genus Alobias, 3 of which are extant. Thresher sharks, plural of thresher shark. Thresherman, the operator of a mechanical thresher. Thresherman, plural of thresherman. Threaders, plural of thresher. Threades, third person singular simple present indicative of thresh. Thresh it out, third person singular simple present indicative of threshold. Threshold. Misspelling of threshold. Thresholds. Misspelling of thresholds. Threshing. Present participle and gerund of thresh. Threshing board. Synonym of threshing sledge. Threshing boards. Plural of threshing board. Threshing floor. The floor of a threshing house or similar area where grain is threshed. Threshing floors. Plural of threshing floor. Threshing machine. A farm machine for threshing grain. Threshing machines. Plural of threshing machine. Threshing out. Present participle and gerund of thresh out. Threshing roller. Synonym of threshing sledge. Threshing rollers. Plural of threshing roller. Threshing sled. Synonym of threshing sledge. Threshing sledge. A rectangular wooden plank designed to separate grain from chaff. Threshing sledges. Plural of threshing sledge. Threshing sleds. Plural of threshing sled. Threshing board. Alternative spelling of threshing board. Synonym of threshing sledge. Threshing boards. Plural of threshing board. Threshing floor. Alternative spelling of threshing floor. Threshing floors. Plural of threshing floor. Thresher roller. Alternative spelling of threshing roller. Synonym of threshing sledge. Thresher rollers. Plural of thresher roller. Threshing sled. Alternative spelling of threshing sled. Synonym of threshing sledge. Threshing sledge. Alternative spelling of threshing sledge. Threshing sledges. Plural of threshing sledge. Threshing sleds. Plural of threshing sled. Threshings. Plural of threshing. Threshold. The lowermost part of a doorway that one crosses to enter a sill. Threshold effect. Something that occurs only once a critical threshold has been reached. Threshold effects. Plural of threshold effect. Threshold of originality. A threshold of creativity and originality that has to be met in order for a work to be considered a work of art and thus copyrightable. Threshold potential. The critical level to which a membrane potential must be depolarized to initiate an action potential. Threshold potentials. Plural of threshold potential. Threshold worker. A worker with very limited skills and experience in his or her chosen career. Threshold workers. Plural of threshold worker. Thresholded. Pertaining to or produced by thresholding. Thresholder. A person who occupies the threshold between places or statuses. Thresholders. Plural of thresholder. Thresholding. The process of creating a black and white image out of a grayscale image by setting exactly those pixels to white whose value is above a given threshold and setting the other pixels to black. Thresholdless. Having no threshold. Threshold-like. Resembling or characteristic of a threshold, liminal. Thresholds. Plural of threshold. Thresgernithid. Any bird in the family Thresgernithidae, an ibis or spoonbill. Thresgernithids. Plural of Thresgernithid. Thresol. A three-legged stool. Threstles. Plural of threstle. Thready. 13. Threades. Plural of thready. Thready. 30. Simple past of throw. Threw a bone to. Simple past of throw a bone to. Threw a fit. Simple past of throw a fit. Threw a kiss. Simple past of throw a kiss. Threw a Mickey. Simple past of throw a Mickey. Threw a monkey wrench in the works. Simple past of throw a monkey wrench in the works. Threw a monkey wrench into the works. Simple past of throw a monkey wrench into the works. Threw a seiki. Simple past of throw a seiki. Threw a spanner in the works. Simple past of throw a spanner in the works. Threw a sprat to catch a mackerel. Simple past of throw a sprat to catch a mackerel. Threw a tantrum. Simple past of throw a tantrum. Threw a wet blanket on. Simple past of throw a wet blanket on. Threw a wobbly. Simple past of throw a wobbly. Threw a wrench in. Simple past of throw a wrench in. Threw a wrench in the gears. Simple past of throw a wrench in the gears. Threw a wrench in the works. Simple past of throw a wrench in the works. Threw about. Simple past of throw about. Threw an ant into a sty. Simple past of throw an ant into a sty. Threw an eye. Simple past of throw an eye. Threw a sigh. Simple past of throw a sigh. Threw away. Simple past of throw away. Threw away the key. Simple past of throw away the key. Threw back. Simple past of throw back. Threw BBs. Simple past and past participle of throw BBs. Threw by. Simple past of throw by. Threw caution to the wind. Simple past of throw caution to the wind. Threw cold water on. Simple past of throw cold water on. Threw down. Simple past of throw down. Threw down the gauntlet. Simple past of throw down the gauntlet. Threw dust in someone's eyes. Simple past of throw dust in someone's eyes. Threw for a loop. Simple past of throw for a loop. Threw gas on the fire. Simple past and past participle of throw gas on the fire. Threw gasoline on the fire. Simple past and past participle of throw gasoline on the fire. Threw good money after bad. Simple past of throw good money after bad. Threw hands. Simple past of throw hands. Threw in. Simple past of throw in. Threw in at the deep end. Simple past of throw in at the deep end. Threw in the cards. Simple past of throw in the cards. Threw in the sponge. Simple past and past participle of throw in the sponge. Threw in the towel. Simple past of throw in the towel. Threw in away. Simple past of throw in with. Threw it back. Simple past of throw it back. Threw light on. Simple past of throw light on. Threw money away. Simple past of throw money away. Threw nickels around like manhole covers. Simple past of throw nickels around like manhole covers. Threw off. Simple past of throw off. Threw off balance. Simple past of throw off balance. Threw off on. Simple past of throw off on. Threw off the trail. Simple past of throw off the trail. Threw on. Simple past of throw on. Threw one's back. back out. Simple past of throw one's back out. Threw one's cap over the windmill. Simple past of throw one's cap over the windmill. Threw one's hat in the ring. Simple past of throw one's hat in the ring. Threw one's hat over the fence. Simple past of throw one's hat over the fence. Threw one's hat over the wall. Simple past of throw one's hat over the wall. Threw one's hot dog down someone's hallway. Simple past of throw one's hot dog down someone's hallway. Threw one's toys out of the pram. Simple past of throw one's toys out of the pram. Threw one's voice. Simple past of throw one's voice. Threw one's weight around. Simple past of throw one's weight around. Threw one's weight behind. Simple past of throw one's weight behind. Threw oneself at. Simple past of throw oneself at. Threw oneself behind. Simple past of throw oneself behind. Threw oneself into. Simple past of throw oneself into. Threw out. Simple past of throw out. Threw out the baby with the bathwater. Simple past of throw out the baby with the bathwater. Threw over. Simple past of throw over. Threw shade. Simple past of throw shade. Threw shapes. Simple past of throw shapes. Threw smoke. Simple past of throw smoke. Threw some shapes. Simple past and past participle of throw some shapes. Threw someone a bone. Simple past of throw someone a bone. Threw spaghetti against the wall. Simple past of throw spaghetti against the wall. Threw spaghetti at the wall. Simple past of throw spaghetti at the wall. Threw stones. Simple past of throw stones. Threw stones in a glass house. Simple past of throw stones in a glass house. Threw tantrums. Simple past of throw tantrums. Threw the baby out with the bath water. Simple past of throw the baby out with the bath water. Threw the book at. Simple past of throw the book at. Threw the bull. Simple past of throw the bull. Threw the bull around. Simple past of throw the bull around. Threw the handkerchief. Simple past of throw the handkerchief. Threw the rulebook at. Simple past of throw the rulebook at. Threw things at the wall and saw what sticks. Simple past of throw the things at the wall and see what sticks. Threw to the dogs. Simple past of throw to the dogs. Threw to the lions. Simple past of throw to the lions. Threw to the wind. Simple past of throw to the wind. Threw to the winds. Simple past of throw to the winds. Threw to the wolves. Simple past of throw to the wolves. Threw together. Simple past of throw together. Threw up. Simple past of throw up. Threw up one's hands. Simple past of throw up one's hands. Threw up the sponge. Simple past of throw up the sponge. Threw wobblies. Simple past of throw wobblies. Threws. Second person singular simple past indicative of throw. Thread. Obsolete spelling of three. Thryambi. Plural of Thryambus. Thryambus. A name of Dionysus. Threble. Threefold. Threbles. Plural of threble. Thrice. 3 times. thrice removed, separated by 3 generations of descent. Thrice monthly, occurring 3 times every month. Thrice weekly, occurring 3 times in 1 week. Thricecock. The missile thrush. Thricecox, plural of thricecock. Thricely, thrice, 3 times. Thread, simple past of thread. Thridace, the inspissated juice of lettuce. Thridaceum, synonym of thridace, the inspissated juice of lettuce. Thrid, simple past and past participle of thrid. Thriden, past participle of thread. Thride, present participle and gerund of thrid. Thriddings, plural of thridding. Thread, third person singular simple present indicative of thrid. Threes, an unknown gender given name. Thrifalo, alternative form of Thryphalo. Thrift, a surname. Thrift box, alternative form of thrift box. Thrift boxes, plural of thrift box. Thrift shop, a shop which sells mainly used goods, especially clothes, at low prices. Thrift shops, plural of thrift shop. Thrift store, synonym of thrift shop. Thrift stores, plural of thrift store. Thrift box, a box or other receptacle in which savings are stored. Thrift boxes, plural of thrift box. Thrifted, simple past and past participle of thrift. Thrifter, a person who engages in thrifting. Thrifters, plural of thrifter. Thriftful, characterized by thrift, thrifty, thriftfully, in a thriftful manner, thriftily. Thrifty, comparative form of thrifty, more thrifty. Thriftiest, superlative form of thrifty, most thrifty. Thriftily, in a thrifty manner, economically. Thriftiness, the pathity of being thrifty. Thriftinesses, plural of thriftiness. Thrifting, shopping for cheap items, as for example at a garage sale, flea market, or thrift shop. Thriftless, wastefully reckless in the use of money or resources. Thriftlessly, in a thriftless manner. Thriftlessness, the pathity of being thriftless. Thriftily, in a thrift, efficient, or thriving manner. Suitably, vigorously. Thrift, plural of thrift. Thrift shop, alternative form of thrift shop. Thrift shops, plural of thrift shop. Thriftster, a person who buys clothing at thrift shops or otherwise tries to be fashionable on a budget. Thriftsters, plural of thriftster. Thrift store, alternative form of thrift store. Thrift stores, plural of thrift store. Thrifty, showing thrift, economical, frugal. Thriftiness, misspelling of thriftiness. Thrill, to suddenly excite someone or to give someone great pleasure, to figuratively electrify, to experience such a sensation. Thrill tale, an act of murder motivated solely by the murderer's desire to have a very exciting experience. Thrill killer, a murderer who is motivated by a strong personal desire to have a very exciting experience. Thrill killers, plural of thrill killer. Thrill killing, alternative form of thrill kill. Thrill killings, plural of thrill killing. Thrill kills, plural of thrill kill. Thrill of the hunt, the anticipation and excitement experienced while searching for something that is difficult to obtain. Thrill seeker, alternative form of thrill seeker. Thrill seekers, plural of thrill seeker. Thrill killer, alternative spelling of thrill killer. Thrill killers, plural of thrill killer. Thrill seeker, a person who enjoys thrilling situations or who engages in dangerous sports. Thrill seekers, plural of thrill seeker. Thrillable, capable of being thrilled. Thrill it, piercing. Thrillcraft, any of various craft used in extreme sports. Thrilled, simple past and past participle of thrill. Thriller, something that thrills. Thrilldom, the world or sphere of thrillers' sensational works. Thrilleresque, reminiscent of a thriller. Thriller-like, resembling or characteristic of a thriller. Thrillers, plural of thriller. Thrillfest, an experience, such as a film, offering many thrills. Thrillfests, plural of thrillfest. Thrillful, full of thrills, exciting. Thrillier, comparative form of thrilly, more thrilly. Thrillit, superlative form of thrilly, most thrilly. Thrilling, present participle and gerundive thrill. Thrillingest, superlative form of thrilling, most thrilling. Thrillingly, in a thrilling manner. Thrillingness, the quality of being thrilling. Thrillings, plural of thrilling. Thrillments, romantic thriller. Thrillages, plural of thrilogy. Thrilogy, a trilogy of thrillers. Thrillorama, something very thrilling. Thrilloramas, plural of thrillorama. Thrillbrew, resistant to being thrilled, not easily impressed by something exciting. Thrills, plural of thrill. Thrills and spills, exciting or exhilarating events. Thrill seeker, alternative spelling of thrill seeker. Thrill seekers, plural of thrill seeker. Thrill seeking, searching for thrilling situations, like a thrill seeker. Thrillsome, characterized or marked by thrill-s. Thrillsville, a fictional or generic location that is very exciting. Thrilly, exciting, producing a thrill. Thrimby, a hamlet in Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 5520. Thrimsa, an Anglo-Saxon denomination of money. It may or may not have been a coin. Thrimses, plural of thrimsa. Thrinexodontid, any cynodont in the family Thrinexodontidae. Thrinexodontids, plural of Thrinexodontid. To thrust, crowd, press, squeeze. Thringed, simple past of thring. Thwitting, present participle and gerund of thring. Thramus, third person singular simple present indicative of thring. Thrimstone, a village north of Colville, northwest Leicestershire district, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4217. Drink, pronunciation spelling of drink. Thrinter, An animal 3 winters old. Thrinters, plural of thrinter. Th. Optional singular for thrips, an insect of the order Thysanoptera. Thripicide, a substance that kills thrips. Thripicides, plural of thripicide. Thripid, any thrips in the family Thripidae. Threadids, plural of thripid. Thriplow, a village in Thriplow and Heathfield Parish, South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4346. Thriplow and Heathfield, a civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England, that includes the named places. Threepence, alternative form of threepence. Threepences, plural of threepence. Threepenny, alternative form of threepenny. Thrithel, a ladder-like extension fitted to the front, rear, and sometimes sides of a hay wagon or other towed agricultural trailer so as to increase its capacity. Thripples, plural of thripple. Thrips, any of the many small insects of the order Thysanoptera, especially those that attack useful plants. Thripses, plural of thrips. Thripsicide, alternative form of thripicide. Thripsicides, plural of thripsicide. Thrissa, threefold, thrice. Thrisher, a city in Kella, India. Thrisherkaren, a native or inhabitant of Thrisher. Thrisherkarens, plural of Thrisherkaren. Thriss, obsolete form of thirst. Thristed, simple past and past participle of thrists. Thristing, present participle and gerund of thrists. Thrist, third person singular simple present indicative of thrists. Thrizzy, obsolete form of thirsty. Thrithala, a village in Pattam by Palakkad district, Kerala, India. Thridable, able to thrive. Thrive, to grow or increase stature. To grow vigorously or luxuriantly, to flourish. Thrive, simple past and past participle of thrive. Thriless, thriftless, not thriving, unsuccessful. Thritta, past participle of thrive. Thriver, one who thrives or prospers. Thrivers, plural of thriver. Thrives, third person singular simple present indicative of thrive. Thrivest, second person singular simple present indicative of thrive. Thriveth, third person singular simple present indicative of thrive. Thriving, that thrives, successful, flourishing or prospering. Thrivingly, in a thriving manner or so as to thrive. Thrivingness, the quality or condition of